Antescript of the Purple Sapphire and Other Posthumous Papers by Christopher Blayre. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Purple Sapphire and Other Posthumous Papers by Christopher Blayre. Antescript. The position to which I was appointed in the early years of the 20th century, that of registrar in a great university, is in many respects a peculiar one. The registrar finds himself not only on terms of friendship and equality with the professorial staff, but also to a great extent occupying a fiduciary position which brings him into what is very often intimate touch with his colleagues. It was in virtue of this relationship that, from time to time, manuscripts were confided to my care, which by reason of their intimate personal nature were not destined for publication during the lifetime of their authors, but were confided to me as records of events which appeared at the time to be of too striking and inexplicable a nature to be published by the recorders. Many years have passed by since I resigned the registrarship on attaining the age limit, and I think the time has arrived when I may, without breach of confidence, give a selection of these papers to the public. Christopher Blayre, Cosmopoli, January 1952. End of Antescript. Section 1 of The Purple Sapphire and Other Posthumous Papers by Christopher Blayre. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 1. Our thoughts are free to soar as far as any legitimate analogy may seem to guide them rightly, in the boundless ocean of unknown truth. Sir Richard Owen, 1848. Physical investigation, more than anything besides, helps to teach us the actual value and right use of the imagination. Sir Benjamin Brodie, 1859. I should like to illustrate by a few simple instances the use that scientific men have made of this power of imagination, and to indicate some of the further uses that they are likely to make of it. Sir John Tyndall, 1870. The Purple Sapphire. On the 24th of June, 1920, a few months after my appointment to the professorship of mineralogy in the University of Cosmopoli, I received, as a gift to the museum from the surviving executor of the late Sir Clement Arkwright, under the most dramatic conditions, the Purple Sapphire. The facts attendant upon its arrival were as follows. Sir George Amboyne, the Regius Professor of Medicine, came into my room and deposited upon my table a small package. "This is for you," he said, "a gift to the mineralogical department, made under most unfortunate circumstances. An elderly man has just been run over by a motor car just outside. He was brought in very badly damaged, though not, I hope, fatally. As I was in the building, I was sent for, and have done what I can pending his removal to hospital. When he recovered consciousness, he said with some difficulty, 'The packet, where is the packet?' The porter, who had carried him in, produced this parcel, which the man had been carrying when he was run over. When he saw it, he said, 'For the museum, Purple Sapphire, give it to them.' Then he lost consciousness again. You see, it is addressed to the mineralogist, University of Cosmopoli. You had better take charge of it." "Rather an ill-omened way to receive a presentation, isn't it?" I observed. "Very," replied the Regius Professor. "I suppose we had better open it?" We did so. Beneath the outermost wrapper was an envelope addressed, "To my executors." It was unsealed and contained a sheet of notepaper upon which was written, "It is my earnest wish that this packet shall not be opened until 25 years after my death. When that time has elapsed, it is to be delivered to my eldest male direct heir. It contains the Purple Sapphire given to me by the younger son of Colonel George Cardew. Whether by that time its power of doing evil to its possessor will have waned or not, I cannot tell, but I earnestly recommend my heir to get rid of it, if he can, at the earliest possible opportunity. Clement Arkwright, Bart." "This is very queer," remarked Sir George. "The poor old man downstairs was evidently on his way to deposit it, whatever it is, here. Let us have a look at it." The removal of the inner wrapper disclosed a sandalwood box. Inside that, closely fitting, was another. Inside that, another. There were 7 of them, one inside the other. In the last and smallest, wrapped in a piece of curious fine muslin, was the Purple Sapphire. It was, without exception, the finest stone I had ever seen, perfectly cut, of the most brilliant deep amethyst purple, and the size of a flattened bantam's egg. It was set in a sort of cage. 2 silver snakes with their tails in their mouths ran round it above and below the circumferential edge, and these were connected and held together by 12 small silver plaques, inscribed with the 12 signs of the zodiac. On one side were 2 silver rings, evidently for suspension, and from these hung, so as to cover and conceal the stone, on one side a circular plaque, evidently of a very ancient make, of the kind familiar to students of occultism, and of the rites of the so-called Rosicrucians, as the seal of Tau, a Greek T, surrounded by a flat band on which were engraved the familiar mystic letters Abracadabra. This fell over the flat, or table, side of the stone. Over the other, the faceted side, hung a pair of amethyst scarabs, evidently early Egyptian, thread upon and held in place by thick silver wire. Whether it was the circumstances in which it had reached us, or for some other and inexplicable reason, as I held it in my hand, I felt an overwhelming sensation of nausea and faintness. I handed it to the Regius Professor without a word. He turned it over in his hand, raised the tau and the scarabs, and then put it down on my table. "What a beastly thing," he observed. We looked at one another for a few moments in silence, but neither of us gave utterance to the thoughts that were in our minds. Probably we could not have done so if we had wanted to. I was the first to break the silence, with an effort of which I felt ashamed. "I think," said I, "we will take it straight up to the museum." "Yes," said Sir George. "For God's sake, let's get rid of it." He was quite unconsciously reiterating the advice of Sir Clement Arkwright. Using one of the lids as a tray, we carried the Purple Sapphire up to the museum and placed it in the table case by the door, destined to contain recent acquisitions, which had not yet been registered and classified. When we came down again, the elderly gentleman had been removed to the nearest hospital, and his relations, as indicated by letters and cards in his pocket, his name was also Arkwright, had been notified by telephone. That afternoon, the mineralogical wing of the University Museum was struck by lightning. The damage done was ghastly. Many priceless exhibits were destroyed, and several weeks elapsed before the room could be opened and used again. The table case of recent acquisitions was untouched. It was perhaps a year after this that a card was brought to me bearing the name Sir Gilbert Arkwright. I had not forgotten the Purple Sapphire, for the romance of its acquisition stuck to it, and students showed it to visitors as the unlucky stone, and invented all kinds of fantastic stories about it. The assistants and even the charwomen hated it. One story went that it glowed at night with an unearthly refulgence. I was foolish enough to go up one winter evening when the lights were turned off to see for myself. I saw nothing, but I confess to having experienced a sensation of, to put it mildly, extreme discomfort. I felt like a child afraid of the dark. Idiotic. One of the charwomen declared that one evening when she was cleaning up, a naked heathen, and what's worse, black, had suddenly looked at her over the top of the case she was dusting, and that she would sooner lose her place than ever enter the mineralogical room again. Idiotic. Well, the card of Sir Gilbert Arkwright preceded the appearance of a charming young man of the regulation British athlete type, in the 30s, I should say. In answer to my look of inquiry, he said easily, "I think you have here a Purple Sapphire, which my uncle was bringing here the day he was killed in a street accident." I was shocked to hear this, and all the circumstances recurred at once to my mind. I murmured some conventional phrases, and the young man replied, "Oh, that's all right. It was a terrible thing, of course, but that was the last of it for us. We were none of us ever allowed to see it, but it was supposed to have been, and was called The Curse of the Cardews, in my father and grandfather's time. I only came to bring you this book, which turned up the other day in going over a lot of my poor old uncle's papers. We thought you might like to have it." He laid on my table a small quarto manuscript notebook of the cheap American cloth-covered type, the first page of which bore, without more, the Nagpur Sapphire, and the date 1885. I was rather thrilled, and having suitably thanked my visitor, he left me. That night I took the book home with me, and after dinner I sat down to read it. There were only a few pages written upon, as is usual with notebooks, but the story they contained was so uncomfortably weird that I offer no apology for transcribing them in full. The original manuscript is in the library of the Mineralogical Department, MM 3B 36. The manuscript of Sir Clement Arkwright. I hope and believe that I have made such arrangements and provisions as shall prevent any of my immediate descendants taking the Purple Sapphire into their custody, possession, or control. But as there exists a widely spread impression in my family that it is a jewel of great value and of exceptional beauty, which is indeed the case, I think that in the future some member of my family may be moved by curiosity or cupidity to claim possession of it. I will therefore write in this book my reasons for not wishing this to happen. One of my earliest recollections is that of Colonel George Cardew and his wife. They lived in a poor little cottage, how poor I was then too young to appreciate, on the outskirts of the village nearest to my father's place in Shropshire. The colonel used to give me pennies, and his wife cake, but the latter gifts were discounted by the fact that she was everlastingly advising my mother to give us castor oil, and periodically insisted upon our being taken to see the dentist. We children resented this interference, if interference it really was, in the placid lives of an otherwise very happy family. The colonel was an invalid, and very lame, the result of a wound received in the Indian Mutiny, which continually gave him trouble. His wife was peevish, continually at war with fate, which held from her the position and wealth of a great lady. In fact, as the saying goes, they had seen better times, and were ill adapted to worse. They had 2 sons, Richard and George, who were the constant playfellows of my elder brothers. I was too young for them. These 2 boys, after they left Haileybury School, cut themselves adrift and set out to make their own way in the world by sheer grit and hard work. Richard became a medical student, and as he was a sharp contrast to the lazy, rowdy class which constituted the medical students in those days, the early 70s, he passed his examinations with distinction, and having no home prospects or capital, joined the Indian Army Medical Service. He was always known as Dr. Dick. George won a cadetship at Sandhurst, and knowing that he had no one but himself to rely upon, worked hard, did well, and was in due course gazetted to an Indian regiment, where he rose to be major and was regarded as a very rising man. He was always known as Major George. Their sterling merits carried everything before them. In due course, Dr. Dick left the Army Medical Service and became a successful physician in Simla. Major George, promoted to colonel, became resident to one of the Indian native Rajas, and was regarded as one of the really notable administrators under the Indian government. Their rare visits home were hailed with delight, not only by their old parents, but by all of us, for they brought home wonderful things from India as presents, and would talk. How they talked. Thrilling accounts of their lives out there, of dangers from rebels, from snakes, from wild beasts, from plagues. We were never tired of listening to them. Then old Colonel Cardew died, and within a year his wife followed him to the grave. Though their later years were much more ameliorated by handsome remittances from their sons, they were never happy. The colonel was a terrible sufferer, and they were really unlucky, in small things as in great. If they saved money and invested it, the investments went wrong. People always said that if they had wanted to cultivate weeds or to encourage rats in their little place, the weeds would have refused to grow or the rats to be encouraged. It was a sorry business when Dr. Dick came home to wind up his parents' affairs, and he returned to India a distressful man. He told us he was afraid to go back, for he felt that his luck was gone. This was quite inexplicable to us, but he was a true prophet, unfortunately. An untoward accident or two in his practice, one fatal one in the treatment of a great Maharaja, dragged him down from his professional eminence. A bank in which his savings were invested, an unlimited concern, failed and carried with it the whole of his savings. And in the end Dr. Dick, who was fortunately a bachelor, was reduced to living in a suburb of London on an allowance made him by Colonel George. After some 10 years of an aimless and unlucky existence, he fell out of a railway train and was killed. There were those who did not hesitate to doubt whether his tragic death was accidental. After his death, fate seemed to turn her malevolent attention to Colonel George. He became unpopular with succeeding viceroys, and lost influence and caste in the service. Finally, not supported as he should have been by his government, he came to loggerheads with his Maharaja. An insurrection in his native state was attributed to his management or mismanagement. He was superseded and sent on a punitive expedition to the borders of Afghanistan. In this affair he failed utterly and unaccountably. The natives, soldiers, and civilians alike seemed to hate him, and of the few faithful Sikhs whom he commanded, only one returned with him. The rest had been killed. His other troops had practically deserted him. It was amazing, for until the death of Dr. Dick he was almost worshipped by the natives, both civil and military. On his return to Madras, he twice escaped assassination by a miracle, and in the end he was retired and came home to live on an inadequate pension with his wife and 2 children. The change, I suppose it was, preyed upon his wife, and she went mad. His daughter died, apparently of what was not then recognized as appendicitis, and his son, having gone utterly to the dogs, fortunately immigrated to New Zealand and was never heard of again. It was then that I came into the story. Colonel George was, as I have indicated, some 6 or 8 years my senior, but this did not count so much when I was 30 and living a rather luxurious bachelor life in London. Colonel George often came to my rooms, and we used to talk over old times, and on occasions to dissipate mildly together. He was always cheerful and seemed quite resigned to the ill luck that pursued him. He said that it did him good to be with me, for my good luck was proverbial. I had health, wealth enough, and a reliance upon my lucky star that never betrayed me. Let me down is, I believe, the modern expression. One day, when I had made a preposterous lucky hit over a horse race, we were celebrating the occasion at dinner at the now extinct St. James restaurant. I said to him cheerfully, "Now why can't you strike a streak of fool's luck like that?" "Well, Clement, my boy, I've a good mind to tell you. I have often thought of telling it to someone." I rather quailed. Was my ideal Colonel George going to confess some shady episode of the unknown past that was dogging his footsteps, embittering the present, and making the future ominous? However, he changed the conversation, and after dinner he asked me to go back with him to his rooms, up near Regent's Park, a wretched place, instead of coming back to mine, and I did. When our pipes were lit, he sat looking at the empty fireplace for a little while, and then got up and went into his bedroom. When he returned, he had in his hand the Purple Sapphire, the most splendid stone I had ever seen. I thought it was an amethyst, but he told me no, it was a purple sapphire. Jewelers sometimes called them Oriental amethysts. Here in the manuscript follows a long description of the stone and of its setting, practically as the professor of mineralogy has given it above. CB. I said to him, "You don't leave this about, do you, in a place like this?" "Yes, it always lies about on my dressing table." "Aren't you afraid of having it stolen?" "No, it has been stolen 3 times. "How did you get it back?" "I didn't get it back. I didn't want to. It came back. It always comes back." "What do you mean? You didn't want to?" "I'd give all I possess, it's not much, to get rid of it. Instead of which I have given all I possess for keeping it. This is the curse of the Cardews." "My dear George," I said, "you are raving." "No, I am not. You asked me at dinner about my bad luck. Well, you hold it in your hand. That stone has ruined my whole family in turn." I protested. "Such things only happen in books." "Listen to me. You know what a distinguished servant of John Company my old father was. He looted that stone off a statue, an idol, if you like, of Vishnu at Nagpur, a stronghold of the mutiny. The whole shrine was razed to the ground by order, not a trace of it left. Next day he got his wound, one of those mysterious wounds that never heal. His never healed. It tortured him to his dying day. A month later he was on his way home, invalided out of the service, they said at home. But do you know what they said at the Secretariat in Calcutta?" "No, what?" "Cashiered for cowardice in face of the enemy." "It was hushed up, first, I hope, on account of his past services, and then on account of the probable effect upon the loyal native troops. On the way home his skull was fractured by a falling block. He was trephined and got over it, but his brain was never really clear again. You know how we lived down there in the little old house? Pretty wretched, wasn't it? But what none of you knew was that my mother loathed the sight of my father. They never saw one another excepting in company. He was weak in the brain, as I said, but his nightmares were awful. I didn't know until afterwards that he was haunted by the phantom of a Hindu yoga." As he paused, I put in uneasily, "Of course, sick men do invent such things." "He didn't invent this one. It was the attendant of the shrine at Nagpur, whom he had cut down himself, and my governor knew that it was after the Purple Sapphire." "Why didn't he get rid of it?" George Cardew smiled. "You have a short memory, Clement," he said. "I told you just now we can't get rid of it. The governor sent it out by post to a man stationed near Nagpur, and told him to restore it to the temple or shrine, and if he couldn't do that, to sell it. It came back with the notification that there was no trace or record of the shrine, and the jewelers in the bazaars refused to buy or even touch it. My father sent it out again to another man, told him to bury it at Nagpur. 6 months later it came back by post. The man had buried it just as he received it with my father's letter. Whoever dug it up got his address from that." "Why didn't he send it out without a letter to an imaginary address?" "He did. It came back through the dead letter office, straight to our village post office, and of course they knew there." "I'd have got rid of it somehow." "Would you? I'd like to see you try." A brilliant idea occurred to me. "Give it to me," I said, "and I'll undertake to get rid of it." "You wait till you've heard the rest of it. When the old man died, and then my mother, it came to Dick. Well, you know what happened to him. I was at the zenith of my career when Dick died." "Good God, Clement, my boy! But I was just on the point of stepping up to goodness knows where. And then I had to take over the Purple Sapphire. On hearing of Dick's death, I spent £8 on a cablegram telling them to put it away, and on no account to send it out to me. I was too late. It had started. The day after he died, before he was buried, they sent it off. It arrived with his watch and chain and his shirt studs. The rest of his chattels only just paid for his funeral and a few small bills. Well, you know what happened to me. I had the bright idea to present it to my Maharaja, who had millions worth of gems. He refused it, and he began to mistrust and hate me from that day. I offered it to the government collection, but they looked upon it as a sort of attempted bribe to cover the mess I was making of things. I can't tell you what plans I made to get rid of it. Scores! But it always came back, and there it is." He paused, and after lighting his pipe again, he smiled and said, "Do you still want to have the damned thing?" "Rather," I said. "You know my luck, it's impregnable." "Don't say that, for heaven's sake. It's an awful thing to say." "But I mean it," I cried. "I defy ill luck. And if I can't get the better of a mere stone—" "Nobody ever will," he interrupted, quite gravely. We argued the matter for some time, and in the end I persuaded him. I took a cab home in the small hours, delighted with my splendid new toy. 2 years passed, during which, personally, I was quite unaffected by any malevolent influence attributable to the Purple Sapphire. But I am bound to confess that there was something about it which passed comprehension and defied investigation. To record an instance or two, I was deeply interested as a hobby in the elucidation of a curious text, half Persian and half Urdu, but this has nothing to do with the story, and a young Hindu scholar was sent to me by the professor of Arabic and Persian in the University of Cosmopoli, with a view to the discussion of some obscure points, and to the augmentation of his income. He was a clerk in an Anglo-Indian house in the city. And he arrived one evening about 8:30. He was called Mr. something Gosa, I remember. I had the books out on my study table, and we had been at them about half an hour, during which I thought Mr. Gosa the most incompetent and absent-minded fraud I'd ever met. At the end of that time he rose and said with a little bow, "You will excuse me, I cannot work. I do not like this house. I go away." I was very much astonished and not a little annoyed, and expressed myself with some succinctness. All he said was, as he made for the door, "I am sorry, very. I did not know. You must excuse. I go." And he went. Shortly after this, my friend the professor of Arabic dined with me, always a delightful occasion for me, for he had been for many years principal of a Mohammedan madrasa in India, and was a delightful talker. As we sat before the fire smoking after dinner, I noticed that he looked all round the room, at intervals, uneasily as it seemed to me. I said, "Are you looking for anything?" "No," he replied. "No, I don't think so. Tell me, though, do you collect Indian curiosities?" "No, I think them as a rule hideous." "You haven't got a Tirthankar in the house, have you? One of those little squatting alabaster idols one sees in the curiosity shops?" "No, I've seen hundreds of them, and I hate them." "You're not far wrong," replied the professor. "They're beastly things." "How?" "Oh, they are uncanny things to have about." And he changed the conversation. 5 minutes afterwards he looked round again, rose suddenly, and, looking into the dark end of the room, he exclaimed, "I thought so! I felt it! Kon hai! Kia mangda!" "Who are you? What do you want?" "For heaven's sake, what's up?" I said. "Haven't you seen that before? A Hindu squatting on his heels, naked except for a loincloth, scrabbling at the carpet, there in the corner." "My dear fellow," I observed, "I know you are not drunk, nor are you mad. What is it?" He did not answer me at once, but, extending his hand in the direction in which he was looking, he called sharply, "Jao!" "Go away." He sat down again with a short laugh, and relit his pipe with a shaky hand. "I don't wonder you are surprised," he said. "I'm sorry for this exhibition, but I've been so long in India. These things get into one's blood, I think. It's very stupid. You are sure you haven't got any temple loot about the place? There's a lot of it about." I thought at once of the Purple Sapphire, and rising, I took it from the drawer of my writing table and put it into his hands. "Good heavens!" he said. "Of course this is it. This is what he is after. It is the pectoral gem of a Hindu god. Where did you get it? And how long have you had it?" I gave him an outline sketch of the history of the Purple Sapphire, which he had put down on the table by his side, and when I had finished, he said, "Of course that explains it, if anything can be said to explain the inexplicable. My advice to you, my earnest advice, is to get rid of this thing as quickly as you can." "Why?" "Because, for goodness sake, never tell anyone of this incident or of this conversation. It will hurt you, smash you sooner or later." We spent the rest of the evening in a most grisly conversation. The professor told me a number of stories in point, and if I had been an imaginative or nervous person, I should have been very much upset. But I'm not, and I wasn't. That was the last time the professor dined with me until afterwards. There were other such incidents, greater or lesser in degree, but I never saw any yoga and suffered no ill effects from being the custodian of the Purple Sapphire, which gradually acquired a romantic and rather fearsome interest among my friends. I pass on to the night when I gave a dinner party, which we shall all of us remember to our dying days. We were 8. B, a rising young author, and a charming young actress, Miss C, of whom he was the temporary enamorite, to quote Burton, of the Anatomy. His sister, married, and G, a man in the Foreign Office, asked on account of one another, Mrs. I will call her Smith, as she comes back into the story later on, under tragic and unforgettable circumstances, and Mrs. A and her husband, recently married after a double divorce. Mrs. A was a queer woman. It might be said that she had not an enemy in the world, but was rather disliked by all her friends. She dabbled in occultism and led her rather sheepish husband reluctantly to seances. She liked to flatter herself that she was a strong medium. She interested me, but I always regarded her as a fraud. A semi-unconscious fraud, perhaps. But we had a jolly good dinner, and afterwards congregated in the library. Mrs. A, as usual, forced the conversation upon the occult. She talked very well, and was always rather thrilling to people who had not heard it all before. B said suddenly, "I say, Arkwright, haven't you got a wonderful jewel or something that evokes spooks and murders people in their sleep?" At once there was a chorus of delighted curiosity, and finally I produced the Purple Sapphire, which sparkled with remarkable vividness that night. At that moment, one of those things that happen to the electric light happened. It is, I believe, when they change the accumulators or the dynamo at the generating station. At any rate, the lights went down to about half their normal candle power. The Purple Sapphire seemed to flame even more brilliantly in the subdued light. "Oh, do give it to me," exclaimed Miss C, and with a view to making light of the whole thing, I tossed it into her lap. She immediately held her hands up and away from it, as if it had been a spider or a mouse, and shrieked to B, who was sitting beside her, "Take it away! Take it away!" B picked it out of her lap and handed it back to me. After this she sat closer to him for the rest of the evening, holding one of his hands in both of hers. "Give it to me," said Mrs. A in her most impressive tone. "I am accustomed to these things." I gave it to her, and she laid it, with the cover flaps open, on her knee. She began to yarn about maleficent talismans, but the evening was spoilt. We were all uneasy. Mrs. Smith alone did not say a word, but sat looking at the Purple Sapphire and at me in turns. Presently the preliminary murmurs of impending departure arose, and then some amazing things happened. Mrs. A leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes. Then she cried out, "Something is coming! Something is here! Everybody except Sir Clement, go out of the room!" They all sprang to their feet and scuttled into the hall. Mrs. A said in a stifled voice, "Oh, God!" and fainted. At that moment the disturbance at the main righted itself, and the electric lights blazed up again. I went to the door and called A. "Your wife has fainted," I said. "Come in." He came in, and with him Mrs. Smith, uninvited. The rest were whispering together in the hall. Mrs. A's eyes were now open, and she said, "It fell upon me! It fell through me!" With one hand she was still holding the Purple Sapphire on her knee. We comforted and reassured her as best we could, but she declared that something had fallen into her lap and disappeared. "It went through me," she said, over and over again. We got her onto her feet, and to prove to her that she was mistaken, we pushed back the low armchair in which she had been sitting. On the floor beneath it lay a small scarlet disk, faintly luminous in the strong light, about 2.5 inches in diameter, on which were figured in black, exactly as on the flat flap of the Purple Sapphire, the sign and letters of the Tau. We all gazed at it, horror-struck. I was the first to pull myself together. I got the tongs from the fireplace, with a confused idea of picking the thing up and flinging it into the fire. But even as we four looked at it, it turned white and clear of markings, and appeared to volatilize. The others came in, and then they went away. As the newspaper report would say, the meeting broke up in confusion. They did not all go away, though. Mrs. Smith remained. I may say at once that round this lady for some time all my thoughts had been concentrated. I shall write of her again. We talked, she and I, long into the night. At 2 a.m. a ring came at the front door, and I opened it. It was B. He said, "What am I going to do with Marie C? She won't go home. We have been driving all over London in a hansom. She's there now outside. She says that she dare not go home to her rooms alone. Damn your infernal stone." I might have remarked that it was he who had insisted on its entry upon the scene. I forbore, however, and in the end Mrs. Smith came out and took Miss C home to her house to sleep with her. B walked home, and I went to bed, I confess rather shaken up. As Mrs. Smith left, she put her hands on my shoulders and looked into my eyes searchingly. The others had gone outside. "Didn't you see the Indian man squatting on the floor behind Mrs. A's chair?" "No, I didn't." "I swear to you he was there. Please don't go back and sit in the library. Promise me." I promised her. Indeed, I do not think anything would have induced me to do so. As I say, I went to bed. I was out to lunch next day, and on my return home I found a letter waiting for me, delivered by P.O. Express. It was from A. In it he wrote, "I feel that I must send you the sequel to last night's extraordinary occurrences. About 3 a.m. my wife woke me and said that something was burning her where the jewel had lain upon her knee. I tried to soothe her to sleep, but she insisted so strongly that we switch on the light and turn down the bedclothes. Sure enough, those letters round a capital T were burnt black upon, and through her nightgown. We cut out the piece, and I enclosed it herewith. And on her leg exactly the same thing, bright red, as if done with a hot iron. We dressed it with Vaseline, but it is there this morning. We will show it to you when you like." To avoid returning to this matter, I may say that Mrs. A wears this brand to this day. She makes no bones about showing it to people, and I need hardly say that her account of my dinner party does not lose in the telling. Her enemies say that she did it herself with a red-hot needle. Her husband says that he always knows when she put on her daintiest lingerie that she is going to tell someone the story of the Purple Sapphire. as far as she knows it. I now reach the dark and terrible part of my record. I have intimated that I was deeply devoted to Mrs. Smith, who was one of the most beautiful, the cleverest, and by virtue of her husband's wealth, one of the most fastidiously luxurious women in London society, which was literally, as the saying goes, at her feet, which were exquisite. We had a vast community of interest, and were as inseparable as a decent regard for conventionality permitted us to be. I do not think I flatter myself when I say that I must have been a relief after her husband. As to that gentleman, I was, and am, no doubt, prejudiced, but he combined in himself the millionaire, the lout, the drunkard, and the fool. I was ultra careful never to compromise Mrs. Smith in any way, for, as I repeatedly warned her, I would not have trusted her husband out of my sight for a moment, and was always prepared for him to lay some dirty trap or other for her. He encouraged our friendship, however, and threw us together continually. Timeo Danaos. It made me, therefore, very uncomfortable and very unhappy when Cecil, at our next meeting after my dinner party, next day in point of fact, implored me to give her the Purple Sapphire. Though I had no fear of the thing for myself, I was frankly horror-struck at the idea of its passing into her possession. She argued with me. How she argued! "You brag about your invariable luck," she said. "Well, look at me. Am I not the luckiest woman in London by common consent, in everything but my marriage? Am I not brave? Then why do you want me to be a coward? I thought you were brave. Then why are you a coward now? You do not believe the thing is bewitched. Then why do you behave like this now? I have never asked you for anything since we first met, have I? And now that I do beg a gift of you, you refuse it. Be very sure, my friend, that I shall never under any circumstances ask you for anything again. No, not if I were starving in the gutter." These words came back to me most bitterly when she was starving in the gutter, and when she did come to me for help. But what was I to do? One is only flesh and blood, after all, and in certain circumstances, ce que femme veut. In the end, I gave her the Purple Sapphire. I will pass as quickly as I can over the miserable history which followed. Men and women of my generation have not forgotten the splendor and decadence of Cecile Smith. In a phrase, everything went wrong with her. Her whole nature changed. She became hard, reckless, unsympathetic. She gambled frenetically and lost vast sums. She got money to pay her debts by every means, fair and foul. She bought fabulous jewels, her transactions with which would have landed her in jail had not her friends accommodated the situation into which she recklessly flung herself. People whispered of lovers of low degree, of orgies, of drink, of drugs, of all the degenerate horrors of a decadent civilization. And meanwhile Smith was on the watch, to jerk the rope when she had rope enough to hang a score of women. This was not the affair of a moment. It took 2 years. All that time, though we seldom met now, for our paths had widely separated, I was continually imploring her to give me back the Purple Sapphire. I believed in it fundamentally at last, but she would not. She clung to it with a superstitious obstinacy. In a letter from St. Petersburg, where she had drifted as a partner in a gambling enterprise, which failed of course, she wrote, "The stone is the last thing I had when I was queen of my race, and I was a queen. It is the only thing I ever asked you for. Nothing shall part me from it. P.S. The yoga is here all right. Thank God he costs nothing for railway fares and hotel expenses." Once in reply to a passionate appeal for money from Madrid, I offered her £1,000 for it. Same result. Time went on. We heard of her occasionally, twice that she was in prison. I was very unhappy about her, worn out indeed, but there was nothing to be done. To distract my thoughts, I went an aimless voyage round the world, on which I met the lady who is now my wife. I returned to England in the spring of 18 —. Passing through Paris, I read to my horror that an unknown woman who had shot herself in a tenement house in La Villette a few weeks before had now been identified as the once beautiful and notorious Mrs. Smith of London, Paris, Rome, St. Petersburg. And where not? It was a ghastly shock, and in spite of the light that was breaking on my own horizon, I returned to London a sad and distracted man. A huge correspondence awaited me that my secretary had been incompetent to deal with in my absence. Among the heap was an official packet. It was from our consul in Paris. The letter said, The enclosed packet, sealed up and addressed to you, was found among the effects of the late Mrs. Smith, who, as you may have heard, died recently in this city in tragic circumstances. Kindly acknowledge, etc., etc. It was the Purple Sapphire. Wrapped round it was a slip of paper on which Cecile had written, "It has downed me. Take it back. I have tried to sell it, but no one will buy it. Even thieves won't have it. Sayonara. Ave atque vale. Cecile." And so it came back. A month later, when I'd settled down, burglars got into my house and carried off property of great value, including the Purple Sapphire. They left me on the floor of my dining room with a bullet in my neck, which all but closed my earthly record. As soon as I was convalescent, that is to say about 6 weeks afterwards, I found that the burglars had been apprehended as a result of another burglary, the last of a long series perpetrated by this particular gang, which had hitherto completely baffled the police. Their mastermind had had a serious accident when on a professional tour, and had been arrested. The rest of the gang fell out among themselves, and partly by treachery and partly by mismanagement, the burglary for which they were awaiting trial, which had been postponed for my evidence, proved to be their last. It was the only beneficent action which can be laid to the score of the Purple Sapphire. After these unhappy men had been sentenced, the solicitor in charge of the defense handed me a small packet. I knew, without asking, what it was. He accompanied the restoration with the words, "My clients instructed me to return this to you. It is the only one of your jewels which they were unable to dispose of. They attribute, you know criminals are notoriously superstitious, solely to it the unfortunate position in which they find themselves today. It was, in fact, their unaccountably rash efforts to get rid of it that gave the police the clue they have been seeking for a year past." And so it came back, and from that moment things began to go wrong all round me. My power to control the Purple Sapphire was gone. My solicitor absconded with a loss to me of several thousands of pounds, which he had in his hands for investment. I also broke a leg and a collarbone riding along a simple country path. I spare you the rest of the catalogue of disasters, major and minor. They were many and varied. I set about the task of getting rid of the Purple Sapphire. I sold it to a second-hand jeweler in Wardour Street who knew me well, but did not the less on that account offer me the value of a common Scotch amethyst of the same size. A week later he brought it back, saying that his wife, who was Scotch, to whom he had given it, would not have it in the house. She had a schooner on it. I pawned it for $2. A month later the pawnbroker failed, and his trustee in the bankruptcy sent it back to me. As the sum for which it had been pledged was obviously inadequate, and he felt it his duty, etc., etc. Finally, I took it to the National Museum of Cosmopoli and offered it as a gift to the keeper of jewels. He turned it over and over, looking at me curiously, as I thought, and then said, "This is a marvelous jewel. We have nothing like it, and you may think it odd, but I don't think we want it." "For heaven's sake, why?" I asked. "You will think it odd, but I am a firm believer in the malevolence of certain stones, which have been the witnesses or causes of tragedies. I am convinced that this is one of them. Why do you want to get rid of it?" There was no help for it. I was too broken in spirit. I told him. He listened very attentively, and when I had finished, with a suggestion that I should smash it up and scatter the fragments, he said, "No, don't do that. As it is, you know it. You can recognize it and can be on your guard. If you smash it, it will come back to you somehow in pieces, recut, that you will not recognize, and you may unconsciously hurt someone. Now do not think that I am mad, though I admit that my colleagues in the museum think I am, to say the least of it, eccentric upon the subject. But you must follow the direction of the old books on magic and witchcraft. There is much more in them than most people think or will admit. You must drop this into a tidal river at the exact moment of dead-high water. It is the only thing you can do, and I warn you that even that may fail." I confess I felt extraordinarily relieved at the suggestion. This surely must be a final. We got out a nautical almanac and calculated the time of dead-high water in the Thames on a particular day, and on that day and at that minute I dropped the Purple Sapphire into the river from the middle of Charing Cross Bridge. All went well with me for about 3 months. The happiness I had seen approaching on my world tour seemed well on its way to realization. My nerves regained their equilibrium. life was once more worth living. Then one day, as I was working in my library, my parlour-maid announced, "A man with a note from Mr. X." This was my jeweller friend in Wardour Street. The note said, "The bearer has a curious jewel for sale which was once in your possession. I do not know how he may have come by it, but I send him to you as you may care either to repurchase the article, of which he does not know the value, or to hand him over to the police." I look up, and the man, a common working navvy, produced from a wrapping of dirty rag, the Purple Sapphire. I was stunned. I sat looking stupidly at the accursed thing, and it seemed to me as if someone else's voice said to the man, "Where did you get this from?" He began a whining rigmarole. It had been in his family from father to son for many generations. They had come down in the world. He had come to London to seek work. Had got it. Good work, highly paid, but he had lost it. Luck had turned against him. One of his children had died. His wife was ill. They were starving. At last, with great reluctance, they had decided to sell the old amethyst. That's what his father had said it was. Worth lots of money. He had taken it to Mr. X, and Mr. X had sent him to me, as I was a gent who gave good money for curios. My interruption startled him. I sprang to my feet and shouted at him, "You liar!" "Come, governor, none of that. Give me back my curio." "Not till I've got the truth out of you. If you try to get away, I give you the policeman outside. Now then, out with it. How did you get this out of the bed of the Thames?" He fell into a chair as if he had been shot, stammering, "Christ, it's witchcraft. That's what it is. Devil's in that. It's just bloody witchcraft." "You see," said I know something. You'd better tell me the rest." It took him several minutes to recover his normal self, and then he told me. It was amazing. The extraordinary network of underground railways, the tubes they came to be called later, was just then beginning to be constructed. One of them passed under the Thames from Charing Cross to Waterloo Station. This man was employed in the caissons under the river mud, pushing forward foot by foot in compressed air chambers, digging out the river bed and passing the debris back to shore. He had caught the glint of this thing in one of the scoops as it came home, and watched his opportunity. He, to use his own words, pinched it and pouched it. "I give you my word, governor," the wretch went on, "I've never had a good hour since. It's the first thing I ever pinched, and it's got back on me. I've tried to sell it. No one will buy it from the likes of me. I've tried to lose it. It's brought back to me. I believe the police is after me on account of it. For God's sake, mister, take it off my hands." My heart went out to the poor devil. "I know the stone," I said. "I lost it. I'll take it back. Here's a $5 for you. Go home and good luck to you. You'll get along better now." His gratitude was pathetic. "I feel better already, governor," he said. "God knows it'll be a lesson to me." And so it came back. I knew now that any effort of mine to get rid of it would be in vain, and I decided that after all it would be better to know where it was than to dispose of it and feel that any day or any hour it might turn up again. So I wrapped it up in the piece of Indian muslin in which George Cardew had given it to me, and put it into its nest of boxes. I have forgotten in writing this to record that shortly after Colonel George made it over to me, he sent me a nest of 7 sandalwood boxes of Indian make, fitting closely inside one another, the smallest and innermost of which exactly held the Purple Sapphire. Whether he or his father or Dr. Dick had them made I never knew, or if I did, I have forgotten. I then wrote a note of instruction to the executors of my will, directing that the Purple Sapphire should not see the light of day until 25 years had elapsed after my death. I little supposed that by that time its powerful evil would have, so to speak, evaporated. But at any rate I could make sure that it should not fall into the hands of my children, if I had any, until they were old enough to have read this manuscript, and to judge for themselves what was the next thing to be done with it. The professor of mineralogy has transcribed this letter of instructions in the early sheets of his record, so it is not necessary to repeat it here. C.B. With a view to enforcing the performance of my wish, I set aside by my will a sum of £10,000, the income of which followed my residuary estate, with a provision that, in the event of the parcel having been opened before the prescribed time, the capital sum was to be transferred at once to one of our larger hospitals. I felt that the governors of that hospital would keep an eye upon the parcel, and see from time to time that it was intact. At the end of the 25 years, the £10,000 is to fall into residue. I wrapped up and sealed the parcel, and took it to my bankers, where I deposited it for safe custody in their vaults. The manager, a charming man and a personal friend of mine, received it in the ordinary way, and I need hardly say that I did not give him any inkling of its contents or of my motives for the deposit. Whether it was a coincidence or otherwise, I cannot tell, but from that moment the affairs of that branch of my bank went wrong in many ways. One of the cashiers absconded with a large sum of money. Loans which the bank had made went wrong. Commercial houses which they had financed failed, and involved them in heavy losses. And of course the manager got the blame, and he was forced into retirement on a small pension, a broken and disappointed man. I had my own uncomfortable ideas on the subject, but it is obvious that I could not go to the head office and say it was all my fault for having deposited in the vaults a parcel containing the Purple Sapphire. They would rightly have assumed that my brain was softening. And there it lies to this day. I am happily married, and I have 2 charming children, a girl and a boy. I sometimes wonder whether it will be he or his son upon whom will devolve the awful responsibility of taking the Purple Sapphire from its resting place. Clement Arkwright, 31st December, 18 _. The manuscript of Sir Clement Arkwright stopped here. He lived for many years after the date which he appended. There follows in the notebook a further entry in another hand, which reads, 1st January, 1920. The 25 years since the death of my brother expired yesterday, and I went to the bank and claimed the parcel, which we found, the manager and I, dusty but intact. I opened it in his presence and read the letter of instructions, but I did not open the sandalwood boxes. I am not superstitious, but somehow well, at any rate, I did not open them. We wrapped up and resealed the parcel and left it again where it had lain for over 40 years. I must record, by way of postscript to my brother's account, a curious and to me very ominous circumstance. During the Great War, the staff of the bank, those of military age, that is to say, had been largely replaced by women, several of whom are still in the employ of the bank. As the manager was seeing me to the door, I said to him, "I suppose you will be gradually getting rid of these young ladies?" "Yes," replied he, "and I shall be very glad when we see the last of them. One can never rely upon their work. Their hearts are not in it, for they know that it is not their life's work, and that they can never rise to the administrative grades in the service. They make the most annoying mistakes, and one has to have their work continually checked by the men. And as a culminating touch, what do you think? There is a mad idea among them that makes them absolutely refuse to go down into the vaults when we want to send for anything. They say the vaults are haunted. 2 of them, we have got rid of them, declared that they have seen an apparition of a naked Indian who grinned and gibbered at them down there. Did you ever hear of such hysterical idiocy? Oh, I shall be glad to get rid of them." I said nothing beyond what might be conventionally expected of me, but I drove home feeling very uncomfortable. Is this horrible thing, after lying quiet for 40 years, going to wake into renewed activity? I suppose I ought to deliver it to my nephew and godson, Sir Gilbert Arkwright. But frankly, I am afraid to do so. Fortunately, he is still abroad, in the army of occupation in Germany. I shall let matters rest as they are until he comes home. Gilbert Arkwright. Following upon this was a further entry in the same hand, which reads as follows. 23rd June, 1920. My nephew Gilbert has returned home, and I have made him read this record in his father's hand. He is a splendid fellow, and he laughs, of course, at the whole thing. At any rate, he said, let us take it out and have a look at it. I begged him not to insist upon anything of the kind, and at last, after many long arguments, which I fear have convinced him that I am suffering from senile decay, he has consented to the plan which I have proposed. This is, that I should take the parcel just as it is to the professor of mineralogy in the University of Cosmopoli and present it to the University Museum. It may be presumed, or at least hoped, that, placed among a large collection, many specimens in which may possibly have histories no less mysterious than that of the Purple Sapphire, its evil powers may be, as it were, diluted, if not dissipated. In any case, I take it to the University tomorrow, and there I sincerely trust that, so far as our family is concerned, the history of the Purple Sapphire is at an end. Gilbert Arkwright. It was very late when I had finished reading through the pages of the black notebook. The handwriting of the main record left much to be desired in places, having evidently been written under the influence of strong emotion. And no wonder. I felt that the writer was compelling himself to a violent effort all the time, omitting much, passing lightly over incidents which it must have been very painful for him to record. I pitied him from the bottom of my heart. Next day I went up into the museum and looked at the Purple Sapphire. There it lay, appropriately labeled, Sapphire Purple Alumina, Corundum, Refraction, 86 degrees 4 minutes, hardness 9, special grade 3.9 to 4.6. A bald description of what is perhaps the most remarkable stone in the collection. There is no reason why any student should ever refer to the little black notebook, but I do sometimes wonder whether anyone, browsing among the shelves of the library, will ever take it down and read these records. And then I wonder many things. End of section 1. Section 2 of the Purple Sapphire and Other Posthumous Papers by Christopher Blayre. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Aallila. There is not, or at any rate there should not be, any romance in nature. You'll observe the italics and the inverted commas, which indicate that I refer to the journal and not to the dame. Nullius in verba is the inexorable motto of the Royal Society of London, which means that you must not state a fact unless you can table or screen the evidence which supports and proves it. It will be difficult, indeed impossible, to observe this rule in recording the story of Aallila, but I will do my best. Among the notes which supply to the curious the scientific news of the week in nature of the, well, perhaps it may better to refer the curious to his file of that admirable journal for the exact date, for I am writing face to face with the gorgeous panorama of the Pyrenees as seen from the Hôtel de France at Pau, and I've only the paragraph cut out with me. It reads, "We regret to announce the death of Professor Aallila Marquand, which took place suddenly in his observatory at Piping Pebworth on the 14th instant. The cause and manner of his death is unknown, the coroner's jury having, as directed, returned an open verdict. It seems probable that Professor Marquand met his death by electrocution, as his body, strangely scarred, was found beside a powerful dynamo which generated the electric current of an arc light in the observatory. It is well known that he was engaged in researches upon the development of phototelephony, and his observatory was fitted with an arc light apparatus of exceptionally high voltage. Then follow biographical details for which the curious may be referred to the columns of Who's Who. I have given anxious thought to the question whether I should record the manner of his death, or allow the open verdict of the coroner's jury to stand as the only and official account of the matter. My own reputation for veracity, for reliability as an observer, for scientific method of record, nay, I may say for sanity itself, is at stake. In any case, this record cannot be published in my lifetime. My position as professor of psychology in the University of Cosmopoli would be seriously compromised. And though, as I believe myself to be, not lacking in physical or moral courage, I should shrink from facing the genial gathering of my colleagues in the tea-room of the Royal Society on Thursday afternoons, and probably feeling that I am relegated to that small coterie of eminent men of science who have flown, and unhappily have published an account of their flights, into the cloudy atmosphere of metaphysical research, experiment, self-delusion, call it what you will. Thus much by way of apologia. But I feel myself compelled to record, to enregister, the most amazing and overwhelming experience of my life. In the reports of the inquest, it will be remembered that it appeared that it was I who gave evidence as to the discovery of Aallila Marquand's body. It was stated in those reports that, entering his observatory at 8 a.m. on the day in question, I've been spending a month with him in Warwickshire, I found his body lying against the dynamo as described. This is not true. I dragged it there. It was the only thing to do. An explanation of some kind had to be forthcoming. I was there when he died. It has been noted in Nature, ut supra, that Marquand was actively engaged in the study of phototelephony. Those who were privileged to be present at the soirée of the Royal Society in 1919 will remember the demonstration given by Dr. A. O. Rankin of this remarkable method of sound transmission. The beam of light that extended above the heads of the assembled guests from the council chamber to the furthest end of the library, the telephones attached to the mirror which caught the beam, and the delicate apparatus of selenium cells which enabled people to hear in the library what Dr. Rankin's assistant spoke into the receiver in the council chamber, and how the speech was interrupted when a sheet of card was interposed, cutting off the beam from the receiving mirror, will be within the memory of all who were present. I remember one exquisitely pretty red-haired girl but however, she has nothing to do with this record. Marquand was explaining, or trying to explain, it to me. I knew he had an installation of his own, and intimate as I was with him, as the result of a friendship that dated from boyhood and had persisted through Eton and Trinity until we found ourselves colleagues on the professorial staff at the University of Cosmopoli. I was vaguely distressed at the nervous absorption with which he discussed the matter. "It is extraordinarily interesting," said I. "Interesting?" he exclaimed in the tone he might have adopted to the Yankee girl who, on seeing the Falls of Niagara for the first time and by moonlight, remarked, "Well, well, ain't that cunning?" "Interesting?" he said. "Good God, it's overwhelming, it's terrible." I looked at him in some disquiet. It had not struck me in that light. His face was ashy, and his lips, like his hands, trembled. I knew he had been overworking. I felt very uneasy. I had been trying to persuade him to go down to his cottage and observatory at Piping Pebworth for a real rest, and he had promised to go as soon as the term was over, on condition that I would go with him. Meanwhile, I succeeded in getting him back early that evening to his rooms, where, over a pipe and a whiskey and soda, he made half-confidences. It seemed to me he was on the verge of a serious breakdown, if not of actual insanity. I felt called upon to remonstrate with him, gently, as one would humor a patient suffering from acute neurasthenia. "Come, Marquand," I said, "what is this all about? You're overstraining the cord. It will snap if you're not careful. A professor of astronomy, a mathematician, should of all people keep a level head. Remember our motto, nullius in verba. If you didn't seem to be in such deadly earnest, I should say you are simply talking tosh." "I am in deadly earnest," he replied quietly. "This is nullius in verba. I know what I'm talking about, and it's too much to know. You think I'm going mad? Well, if I don't talk about it pretty soon to somebody, I shall go mad, and I've made up my mind to talk to you." "Fire ahead." "Not now. I'm too tired, and there's still something more to be done. I'll tell you all about it when we get down there. Meanwhile, think, man. Try to realize what phototelephony means. The carrying power of a beam of light. The illimitable spaces of ether across which beams of light are still reaching us from planets that became extinct thousands of years ago. Think of the lines of light that are connecting us at this moment with other planets. Mars, Jupiter, Venus." "Venus!" he repeated, reaching for his tumbler, and I saw that his hand shook like a contact breaker. "Think of it! Has it never occurred to you that between talking from one end to the other of the Society's rooms and talking from here to, say, Venus is only a question of degree? Why not?" And he looked at me as if challenging me to express an unbelief, as, who should say, "Can I go on? Are you safe? Do you think it is worthwhile to listen?" I was extremely uncomfortable. I hated to leave him, wrought up as he was, but on the other hand, I was afraid to let him go on. Then I decided rapidly. "Anyhow, it is frightfully suggestive, extraordinarily interesting, but it's too big a subject to go into now. I'm off home. See you at lunch tomorrow." And so we parted for that time. Next day, as we smoked in the common room after lunch, there was no trace visible of his agitation of the night before. Indeed, he appeared to be entirely his normal self, that I felt emboldened to revert to Rankin's demonstration. "Oh, yes," he said, "a delightful entertainment for an evening party. I quite envied Rankin's assistant, fitting the receivers over the prettiest possible ears of the prettiest possible people, and listening to their delighted squeals of astonishment. But, you know," and he became graver. "Our friend has hardly touched the fringe of the subject. Wait till you get to piping Pebworth, and see what I can do. I'll astonish you. And by the way, do you remember years ago the talk there was of transmitting designs? Drawings, portraits, by wire? There were pictures of it on the back sheet of the Daily Mail. Well, if by wire, why not wireless? If by wireless, why not light? Think it over. I must get back. I've got a lecture. See you later." And he was gone with a jovial nod and a quaint expression as of one who pulls the leg. Though I saw a good deal of him both in college and out until the end of term, we never referred to the subject again. And when the university closed for the summer vacation, we found ourselves by divers mesna assignments, as the lawyers say, at his adorable little cottage in Warwickshire, where he had his private observatory and did his own work, uninterrupted by the need of imparting such knowledge as might be necessary to enable his students to proceed to a science degree. I am to assume that you, who read this, know all that is necessary to be known about the equipment of a stargazer's observatory. Marquand's observatory was like any other in all essentials. The noticeable feature was an extremely powerful arc light apparatus, to which the current was supplied by a powerful dynamo. This he used for his experiments in phototelephony, and I quickly realized that he had made no idle boast when he said the subject was yet in its infancy. From his observatory he could throw a beam of light some 400 yards into his den at the house, where, caught by the mirror and the selenium cell apparatus, you could carry on a conversation as comfortably as if the conversant had been in the room. He could ring up along his beam before switching in the voice receiver, and by the same means could transmit written words, drawings, and even his own features to the receiving screen. It was positively uncanny to me, who am in no sense a physicist. It was as a psychologist that the state of exaltation in which Marquand lived interested, and I am bound to confess sometimes alarmed me. He showed me many beautiful experiments and results, but at his own research work he would never allow me to be present. He would laugh and say, "You are too inquisitive, my dear fellow. You would fidget about and make me nervous. I should always be afraid of your monkeying with the dynamo or touching a live wire somehow. I don't want to have you on my hands as a horrid little burnt corpse." And so it went on. I was genuinely resting. But whatever may have been the nature of Marquand's holiday researches, he certainly was not. All that I could get out of him was that he was observing certain phenomena connected with the planet Venus. He would come over from the observatory sometimes in a state of almost wild elation, at other times utterly worn out and dejected, but always shrouded in a mantle, as it were, of absorbed introspection. One day, when for 48 hours he had been more abstracted and nervy than usual, he startled me by saying, "You remember my chaff about you and the dynamo? Look here, if anything of that kind were to happen to me, you will know how it happened if any enquiry should be made. But before anything of that kind happens, and people, executors and all that sort of rot, you know, come messing about, take this key off my watch chain. It opens this writing case. Take the case and pack it up in your luggage and take it away. You can read the papers yourself afterwards, but not until I am buried." I was very much shocked and begged him to relax in his work, to accept my help in so far as it might be of any avail, but he only laughed queerly and said, "I am only putting a very unlikely and hypothetical case. I'm all right, but a research worker should always be prepared for the most unlikely eventualities. As for help, my work is purely personal. No one can help." "When shall you publish?" "Never." "Why not?" He thought for a moment, and then he said, "I have gone too far. The world is not yet fit to know what I know. Don't think I am mad. I am not. I am deadly sane. Some day, someone else will happen on the same results, and who knows what may happen then. I won't be responsible. It's too much." By this time he was apparently talking to himself. He had forgotten all about me. By the way, I don't think I have mentioned that Marquand was a bachelor. I had been with him about a fortnight, and every day it had seemed to me that he was becoming more exalted. A stupid word, but I can think of no other. He spent the days, as it were, in a dream. seldom speaking except upon the most conventional subjects. Rather impatient if I referred to our work at the university. "Don't talk shop, for goodness sake, old man. That's our workaday world. This is something different. Another world. Hardly, but perhaps the threshold." I didn't like this. The threshold is one of the Kant terms in the jargon of the spiritualist, the esoteric Buddhist, the Rosicrucian, and it turned me cold. "I say, old fellow," I said, "you know I'm broad-minded, and I don't sneer at poor old A, B, and C who believe in spooks, and commune with those who have passed over. I look upon it as a mental disease exploited by quacks, who are, I understand, generally charwomen when not doing the Prospero Act, just as some physical diseases are exploited by the quacks of a different walk in life. But I do think the result is the same. The incurable is the quarry of the quack. But that you should have any truck with that kind of thing is unthinkable. Threshold of what?" I concluded rather inconsequently. "Oh, don't be afraid. I'm not disturbing the sainted spirit of my Aunt Jemima. When I said threshold, I meant a real threshold, like a flight of steps or plank. Difficult to find a word, but I can't explain, I'm sorry." I thought seriously of writing in confidence to Sir George Amboyne, our Regius Professor of Medicine, to ask him to invite himself down for a day or two to have a look at Marquand. However, I didn't, and I am glad now that I didn't. One night I woke up in his den where I used to read and smoke and wait for him to come over to bed. It was just daybreak, and gadzooks, I was stiff. He hadn't come in, so I risked his displeasure and walked over to the observatory. The east was just reddening, and the plantation was full of the little sounds that animals and birds make when they shake themselves to start the day's work. I could see that the arc light was burning, and I could hear the purring of the dynamo. Thinking he must be asleep, I reached my hand towards the door, and was just about to turn the handle when the light went out, and a wild cry came from beyond it. A word? A name? An exclamation? What? "Aallila!" Drawn out on the first syllable. Aallila. I opened the door. Marquand was standing by his telescope, his arms extended over his head, looking straight at me. He blinked like an owl in daytime, though the struggling dawn made light hardly visible. He looked at me stupidly for a moment, and then looked at the sidereal clock. "Good heavens," he said quite calmly. "I am sorry. It's daylight. I had forgotten the time. And you, and everything else. I don't wonder, either. Have you been to bed? I'm a rotten host. Come and have a bath." And we walked back to the house as if nothing at all had happened. Marquand was in splendid form. We bathed, made coffee, fried bacon and potatoes, and went down to the stream to fish. "You're overdoing it, Marquand," I said after a rather long silence. "Am I?" he replied, laughing, and landing a trout. "Do I look like it? I've had a splendid night. Do I look the worn-out scientist?" He certainly did not. Later in the day we were lazing in 2 chairs on the lawn under a tree. I caught Marquand looking at me in the manner which is described by story writers as whimsical. I fell to an irresistible temptation. "What is Aallila?" I said. "If you only knew," he replied. "Well, you shall. I'm going to tell you." Then he plunged into it. Later I verified every detail of his marvelous story, and was able to fill in a mass of others which he left out or slurred over. "I was observing Venus, conscientiously from full Venus to no Venus, last year. You will find all the notes in the observatory record, all that mattered to the stargazers. I shall communicate them very shortly. The rest is in that writing case, you know the one I mean. One night, at about half Venus, I was lying in the chair, watching and making notes, when on the dark part, near the outer edge, I saw a bright spot. I couldn't make out what it was, of course, but as I watched, it flickered, went out. And look here, don't laugh or say a word, or I shall dry up. It flashed SOS. ... Morse, you know. I assumed that I was dreaming, or that my eyes were tired or playing me a trick. It went out, and then it came again. Then it made a lot of letters, all higgledy-piggledy, but I swear to you that every group was a perfect letter. It went on for over an hour, and as each letter was made, I wrote it down. You know, I was a signaller in the regiment during the war. Then it stopped dead. I tried to make sense of the jumble of letters. Of course, there was nothing in it, but the last two letters were Vic E. ... The signaller, don't laugh, I warn you, knew how to end a message anyhow. The next night, the same performance over again. I had read a lot of what I regarded as tosh about signaling from Mars. It's a hardy perennial, but I was as certain as I am that you are sitting there that Venus was signaling to Earth, and signaling in mad, hysterical Morse at that. I found that night, and verified by references to the transcript of the night before, that before every pause in the flashes came the regulation full stop. Ack, ack, ack. ... Lord, man, can you imagine what I felt? I'll tell you what I did. I trained the mirror of my arc light onto the spot as near as I could make it out, aiming by the telescope, and next night, the moment it began, as usual with the SOS, I flashed it back, cutting the ray with a sheet of tin plate. Venus went out for a minute, and then repeated SOS. Same reply from me. Then came other letters in no kind of sequence, but I repeated each one religiously. When this had gone on for an hour, I took the initiative in a pause and flashed Vic E. Venus understood. She flashed it back, and then ack, ack, ack. That was all that night. I won't weary you with what followed during months, whenever Venus was observable, but you'll find it all there. I took the initiative again, and flashed the whole alphabet from A to Z, and got every letter back, and at last the whole alphabet came back to me in its proper order. Venus was profiting by its lessons. And then came the climax. I can't think why it had not occurred to me before. I switched in the selenium cells and put on the receiver. Instantly I heard a noise, sounds, linguals and labials. Moo, ma, moo, la, lo, la, and vowel sounds. It was at least clear that Venus had a phototelephone in circuit, ready for me in case we had got so far as that on Earth. After listening for a minute or so, I flashed ack, ack, ack. Venus knew that that was a stop, but not the very end. Vic E. I connected the transmitter. I flashed ack and said the letter A. It came back, both flash and sound. So on through the alphabet. After this, I began teaching Venus to spell, like a child with a spelling book. A-B, A-B, B-O, B-O, and so on. And after a time, you understand, I am condensing weeks into words, the conversation, if you can call it one, always began Aallila, and after Vic E. Again, always Aallila. Man, I realized that this was the name of the thing that was signaling. I tell you one thing, and that is that Venus, the thing, was much cleverer than I. It tried to make me understand sounds, but I couldn't make head or tail of one, and meanwhile it was beginning to say English words. And what is more, it had an apparatus which repeated perfectly, and improved upon everything that mine did. For nights I tried to get an impression upon a phototransmission plate, but for at least a week there was no result whatever. Then one night I said Aallila, and tried to transmit the letters, in Morse of course, but in dots and dashes on the plate. I only found out later what happened up there. I say up for the sake of definition, but my plate went mad and got covered with scratches in all directions. Aallila had caught on to the idea and was doing her... I was certain somehow it was her best, and at last one night, after weeks of patient scratching, I got Aallila's face. Lord, man, it was lovely. Just imagine to yourself but what's the good? She is indescribable. Marquand paused and looked away with that strange exalted air that had puzzled me so often. Is? I queried softly. I was afraid of, as he said, drying him up. Yes, is. You see her picture, then? I see her. To say that I was flabbergasted is to use a miserably inadequate expression. What was this all about? Was I talking to a madman? But if it was a delusion, as of course it must be, it was the sanest and most deliberately nurtured delusion that ever man originated. That was all Marquand told me that day. I think his idea was to let me so far into his amazing secret, and to let what he had told me sink in, so as to judge by my manner how I took it, and whether I were worthy of further confidence. But it was evidently a great relief to him to be able to talk at all about it. He often set little traps for me, to see if I would laugh, or doubt, or sneer. But as time went on, and I always listened with a keen interest, which required no simulation, he arrived at telling me the progress of his adventure step by step, and, as I have said, what he left out then I could supply from his journal of the affair afterwards. It would take far too long. It would indeed fill a volume of no mean size, were I to set down here the gradual anastomosis, to borrow a term from the physiologists, of Marquand and Aallila, how they arrived at the meanings of words, and how, out of the chaos of incomprehensible sounds, they arrived at conversation. It is not enough, but it must be taken as enough, to record that Marquand little by little arrived at knowing all about Aallila and about life on the planet Venus, where the physical sciences had reached a development which would stagger the imagination of a Jules Verne produced to the power of N. What is really most important was the stunning fact that Marquand was in love with Aallila, as only a bachelor of his age can be, when he makes his first acquaintance with the grand passion. It will be observed that I have not hitherto touched upon a very important point. You will not unnaturally have been asking yourself how on earth, or rather in Venus, had Aallila learned the Morse alphabet. As soon as I felt that I could safely ask questions without drying him up, I put this to Marquand. "Oh," he replied, "of course I ought to have told you that. She learnt from our fleet signalers during the war." "What?" "It takes some believing, doesn't it? The question of interplanetary signaling has always been a burning one up there. They signal to many other planets already, but they had never picked up Earth, which, by the way, they call Waluma. Aallila, you will not be surprised to hear, is a great astronomical nut up there, and she has been searching Waluma for a sign for years. In August 1914 and onwards, she observed that our seas were constantly starred with intermittent flashes. Of course, their telescopes are to ours what Big Bertha was to a pop gun. And after puzzling over them for months, she found that there was a regular sequence in them, that certain groups of dots and dashes continually recurred, especially ringing up with a series of E's, and that a single E at a short distance always stopped it. She got on to the full stop ack, and the Vic E at the end of a message almost directly, and from this she gradually worked out all our letters, not in their order, of course. One of her first questions when we could talk was to inquire what were TOC and E, T and E, our commonest letters. She had got a lot of common words pat. And, the, it, and so on. What did she make of it? Why, the inference was obvious to her. We were signaling to Venus. Good heavens! What confused her most were the constant and reiterated E's on land. Those were the flashes of the great guns. It made one's brain reel. I seldom had to ask questions after that. And here it becomes very difficult for me to write all about it. I have been so shocked by the death of Marquand, in all that it meant and conveyed to me, the terrible proof, as it would seem, that this amazing adventure was no delusion at all, but drew to its inevitable and tragic end irresistibly, that I cannot think with equanimity of anyone even smiling at details which would readily lend themselves to humorous treatment, but which were in themselves the very essence of the tragedy. In the foremost place there stood the fact that Aallila had, conformably with the customs of her planet, 7 husbands, a multiple fact that did not in any way appear to militate against her full reciprocation of Marquand's passion. Husbands in Venus appear to be of a singularly easygoing disposition to our mundane intelligence, but an exception would appear to occur at intervals, and one of these loomed large in Aallila's cosmogony, in the shape of an infuriated and jealous male. Highly intellectual as Aallila was, and occupying an exalted position in the scientific world of the planet. This husband, Iluha by name, was to Aallila what an ignorant woman, only one of course, would be to a Regius professor in one of our own universities. A woman who sets her own personal gratification and feelings far above the career and the life interests of her husband. And so in her affair with Marquand, Aallila had to be very careful. In certain mundane circles her attitude would probably be described as wily. It was all very well for Aallila to shut herself up in her observatory and communicate with her terrestrial lover. Iluha, who was of course not ignorant of the vast potentiality of astral physics in Venus, was, it appeared, far from easy in his mind as to the scope and extent of Aallila's researches, and, well, as I have said, Aallila had to be very careful. Very frequently the nightly communion would be intercepted by unreasonably uxorious reproaches, not to mention physical interruptions, which scared Aallila intempestively from the photo-telephone. And it seemed from a note of Marquand's that Aallila had in a moment of relaxed vigilance allowed Iluha to catch sight of sundry telephotographs of Marquand. And, to put it perhaps somewhat crudely, Iluha was on the prowl. All might, however, have been well had it not been for the high quality of Aallila's scientific knowledge, attainments, and ambitions. From transmitting very remarkable, and I am bound to say often, highly compromising pictures of herself, she soared to the ambition of, and devoted much research to, the accomplishment of transmitting herself, that is to say, a replica, an astral body of herself, perfect in every essential detail, and of a bodily consistency adequate to all practical purposes. Of the development and ultimate success of this crowning triumph of Aallila's scientific career, I can only gather the broad outlines, for Marquand himself seems to have grown shy of his record in this matter, and the scientific accuracy of his register is marred from this point by a doubtless proper and laudable discretion, which leaves certain details, but not many, to the imagination, and tends therefore to the detriment of scientific knowledge. It must remain enough to say that the but not too ethereal Aallila came to Earth and visited Marquand in his observatory whenever she could get away, whilst her physical body remained on guard, as it were, in her observatory in Venus. And it must be recorded to her credit that she never attempted to conceal from Marquand the paramount, the terrible danger of these astral excursions. Though her physical body remained behind, she brought her intellect to Earth with her, and this it was that in fullness of time brought her and Marquand to grief. For the physical body, temporarily bereft of its directing mind, was not up to controlling the apparatus, and the romance of her interviews with Marquand must have been seriously hampered by the necessity of keeping an eye on the screen and an ear at the photo-telephone. Consequently, these amazing interviews had to be arranged for occasions when Iluha could be counted upon to be absent from home, or at any rate not likely to come bothering after her at the observatory. From what one could gather, the position of husbands in Venus is, setting aside of course their plurality, much the same as that of wives in the so-called civilized portions of the earth, and perhaps vice versa. Marquand was, as I have indicated, reticent as to the details of his interviews with Aallila in conversation with me, and a fortiori recorded in his scientific journal only political, economical, and sometimes ethnological details of life on the planet. In looking over the record, it may be said that the personal equation must have bulked largely in their communion, for lengthy meetings with Aallila frequently furnished but a few lines in either his private or scientific journals. He tried to explain to me, however, the nature of the risks they ran, but the explanation was largely beyond my powers of comprehension. Hertzian waves, potential, amperage, and other technical terms bristled in his exposition, and I gave up trying to become an expert in the matter. I only knew that the physical Aallila left behind had mechanical control of the projection apparatus, and if disturbed or damaged might work irretrievable disaster. It was clear that the interference of any unauthorized or inexperienced person in the observatory might, and probably would, divert the full force of Aallila's generating plant along the communicating beam. Upon what would happen in that event, Marquand did not care to speculate. The physical Aallila, he said, would almost certainly be destroyed, and what would happen here it is difficult to conjecture. I should imagine some form of instantaneous annihilation. Volatilization, I don't know, but we take all necessary and possible precautions. I hazarded a question. Is the replica Aallila of sufficient substance to suffer physical hurt? He thought for a moment, and I am not sure that he did not blush a little. Then he replied, "Oh, yes, there is little doubt about that." "Take another postulate," I said. "Supposing some unauthorized person—" we seldom or never mention Aallila by name, but from motives of delicacy, no doubt— "were to get at the apparatus in her replica absence, and supposing that person found himself, or herself, I hastily added, projected along the ray in some way, what then?" Marquand, I am sorry to say, shrugged his shoulders and laughed. Yes, he positively laughed, and instead of answering, he turned away, chanting under his breath a line of an old plantation song which ran, "The congregation all stand up and sing hallelujah." My stay with Marquand was drawing to its close, but I lingered on, obsessed with a vague feeling of apprehension. Though in no way regarding myself in any degree in the light of a chaperone, I did not think it quite safe or quite proper to leave him alone with Aallila. I hinted at a visit elsewhere, accompanied by him. I would have liked to see him safely back to town, but he would not hear of it. Marquand was lovelorn, and he was very happy. I grew more and more apprehensive, and, I will admit it, more and more curious. I endeavored to convey to him that I would like to be present at one of their interviews, and then it was Marquand's turn to be shocked. I felt at once that I had been guilty of the most indelicate indiscretion. So there was nothing for it but to wait, on the chance of being of some use should an emergency arise. We come, therefore, to the night, or rather the early morning of the 14th. For some days Marquand had been preoccupied, nervy, and I gathered that things were not going as pleasantly as they might. In a word, Aallila was giving trouble, and it became an increasing strain to keep in touch, so to speak, with the observatory in Venus, whilst occupied in the researches and instructive discourse which should, from their point of view, have exclusively occupied their periods of companionship. "It's rather difficult sometimes," he admitted, "to keep the necessary amount of attention fixed upon what is going on up there. For instance, only the other day—" Then he broke off, and I never knew, nor was there any record among his private memoranda, what had disturbed the primrose path of scientific research on this occasion. I was sitting in the den, waiting for Marquand as usual. I never liked to go to bed till he returned, and I knew that Aallila had been safely packed off home, and I had been to sleep, also as usual. Suddenly the beam from the observatory swung into the den, and the gong sounded furiously. I snatched up the receiver, but nothing came excepting confused sounds and a violent crackling like that of a radiogram transmitter. I flung it down and rushed over to the observatory and burst in. It was full of a brilliant violet light, independently of the arc light, and a smell of burning. Marquand was standing as I entered, and whether my overwrought senses deceived me or not I cannot tell now, but it seemed to me that a female form, overwhelmingly comely, I must admit, was kneeling on the floor at his feet, her arms encircling his waist and her head turned towards the complicated mirrors and cells which constituted Marquand's end of the apparatus. Terror was in the beautiful dark face, and she seemed to be trying to shield him, to protect him from something invisible to me. But the whole vision only lasted a second or two. Then a sort of seismic cataclysm took place. All the lights went out, and the observatory was in pitch darkness, save that on the floor appeared a circle about a yard in diameter, not exactly luminous, but scintillating. I fumbled for the lighting switch. I got no light, but I got a shock that I shall remember to my dying day. It made me violently sick. After a delay which seemed to me to be like an age in length, I got at my matches and struck a light, and lit a couple of candles which always stood on the table in case of the current failing at any time. The phototelephone apparatus was wrecked. It looked like the debris of a spring mattress in a marine storekeeper's backyard. The telescope was twisted off its massive base, and was hanging nearly to the floor. There was a rent in the dome beside the observation slit. I was vividly aware of an uncanny silence, and then I saw that the sidereal clock and the heliostat had both stopped. Their sonorous tick would have been such a comfort. I was alone with Marquand. He was lying on the floor where I had seen him standing, quite motionless, and quite normal, save that his lips were drawn back, showing both rows of teeth in a ghastly grin. Recollection of first aid classes came to me. Electric shock, artificial respiration, and so on. I loosened his waistcoat, trousers band, and shirt collar, and began to apply my inadequate knowledge. There was a sickening smell as I gradually got him undressed. Then I knew he was dead. I made a violent effort to retain my presence of mind, my sanity, to think. There would be doctors, an inquest, people prying about viewing the body. Horrible. I felt that at all hazards I must view it first. I undressed Marquand very carefully. The instantaneous blanching of death had made his fair skin look whiter, and he was physically uninjured externally at any rate. But round his waist, where I had seen the arms of Aallila, was a deep brown and blistered band. He had been girt in a zone of fire which had burnt deeply beyond the skin into his body, but his clothes were not even singed. A detail, in the small of his back, was the burnt impress of a small right hand, deepest at the fingertips. All I could think about was, I wonder where her other hand was. I sat and looked at Marquand, I don't know how long, but suddenly, through the rent in the dome, I saw it was dawn. I dressed him carefully. I wonder if you have any idea of how difficult it is to dress a dead body. He was also growing stiff. I made myself think with a mighty effort. How did he die? The newspapers, the obituary notices, the coroner. Of course, the dynamo. I dragged Marquand over to the dynamo, which was apparently wrecked too. I forced up his stiff arm so that the hand rested on the commutator. I took the key off his watch chain. Where I had seen the scintillating circle in the darkness lay a ring of pale gray dust. This struck me, and taking a small ordinary collector's corked tube from Marquand's laboratory bench, I filled it with the dust and put it into my waistcoat pocket. Then I crept back, like a murderer, to the study, found the writing case, and put it in my portmanteau. Then I roused the house. End of Section 2. Section 3 of the Purple Sapphire and Other Posthumous Papers by Christopher Blayre. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Purpura Lapillus. Wilkes. The merchant hardly raised his voice. It was only when a passer-by slackened his pace before the establishment and looked in the direction of the stock-in-trade with an expression of interest, which expression the merchant had learned by long experience to gauge with surprising accuracy, that he ejaculated on a note of interrogation his everlasting monosyllable. Wilkes? The establishment occupied by prescriptive right some 8 feet of the roadway against the curb. It was of semi-nocturnal habit, arriving at its post, known as its pitch, late in the afternoons. At each corner, sooty flames struggled through greasy lamp chimneys to irradiate the stock in trade. A few yards away, a constant procession of omnibuses punctuated the throbbing life of the Edgware Road. The stock in trade piled high against the back of the barrow, a pale yellow heap of shells, diffused a marine aroma which fought for supremacy with the more pungent perfume that spurted continuously from a little pipe projecting from the facade of the sausage and mashed emporium on the landward side of the pavement. The roadway below the barrow was strewn with empty whelk shells, the lately evicted inhabitants of which lay coiled in small circular plates of doubtful cleanliness, disposed along the front of the establishment. 2 pen'worth, Daddy, and fat ones. Ladies for choice, said Albert. Albert was a wag, and also a regular customer. Daddy looked up in nervous greeting. He knew Albert, and prayed to Neptune that he might be in his good mood. Albert's bad mood was recognizable by a tendency to critical sarcasm that had been known to blight trade for half an hour at a time. Pick 'em out where you like, Albert. You're a judge. Thus Daddy, slavishly obsequious. Wilkes. The word formed a full stop to his every utterance. His lips once unsealed by the necessities of commerce, it seemed a pity not to include his trade announcement as a recurrent termination. Wilkes! The professor was returning home, dog-tired after a day of research culminating in a lecture. With the semi-unconscious habit of the systematic zoologist, he murmured to himself as he reached the establishment, "Buckingham undatum." He paused and cast a rapid glance over the heaped-up shells. The whelk barrow, like its aristocratic rival the oyster stall, is often a happy hunting ground for the professor. At both establishments an infinite world of marine life may be found encrusting the shells. Polyzoa, ascidians, annelids, you never know what you might find. He paused. "Wilkes," said Daddy. A new customer, perhaps. A cut above his usual clientele, no doubt. But who knows what strange cravings may suddenly develop even in a toff whose normal tastes would lead him to Whitstable natives and champagne wine. Daddy had once sold a plate of Wilkes to one whom he identified from the picture postcards as a cabinet minister. The merchant kept an anxious eye upon Albert. This patron, the small plate poised upon his left fingertips, was detaining the vinegar which he grasped in his right hand. A lady wanted it, and was on the verge of becoming articulate. Daddy trembled. Albert's small eyes were fixed in what Daddy could not but realize was a baleful glare upon the stock-in-trade. Bad luck. Albert was evidently in his bad mood. Slowly he replaced the plate upon the barrow and handed the vinegar to the lady with the deadly observation, "You be careful what you're eating, marm." A ripple of disquiet visibly ran over the clientele. It was, I believe, Dr. Johnson who observed that the only requisite for the perfect enjoyment of sausages is implicit confidence. It is the same with shellfish. They share with the egg and Caesar's wife the imperative necessity of being above suspicion. "Now then, Albert, what's wrong with you? Overeating yourself at the oysters." Thus Daddy anxiously and with ill-conceived alarm, hoping to carry the war into the enemy's country with a rapid thrust of wit. But Albert was not to be disarmed. He had facts to go upon. The storm broke. What you're giving us? Wilkes? I don't think so. What's this? And this? And this?" With unerring eyes and dirty fingers, he rapidly pricked from the heap 3 smaller univalves, thicker in texture, whiter in color, which he exhibited to the clientele in the palm of his hand. From one of them, as it rolled over, a small stream of yellowish-purple fluid oozed. "Struth!" cried the patron as he dropped the shells among the plates already decked with the red and white blobs which had once inhabited the discarded shells. "They're poisonous, and that's the poison." The stricken business came to a standstill, but the crowd immediately increased in density. Daddy became active and vocal in distress. "They're all right," he said loudly. "They're only dog Wilkes, a smaller size, just as good. But I don't serve 'em, not never. 'Cause why? Not that they're bad, mind you, but because they're small, and I always give my customers good measure. Full portions. You know that, Albert." This despairingly in a last effort to propitiate the foe. "Oh, yes, we all know about that, don't we?" The lady chimed in. "My sister's husband had a niece what ate a wrong Wilk. She had spots. Awful. And she died." The crowd became murmurous. 6 hideous reminiscences sprang to the lips of the bolder cognoscenti. The professor picked up the damning evidence. "Purpura Lapillus," he observed, the habit of a lifetime overmastering appreciation of his audience. "There, the gentleman says they're poisonous, he knows." Thus Albert, springing to greet a heaven-sent witness for the prosecution. "Oh, not at all," said the professor. Then, catching sight of the agony depicted on Daddy's features, he went on. "They are only a smaller whelk, but as the man says, they are not eaten, for the dye in them makes them unattractive." The merchant threw him a glance which was a benediction, and the professor had an inspiration. "I will take these," said he. "Have you any more?" In the manner of nervous conspirators, he and Daddy picked out another 3 from the heap. "I am glad to have them." And with a look of infinite comprehension, he put 6 into Daddy's hand, ostentatiously, and disappeared into the Edgware Road. "He's dotty," said Albert. The crowd was confused by the multitude of testimony and dissolved, divided between admiration of the knowledgeable Albert's heroic defense of the public and sympathy for the mad toff who was doubtless on his way home to commit suicide. Business did not recover that evening. The windy crowd were not allowed to forget that a great and learned toff had convicted Daddy of selling a poisonous winkle called Purple Lapillus as whelks. The office of this propaganda was the establishment of the oyster merchant a little farther down the street. After his solitary meal, the professor returned to his study to put in a few hours' work on his monograph of the British mollusca. He was, as previously recorded, dog-tired. On his blotting pad lay the half-dozen dog whelks which he had put down when he came in. Where they lay, the white paper had absorbed a patch of the fluid which, upon exposure to light, becomes a deep purple stain. The professor looked at it with weary eyes. "Purpura Lapillus," he murmured again, "and this is Tyrian purple." It seemed such an anachronism, the animal that yielded its marvelous color to the dyers of Tyre and Tarsus 1,500 years ago before the Augustan age, to become later the distinguishing mark of the officials and nobility of the Roman Empire, sold on a barrow in a side street, and the subject of a costermonger's quarrel with a 24-carat cat. And then an echo of his early schooling came down the dream vista of time. For no man buyeth their merchandise any more, the merchandise of gold, of purple. And he smiled wanly over the later revelation. And again, the soldiers put on him a purple robe, and said, "Hail, King of the Jews!" A world of thoughts crowded in upon him. The professor stretched himself and stared at the ceiling. Evidently he was in no mood for systematic zoology. His eyes fell upon the purple patch again. He wondered whether it was not exactly the breadth of the purple border of the toga praetexta. As a professor he would have come under the jus toga praetexta habende. He would have been indistinguishable in the forum from the consuls, the praetors, the augurs, the aediles, so far as his apparel went. Perhaps as an augur he would have worn his purple in stripes on the trabea in the dawn of science. And, as the picture became clearer, the scene more actual, the professor rose, drew his toga more closely round him, gathered the flowing end over his left arm, and stepped forth from his house to join the groups converging upon the Colosseum. It was a premiere. He must hurry, for the application for seats from the would-be first-nighters had been overwhelming. Titus had completed the monument which his father, Vespasian, had not lived to see perfected. The widow, Domitilla, and her daughter and namesake would be there. A new denarius had been struck with the Colosseum on its reverse as a souvenir of the occasion for the tourists who had flocked to Rome from all parts of the empire. His seat was in the podium, level with the emperor and the senators. Beyond him, the Vestal Virgins were early comers, and their views upon the fashions prevailing at court and their speculations upon the coming show forced a treble note upon the great chord of sounds that filled the air imprisoned under the velarium. The gratis had been filled to overflowing since the night before, especially the popularia, which reeked to heaven. Strangely enough, the experience was almost a new one to the professor. He had once been taken to a contest at the National Sporting Club, and it had made him feel sick. This and a rat hunt at Oxford constituted the limits of his experience of Circenses. The afternoon wore on. He looked anxiously toward the seats of the Vestal Virgins, when the star Retiarius disemboweled a really most deserving secutor. But no one fainted. Then he pulled himself together, reflecting that the virgins seldom or never faint in the operating theaters of our hospitals. The two spectacles had much in common. The chariot races appealed most vividly to his London-bred senses. Some of the observations and epigrams exchanged between the competitors reached his ears with startling distinctness. A shocked memory of the current vernacular of competing omnibus drivers in the Edgware Road came over him like the echo of a song. At first he did not like to look at the Empress Marcia and her ladies, but when at last a constant repetition and unlimited application of the same word had dulled its primary significance, he looked towards the imperial box. The ladies were much amused. It seemed a terrible thing to the professor that the keepers should have allowed the council of the Zoological Society to sacrifice no less than 4 magnificent African lions, merely to make this opening performance a success. He was on the council himself, and could not remember the matter ever having been brought before them. Clearly the secretary and curator were taken too much upon themselves, but then he reflected suddenly that Africa is much nearer to Rome than to Regent's Park, and that the settlement of strikes among the transport workers was conducted in the imperial city with a hatchet. He felt indeed a certain shamefaced satisfaction when the last lion successfully ate most of a rival professor of zoology before he could be induced, with red-hot irons, to return to his cage beneath the podium. The rival professor owed his unfortunate experience to a rash suggestion that man, including the emperor, was derived from the apes. He so far had forgot himself as to shout, "Bravo, Toro!" Nevertheless, he had a sick headache when he walked home with the professor of applied mathematics in the evening. A dreary dog, this professor. He had lately been allowing himself a relaxation in pure mathematics, and had, after 4 months' assiduous work, proved that there was no possible solution to a problem which he had himself invented. He had talked of nothing else for 4 months, and the mood was still on him. The professor shook him off in the vestibulum of his house. He would have liked to come in and catch a drink. The professor's Falernian was justly celebrated, and go on talking. But the professor was firm. At the ostium he picked up his letters and reached the atrium dog-tired. Still. Seated at his desk, his head fell forward onto his blotting pad from very weariness. A sharply pointed object dented his forehead, and he raised himself again to a sitting position with a start. The 6 dog whelks were still there. Fishermen called them stinkers. It occurred to the professor that, like many phrases in common use among seafaring folk, the name was amply justified. He was clearly in no mood for systematic zoology. He went to bed. End of section 3. Section 4. Of The Purple Sapphire and Other Posthumous Papers by Christopher Blayre. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Thing That Smelt. To the zoologists of 25 years ago, the name of Augustine Black, Austin Black he called himself, was uncomfortably familiar. He was a patient and keen observer of animal life, and his photographs of beasts and birds, made under all kinds of critical conditions, were greatly and justly admired. But there was another and an extraordinary side to the man. He was a semi-professional spiritualist, and reaped a rich harvest, it was said, from that curiously constituted segment of humanity whose vanity leads them to seek for evidence of a personal life after death, who sit with obscurely disreputable mediums in lower middle-class parlors in doubtful neighborhoods, and accept the suggestions of the managers of such seances that the raucous cacklings of uneducated persons through tubes of brown paper are communications from their dear ones, who, in the cant phrase of the profession, have passed over. They even welcome the futile familiarities of John King, whose Arab face glowers over the circle, and incidentally may be bought for a few shillings from any reputable purveyor of conjurers' accessories. Austin Black's success in this branch of industry resulted from the fact that he ran his seances in his studio at Tulse Hill on more highly sophisticated lines. He had an admirable chamber organ, and employed a professional string quartet to play behind impermeable curtains what time materializations took place of high church dignitaries, whose Latin would disgrace a fourth-form schoolboy, and of eminent scientists whose scientific observations were startling in their puerility and ignorance. At the same time, it must be confessed that there were occasions upon which the phenomena exhibited in return for the guineas of his sitters, for his were not the normal 5-shilling entertainments, were, though futile, quite inexplicable to an ordinary observer. And a new patron had to be introduced by a convinced dupe, and the keen scrutiny of Austin Black, and his few well-chosen remarks and questions to the newcomer, made it clear that none but ordinary observers were privileged to get their money's worth. If Black was not satisfied as to gullibility, or suspected a plot to expose the modus operandi, the spirits lay doggo and would not perform. He would explain that there was an inimical influence present, and when the seance was given up, the habitués regarded and treated the stranger in such a manner as to convey to him that they considered that he had not only spoilt their evening, but had meanly swindled them out of the fees for that seance, and that stranger was never introduced again. I frequently met Austin Black at the scientific meetings of the Zoological Society, and in spite of his over-florid courtesy, he was to me as Dr. Fell of pious memory. It was therefore with mixed feelings that I yielded to my friend Mark Shelton's pressing invitation to assist at one of Black's seances in company with him and his friend George Carver. "No doubt he does help out his seances with tricks," explained Mark, "but things do happen there that I cannot explain in any way whatever. I do wish you would come, once at least." "What sort of things?" I asked. "Oh, little things, generally of no importance, which have little or nothing to do with the show. But at least twice there have been a sort of snarling in the room, and when this happens, Black stops the seance, says the controls are getting angry or out of hand. And then when the lights go up, he is a sight to see. Horrible. He seems to have worked himself up to such a pitch that he is white and sweating with terror. He bundles us all out as quickly as he can." I confess that this interested me. Shelton was an extraordinarily prosaic and clear-minded man, an idle man about town with ample means, and a beautiful apartment in the Albany. He did not believe in spiritualism as such, but confessed that the manifestations interested and, on occasion, thrilled him. He never missed a good conjuring show at a variety theater, and admitted that he loved to be taken in, and to see tricks and phenomena that passed his comprehension. Well, I went. Black had small, piercing, dark eyes and a little waxed mustache, and I found him a very different person from the obsequious Black I had avoided becoming accustomed to. He put me through a short but highly efficient cross-examination as to my experience of seances, and my object in assisting at this one, but I managed to convey an impression of imbecility, and to place in his hands my guilty secret that, in spite of my position as professor of zoology in the University of Cosmopoli, I was a dabbler in metaphysics, and prepared to admit the existence of superphysical forces which I did not understand, but viewed with respect. The solidity of my introduction, however, it was, that secured my admission to the circle, but Black was obviously on his guard, and nothing called for astonishment or remark in the performance, unless it was a materialization of Pope Innocent III, who welcomed and blessed us in a mixture of elementary school Latin and atrocious modern Italian. A cardinal was in attendance upon him who wore a long beard. I commented foolishly upon this, and Black quickly explained that he was a Franciscan cardinal, which entirely satisfied the circle, but put our ecclesiastical visitors to flight. "What did you think of it?" asked Shelton as we walked down to the main road. "I didn't think of it," I replied. "But I can't help thinking of Black. Poor chap." "Why poor chap?" "Don't you see how it has got a hold of him? He is clearly a charlatan, but he is afraid of himself. Have you never seen a child who is afraid of the dark experimenting with mock bravery? Going into a dark cupboard of which he controls the door handle, he is not really in the dark. Black's tricks are the dark cupboard of which he holds the door handle. I'll bet you he doesn't hold seances by himself." "I wonder," replied Shelton. He was curiously silent all the way back to town. A few weeks later I noticed casually in the Daily Telegraph the announcement of the death of Augustine Black, F.S.Z., at his house on Tulse Hill. It was about 3 weeks or a month after this that Mark Shelton rang me up on the telephone. The telephone was not then the universal blessing or curse that it is now, and installations were few and far between, a sort of scientific toy for the chosen few, and I could have counted on my fingers the friends who had them in their houses. Shelton's voice sounded grave and subdued in answer to my cheery greeting. "I want you to dine with me tonight," he said. "Can't possibly. I am dining out." "Oh, but you must," he answered. "I want you particularly. It's most important." "But I tell you I can't. Who else is coming?" "No one. I want you, and you must come. Put your other party off. Tell them it's a matter of life and death." "But, I say—" "Don't say anything," he interrupted. "I'm telling you the truth. I've got something to tell you which must be told here. And it is a matter of life and death. If you don't come, I shall not be alive in the morning." By this time his voice was quivering, and I realized that something very serious was the matter, so I answered curtly, "Oh, all right, I'll come, but don't talk bosh and buck up. What have you been doing with yourself?" "Nothing. I haven't left my rooms for 3 weeks." "All right," I replied. "I'll come and dig you out." I got to the Albany at 7:30, and was let in by his man, the imperturbable Bates. "How is Mr. Shelton?" I asked him casually as I put down my hat and coat. "I don't know, sir," replied Bates. "I can't make him out. Seems to be brooding all the time. Never goes out and doesn't eat anything to speak of." I went into Shelton's sitting room, which was stiflingly hot. Though it was a fine May day, he had a large fire, and all the curtains were closely drawn. Mark was sitting before the fire in his day clothes doing nothing. "Good heavens," I said. "What an atmosphere. No wonder you're nervy. Got any windows open?" "No, and don't open them. I've a reason. Is the air very beastly?" "Not beastly," I said, "but intolerably hot." "Not foul and stuffy?" "No." "Don't you notice a queer smell?" "No. What sort of smell?" "Well, He hesitated a moment and then said, "Like the small cat house at the zoo." "Not in the least," I replied. "Whatever is the matter with you?" "I don't know. I want you to tell me." I looked at him critically. Was he the sane and athletic Shelton going mad? The phrase olfactory delusions came into my mind. "Tell me all you can about it," I said. "Presently," he replied. "After dinner." So with that, for the moment, I had to be content. We went in to dinner. As usual, it was exquisite. Shelton could and did afford a perfect cook, and on this occasion she had surpassed herself. Shelton tasted everything and sent his plate away practically untouched. At every dish he said, "Pah, beastly. Don't you notice a filthy taste in this?" "No, it's excellent. What kind of taste?" "Well," and again the hesitation, "like the small cat house at the zoo." It seemed to be a mania. I told him he should consult X, the great nose and ear specialist. He only shook his head wearily. After dinner he consented to have a window open and to let the fire die down. He told me he had got up a frowst so that I should get it in all its force, but he accepted doubtfully my assurance that the air was perfectly clean. He brought me a volume of Japanese engravings he wanted me to see, and as he leaned over me, he said, "Don't you mind my leaning over you?" And he looked searchingly into my eyes. "Not in the least. Why on earth should I?" "Good God, man, don't you notice that I stink?" "Not at all. What do you imagine you stink of? The small cat house again?" "Yes, that's it. It's ghastly. I can never get away from it." "Tell me," I said quietly, "when and how did this begin?" And he told me a most amazing and horrible story. "You remember Austin Black, the spiritualist zoologist?" "Yes, we took you, Carver and I, to one of his seances. You may have seen that he is dead. Carver and I were there when he died. There was no inquest, for his domestic GP certified the ever-ready heart disease of long standing. There was a seance, only 4 of us, and Black and his medium. Black was awfully strung up that night. He told us the conditions could not be more favorable. It wasn't a show night, and there was no music and no tricks. But queer, uncomfortable things happened. A spreading light over the table, and a leg of my chair suddenly snapped off. We turned up the lights. It seemed to have been bitten through. I wanted to stop, but Black, though he looked ghastly, wouldn't hear of it. He said, "I want to see this thing through. I want to down it." And we started the seance again. Almost immediately I heard that snarling I told you about, and Black, who was on my right, got up in the dark and left the table. We heard a sort of scuffling and then a choking noise in the corner of the room. We switched on the light and saw Black lying on his back by the wall, his tongue out and blue in the face, struggling violently with nothing. We rushed up at him and tried to pick him up. There was something that we could not see between us and him, pinning him down. We could feel it, though. It was soft and pulpy, with a surface not furry, but like a mouse or a mole, and huge. And it stank like the small cat house at the zoo. We could not free him of it, and we saw him die, choked before our eyes, whilst we clawed at that soft, pulpy nothing. We could not move it. When he was quite still, the thing got up of its own accord. Carver and I were crouched close together, and the thing forced its way between us, and so away. How it stank! It seemed to leave a greasy smear of smell all over us. We called his wife, a queer woman. She did not seem badly shocked or to care much. Carver said afterwards that she seemed to him to be intensely relieved at something. All she said was, "I expected this. It has happened before." She evidently did not realize that he was dead. "Please go away at once. I will send for his doctor. He is close by." We went. The other 2, strangers, and the medium, had bolted directly we turned up the lights. As Carver and I walked down the hill, he said, it's awful, how it stank, and I can't get rid of the stink." No more could I. Carver and I parted at Vauxhall. I never saw him again. I inquired a day or 2 later and heard he was ill. A week later I heard he had a stroke and was in a private madhouse. I had baths, Turkish baths. I changed my clothes 6 times a day. I always smelt of that thing. I do still. I can't bear it. I shall go mad like Carver. Everything I touch smells of it. Everything I try to eat tastes of it. I've tried to get over it, and I can't. That's why at last I sent for you and closed up everything and lit a fire to give you the fullest chance. Now I know that I can't do anything. It's in me and part of me. I shall never be free of it. That thing is here with me. It's prowling round all the time, but only I can smell it. God, help me. To say that I was horrified is to use a miserably inadequate term. But before I left Mark Shelton that night, I had arranged with him to go in 3 days to Norway fishing. We settled everything, when to start, where to go, and what to take. I left him, still rather dazed, but much easier in my mind. That night, at about 1 a.m., Mark Shelton blew out his brains. End of section 4. Section 5 of the Purple Sapphire and Other Posthumous Papers by Christopher Blayre. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Blue Cockroach. Dora was responsible. The Dora who punctuated her name after the manner of the plural of mouse as affected by civil engineers. D-O-R-A. Primarily responsible, that is to say, for this is a story of one of the very few instances of that ersatz which devastated Germany during the late unpleasantness, but of which our more favored nation suffered but few aggressions. From another point of view, perhaps, the responsibility lies with Itha and Armorel. They are the imperious nieces of the professor of applied chemistry in the University of Cosmopoli. Itha was 12 at the time, and Armorel 8. But having no wife to rule him with a rod of iron, the professor had, by the dire progression of a process for which he was unable to account, gradually become as a slave beneath their ferule, and in the most meager days of Dora's sumptuary regulations, Itha and Armorel had demanded bananas. Well, bananas were at that moment as snakes in Iceland, apparently, and many a rebuff did the professor endure from proud young porters at stores whence of old he had been accustomed to supply his niece's demands. Of course, the professor ought to have been married. So ought Pamela, but the youth of the professor had been spent not only in consuming the midnight oil and other illuminants, but in abstract researches into their nature, composition, and adaptations. He was an acknowledged authority on coal tar products, inverted sugars, and their derivatives, commercial and prophylactic. Pamela had waited, and she had waited too long. By the time the professor had become a member of the Council of the Chemical and a fellow of the Royal Societies, he was a confirmed bachelor, and Pamela had reached the age which used to be labeled in their series of photographs of celebrities female by the Strand magazine as present day. They corresponded at long and met at longer intervals, when Pamela, growing fragrant with the fire of forgotten suns like a winter pear, came up from Wiltshire in a spirit of revolt against the limitations of the provincial milliner. In the meager days above reference to, Pamela was in town, and the professor, rather grudging the expenditure of time involved, had bidden her to lunch with him at the Imperial. A visit to Kingsway in search of chemical glass had the result that his way back to the Imperial lay through Covent Garden Market. At that time a dreary vista of empty windows and derelict packing cases, where erstwhile the fruits of distant lands had been wont to overflow in polychromatic luxuriance. But in one of the windows lay a small bunch, a hand, they called it, of homesick and weary bananas, and the professor remembered the grey reproachful eyes of Itha and Armorel, who could never believe that he could possibly fail them if he really made an effort. He went in. An adolescent representative of an ancient race, who had escaped conscription, received him with scarcely inquisitive apathy. "Are those the only bananas you have?" asked the professor. "And all we are likely to," replied the merchant elliptically. "I am in trouble," said the professor. "I have a little niece who is eagerly desirous of bananas, and she is very delicate." He added as a mendacious afterthought, blushing as he thought of Itha in a dilapidated scout uniform perched in the highest branches of a tree or careering along the sands bareback on a repatriated army remount. "Do you think you could help me?" The adolescent Oriental looked him over with a scrutiny which became, in the end, sympathetic. Perhaps he had a niece or something and understood. "Bill?" A subterranean noise, as though the dirty floor were in labor, and from a square hole in the planks at their feet half a human being emerged. This was evidently part of Bill, a sinister figure, midway between Phil Squad and Quilp. A vision of strabismus and a fustian cap. "Could you find this gentleman a hand or two of bananas out of that case, you know?" Disappearance of the upper half of Bill, a sound of rending timbers, and presently his reappearance with 2 hands, beautiful golden bananas, and the nether portion of his person. "Beauties," remarked Bill. "Come yesterday." "How much?" inquired the professor. When he recovered, he saw himself mentally a poorer, but a better man. The merchant was delivering a lecture upon the economics of war, and the iniquities of Dora. And as he turned the hand over, that its excellence might act as an anesthetic to the operation of extraction, there ran out upon the counter the Blue Cockroach. Unconsciously the professor, like the poet in the den of the scarabee, recoiled, but no scarabee was there to murmur without emotion, "Blata!" But Bill was there. "Ah," said he, "I've seen him before. Queer things we get sometimes in the cases. Lizards, snakes, and what not. Once I found a monkey. Jolly little beggar, he was all right. Lived on the fruit. We used to take them to the live beast place at the end. Shut up now." "Don't you ever get bitten or stung?" "No, we're careful. This fellow's harmless." It was a most lovely beast. In shape and size identical with the cockroaches which stray among one's brushes on board ship, and architecturally indistinguishable from the larger members of the kitchen family, the Blue Cockroach was clad in a pure pale azure, as if a cunning artificer in enamels had fashioned it, and had given to its surface a texture of the finest smooth velvet. Its long antennae waved inquiringly back and forth, its tiny eyes sparkled black with crimson points, and then it began to run. The professor caught it in his hand as it toppled from the edge of the counter. It bit him. A curious, sickening little puncture like the nip of an earwig. A sensation of heat, and then of cold, that ran all over him. And Bill and the merchant grew nebulous, and waved about. The professor had never fainted in his life, but he said to himself, "This is how they must feel." In a moment it was all over. He had shaken off the insect, and, true to the scientific instinct, he took out of his pocket one of the corked tubes he had just acquired, and drove the Blue Cockroach into it. "One of the fellows at the museum may like to have it," he said. The merchant shrugged his shoulders. A boot heel, not a corked tube, seemed to him to be the appropriate climax to the odyssey of the Blue Cockroach. For some inexplicable reason, however, he reduced the price he had quoted from the limits of chimera to within the bounds of extravagance, and the professor went upon his way, the bananas in his hand and the Blue Cockroach in his pocket. A tiny point on his right palm showed where the insect had attacked him, but beyond that the incident was closed. As he proceeded along Coventry Street, the professor became aware of a great calm, an undefined happiness. He had regarded his appointment with Pamela more in the light of a kindly duty than as an occasion for pleasurable anticipation. But now he suddenly found himself looking forward to their meeting with a keen sense of curiosity and satisfaction. It was too long since they met last. He felt sure she would have come to town sooner had he expressed a wish in that direction in his letters. What a handsome creature she had been when he was a student. What a shame it was that she had never married. The professor found himself quietly wondering why, if, whether. "I am 54, said he to himself, but he smiled frowningly, or frowned smilingly. "She's a wonderful woman," was his first thought as she rose to greet him from the big chair in the vestibule. Indeed, Pamela seemed much younger than he remembered her to have looked a year ago. She seemed to radiate that impression of delicate strength and ultra-feminine self-reliance which constitutes the undefinable charm of many middle-aged spinsters. Their lunch was delightful. Pamela seemed as though she were starting fresh. The professor seemed to have shed his professorial armor and to have become once more a human being. He entertained her with descriptions of his war activities, no longer as of yore skimming over the subject, but letting her into the secret chamber of his ambitions, his aspirations, his work. When a man of the professor's intellectual eminence exerts himself to charm, the charm is dangerously subtle. An element of flattery pervades the exercise, which is, or should be, irresistible. Pamela did not resist. She had never been called upon to resist, and was not going to begin now. 30 years fell away as time wasted in sleep. It is not a disagreeable admission. Indeed, there is a curious emotional joy predominant when two people who should have been lovers find themselves saying to their hearts, "What fools we have been." By the time that the arrival of coffee and cigarettes had cleared away the last barriers which had erected themselves upon their voyage of rediscovery, the professor was virtually identifying Pamela with his life work. "It is not all explosives and bacteriology," he confided to her. "I have been at work upon substitutes for sugar, and I have found one which will be a godsend to the people who properly detest saccharin. I have brought here a little tube of my finished article. It has all the sweetening properties of the finest cane sugar. Will you try it?" Of course she would. If it had been a dangerous poison, she would have gladly offered herself as a martyr to science. His science. "You need not be afraid of it. It is not only a wonderful sweetener, it is also a powerful prophylactic. It acts like an atoxyl that would kill with extraordinary rapidity any pathogenic organisms in the system. I look forward to trying it as a remedy for sleeping sickness, yellow fever, any of the tropical diseases carried by insects which inject death-dealing bacteria, trypanosomes, into our blood by their bites. My dear," she quivered, "I believe I hold here one of the greatest discoveries that has ever been made in prophylactic medicine." They sweetened their coffee, each with a tiny pellucid crystal. "It is just like real sugar," she said dreamily, "not harsh like saccharin. My dear," his eyes grew narrower, "I do believe you are right. I am so proud of you." She ended with a little contented sigh which was half a laugh, and looked round the restaurant, which was by this time gradually becoming empty, and wondered whether anyone else there looked out upon their worlds with so supreme a sensation of satisfaction and fulfillment as she. What fools they had been. The professor also finished his coffee and leaned back in his chair, looking round the room with a sudden sensation of discomfort. He had just thought again of the blue cockroach. The reason he had thought of it was that he had suddenly experienced, as it were, a return of the sensation which came over him at the moment it bit him. It was, however, only momentary, though, casually glancing at his hand, it seemed as if the little puncture were more visible than it had been. And then a remarkable thing happened. He turned again to Pamela, and saw her with new, or rather with old, eyes. He found her eyes fastened upon him with a mingled expression of apprehension and curiosity, and as he returned her gaze, she blushed vividly. He felt strangely uncomfortable, and without any conscious volition on his part, he found himself going rapidly over in his mind their conversation of the previous hour. It was surely waste of time to orate for an hour to this dull but worthy person upon a subject which could have no interest for her, and of which she could not possibly understand a single word. He was dissatisfied with himself, and naturally blamed her vaguely for his dissatisfaction and discomfort. "Well," he said, "it has been very pleasant seeing you again, Pamela. We must not let it be so long again. Before—" His stereotyped phrases lost themselves in embarrassed silence. He asked for the bill. It seemed to him rather excessive. However, just for once. Pamela had not ceased looking at him. She was puzzled. It seemed to her as if a newly opened door had been quietly but relentlessly shut in her face. The professor certainly had aged a good deal since she saw him last. She had not noticed it before. An uncomfortable sensation crept over her that she had been expansive beyond warrantable limits with this grave gray man, and she felt a little hot under an impression that she had allowed the conversation to stray beyond what was quite seemly and decorous at her age. She was rather relieved that he seemed in a hurry to get away. She had all an intelligent woman's horror of an anticlimax. An hour later she was in the train. At that moment the professor laid down his pen in his study and looked before him out of the window. The same thought struck both of them simultaneously. What fools we were. Now whether there be truth or no in that which the native priests do aver, I know not, nor may I make more curious enquiry, but if it be indeed the fact that the sting of divers of their flies do engender passions as of love, hate, and the like, then the matter is curious and worthy of enquiry. But such as I did make enquiry of did postpone me with shrewd cunning and avoiding answer. Nor would they be come at to speak further upon it, at that or any other time. Footnote. The true account of the travels into distant lands of the learned Dr. Frenzelius Bott, wherein many curious customs and wisdom of the inhabitants are truly set down. Leyden, 1614, page 117. End footnote. End of section 5. Section 6 of The Purple Sapphire and Other Posthumous Papers by Christopher Blayre. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Demon. And so on. "Bless the telephone," said the Regius Professor of Medicine. I make use of a conventional euphuism. It was not a blessing that the Regius Professor invoked in favor of the National Telephone Company, the mention of which dates the events which I am about to relate. It was before a paternal government had assumed that control which enabled it to provide the last straw which gave the hump to that patient animal, the British public. Yes, hello? Sir George Amboyne was in the middle of writing an important paragraph in an important paper, and he felt as if someone had suddenly thrust a marling spike between the spokes of the flywheel of his mind, and had brought the machinery of thought to a crashing and dislocating stop. It was a law, both written and unwritten, that he was not to be rung up by his friends during the working hours of the morning. He was prepared to be nasty. "Is that you, Reggie?" A guttural laugh rattled the microphone. "What do you want?" asked the professor, with that lapse from grammar which is universal in the circumstances. A contralto voice replied, "I want Sir George Amboyne, Bart, F.R.S., etc. Don't you know me, Reggie? It's me, Cynthia." Again the grammar of telephonic speech. A wave of disgust and disquiet surged over the professor. Reggie. There was only one person in the world, the most unexpected person in the world, who had, on the last occasion on which he had seen her, suggested that this would be a humorous and affectionate name for him, an echo or contraction of his title, Regius Professor of Medicine. It had made him shudder with disgust, the more so as the authoress of this solecism had been for long years his most dainty, refined, and delicate friend, Cynthia Carlyon. He had hoped that the manner in which he had received the suggestion had made the occasion unique, a joke never to be repeated. "I am George Amboyne," he replied, with as much severity as one can assume over the telephone wire. "That's all right, Reggie, dear. I know you don't like it, but you've got to put up with it." "I don't like it, Cynthia. What do you want? I'm very much occupied." "I know you are. That's why I thought it would be fun to ring you up." Again the guttural laugh. It seemed a pity that the laughter could not see his face as he heard it. "Will you please tell me what you want?" "I'm feeling dissipated and devilish. I want you to come and play with me. You might take me out to lunch." "I am sorry, but it is quite impossible." "Oh, damn." Please, Cynthia, don't. It's horrible. If you want to see me particularly, I will come to you after 4. "No good today, old chap. I've got a brand new Johnny coming to tea, and I want him all to myself." He went back to his desk and sat down, but he could not go on with his work. He sat staring out of the window. It was horrible. That this vulgar, slangy creature could possibly be Cynthia absolutely stunned his senses. The most dainty, the most delicate, the flower-like. He gave it up, and leaning his forehead upon his hands, he groaned aloud. Some years, less than a decade before the date of this unpleasant incident, Cynthia Carlyon occupied the position of Queen of a Cult. She stood out in the literary, the artistic, and the scientific society of Cosmopoli, as it were, an object of reverent and affectionate worship. She was beautiful in the manner of a Titian Madonna, a reddish-gold woman of infinite grace and perfect taste. A poetess, an essayist, a musician, a painter, she met the men of literature, science, and art on their own ground. As a bachelor girl, to use a phrase which was invented, I think, long afterwards, of independent means, she had a real salon, where one met everybody worth meeting from an intellectual point of view. She was popularly supposed to have refused to marry every man who had ever come under the spell of her curious crooked smile. It was the probationary stage through which he who would join her charmed and charming circle had to pass. This formality satisfactorily accomplished, and the period of convalescence, or quarantine, safely negotiated, you settled down into your place in her studio. No one ever resumed the quest of Cynthia. He merely adopted the cult. And then, to the horror of all of us, she came back from Florence one fatal spring day, married to Max Carlyon. Carlyon was a blackguard. He was an adventurer of the subtle type, not the flamboyant. He had tried that, and it had proved amiss. He also drank, and, as Herodotus would put it, this is all that we shall say about Max Carlyon, except that he curdled the coterie, and Cynthia's salon was reduced to the faithful few who put up with him when he was present, rejoiced when he was absent, and melted away when he came home drunk. Among these, Sir George Amboyne, who was appointed to the Regius Professorship of Medicine in the University of Cosmopoli about 2 years later, was one of the most faithful. In the events which followed, he was also the last. But this is to anticipate. About 2 years after her disastrous marriage, Cynthia faded. Indeed, she obviously became very ill. Her condition became so alarming that Amboyne insisted that he should merge the friend and the surgeon, and he, with a no less eminent colleague, after a careful and heartbreaking examination, pronounced upon Cynthia Carlyon sentence of death, humanly speaking. She underwent a terrible operation and took up her abode in a charming nursing home a little way outside the town, and so we waited for the end. But whether by reason of some hidden force of vitality or of her determination not to give up, the end did not come. A year passed, and the deathbed of Cynthia became an institution. Indeed, it may be said to have become a social function. Her friends rallied round her, and each of them had his or her appointed hour, when they met round the bed, where she lay like a bright and cheerful Madonna, told her the news, brought her their books and pictures, played to her, she had a baby grand in her room, and by degrees a new and highly selective salon gathered again by her bedside. During the second year of this strange existence, the disease woke up again. Since that time, the scourge of cancer has surrendered to the besieging forces of science, and now we know what to do to eradicate it. But in those days, the cure, persistently sought, had eluded the vigilance of its untiring pursuers. I walked away from her bedside one day with George Amboyne through the as yet undesecrated lanes of Bromley, and I asked him, "Is this the end?" "Humanly speaking," he replied, "yes, unless a miracle were to happen. And miracles do not happen in the clinics of cancer." "Well, how long will she live?" "Perhaps a month, possibly longer, but I hope not." 2 days after this, I was astonished to receive a note from the matron of the nursing home, couched in the following terms: "Sir, I am instructed by Mrs. Carlyon's medical attendant to request you to discontinue your visits until further notice. He hopes that in a week or 2 you will be able to resume them." Mrs. Carlyon's medical attendant. George Amboyne. What the... I jumped into a hansom cab and was at Amboyne's house in less than a quarter of an hour. I found him at breakfast. I had not breakfasted. "What is the meaning of this?" I said, putting the matron's letter before him. "What it says," he replied. "But you—" "I am no longer Mrs. Carlyon's medical attendant." "For heaven's sake, explain," said I. "Carlyon called upon me yesterday morning." "Was he sober?" "Partially. He asked me what hope I had of his wife's life. I told him none. He said, 'Then you will not be surprised if I call in another opinion.' I said, 'Not at all. I shall be happy to meet any other medical man that you may call in.' He smiled his beastly, unctuous smile and said, 'I don't think you will be troubled.' And so he left me." "Well, what next?" Amboyne handed me a letter which had been lying open by his plate. It read, "Dear Dr. Amboyne, Mr. Carlyon's visit to you will have prepared you to hear that at his request I have taken over the treatment of his wife. I shall be happy to meet you on the case if you can time your visit to coincide with mine. Yours faithfully, Erasmus Quayle." Huh? Erasmus Quayle is a quack. He advertises in provincial and clerical papers, "Cancer cured by an infallible treatment. Payment by results. No cure, no charge." Good God! And are you going to meet him? On a first impulse, no, of course not. And yet, Cynthia, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say. He'll kill her. No, that is predestined. But this man, he is an honorary MD of some Middle West American institute which sells degrees, keeps his patients alive for a bit by some preparation of his own, sometimes for months. He announces a cure, gets paid, enormously, and then clears out. The patient then dies. What's to be done? I don't know. Excuse me, there's the telephone. In a few minutes he returned, very pale and obviously very much distressed. Well, that settles it, he said quietly. Carline is on the telephone. He says that Dr. Quayle thinks it unnecessary to trouble me, and that his wife would rather I did not call until I hear from her. There's only one gleam of light in the murk, I said. I hear that the matron exercises her authority and does not let Carline see his wife when he is too drunk. Yes, that's something, replied Amboyne. 2 years passed by. 3 weeks after the conversation I have recorded with George, now Sir George Amboyne, I, in common with the others of her intimates, received a letter from Cynthia asking me to come and see her. I went, of course, at once. Frankly, I was amazed. "Come in, dear man," she called out as I opened the door. "Come in. What do you think of me? I am cured." I cannot describe what I felt. The room seemed to spin round me. All I could say was, "Thank God, dear Cynthia." "And Dr. Quayle," replied she rather wistfully. "I know I must not say too much about him to you people. Fortunately, he refuses to meet any of my friends, but look at the result." I could only murmur commonplaces. The foundations of my belief in medical science were being shaken. But there it was. Cynthia seemed to be quite her old self. Amboyne came in whilst I was there. It was not a very comfortable meeting. Indeed, we were both relieved when Cynthia told us that for a few weeks she must cut her interview shorter than she would like. And we left her. We went into the matron's sanctum, and after the ordinary greetings, Amboyne said to her, "This is remarkable, matron. What does it all mean?" "I don't know," she replied with an air of visible distress. "It passes everyone's comprehension. This Mr. Quayle." "Yes," said Amboyne encouragingly. "Can you tell me?" "No," she replied. "It's all mysterious. He cooks things in a little pot behind the screen. He brings the materials and takes them away again. We merely give his medicines as he directs. It is most extraordinary and unsatisfactory." And with that we left her. Amboyne was silent all the way back to town, like the parrot of folklore. And then the 2 years went by. Cynthia received her friends as before Carline, kept in the background, but I gathered indirectly from the matron that at intervals he made scenes about money. Cynthia spoke of moving to a less expensive room. I remembered grimly the legend in gold on some of the fancy mugs at Schwalbach. "Man arger dein Frau nicht, das Keur kostet viel Geld." At the end of 2 years I went one day to the home for my bi-weekly visit and met Amboyne in the hall. "You can't go in," he said. "Cynthia is dying." "Dying?" "Yes. Quayle has given up the case, made all he can, I suppose. Says she grew overconfident and disobeyed orders. I was sent for this morning. She is quite unconscious. She will not regain consciousness. It is the end." We came away. Outside, Carline, speechlessly drunk, was being led firmly away by a policeman. But Cynthia did not die. I called next morning, and the matron told me that after being dead, as they all supposed, for 2 hours, her eyelids suddenly flickered and she regained consciousness. In the morning she seemed much stronger and asked for food. "You had better not see her," said the good woman. "She is very fretful and uneasy, so unlike herself, quite disagreeable. I am very worried over it all. I rang up Mr. Quayle, and he refused to come. So this morning I sent for Sir George Amboyne. He seemed very shocked." For several weeks there was no fresh development in this astonishing case. I had a note from Cynthia, merely saying, "Don't come till I let you know. I'm growing stronger every day." I saw Amboyne. He could give me no news, beyond that she seemed to gain strength every day, according to the report of the nurses. He had not seen her since the first day. He had received the same note as I had. He hesitated a moment, and then said, "I am afraid that you will experience, and so shall I, a shock when we see her again. From what the matron tells me, she is woefully changed, for the worse. They say she is a trying patient, and they will be glad to get rid of her." "Get rid of her?" "Yes, she talks of leaving the home in about a fortnight." "Leaving the home?" He shrugged his shoulders. "Yes, that's it. All we can do is wait." We waited 3 weeks, and then on the morning of an unforgettable day I received a letter from Cynthia, dated from a second-rate hotel in the Southwest District, asking me to call upon her. She told me not to call till the afternoon, as I am going on a jamboree to a music hall tonight, and don't get up very early anyhow. I've been here 10 days, but didn't tell any of you good, serious old fogies. I wanted to have a fling around before I encounter your solemn mugs and high-flown ideas, and have to become serious and respectable again after all these wasted years. I took the note round to Harley Street, and thence to the University, where Amboyne was lecturing, and I waited for him. I showed him the note, and for all reply he took another from his pocket and handed it to me. It said, "Here I am, you see, in spite of your determination to kill me. What price infallibility for the mortuary stakes? But come along and see your little Cynthia, and make up for a lot of lost time. You have become no end of a swell since I took ill, as the servants say. Regius Professor, I bow. But what a mouthful! I think I shall call you Reggie in future." I handed it back and looked at him speechless. "Isn't it horrible?" he said in a low tone. "What do you make of it?" "Let us go and see," I replied. We went that afternoon, and were shown into a tawdry sitting room which smelt of dust and patchouli. Cynthia was lolling on a green rep sofa, smoking a cigarette. Carline was sitting by her side and got up sheepishly as we entered. "Well, so long, old girl," he said huskily. "I'll leave you with your intellectual friends." He gave a short laugh as he turned to us and said, "You'll find the old girl a bit different to what she was, and a jolly good thing, too. She's woken up fine." We sat down, and for a moment we simply could not utter a sound. Was this Cynthia? Yes, it was the same willowy figure, the brown eyes, the fine long hands and feet. But her hair, in place of her red-gold aureole, was a short, thick crop of black, curly stubble. The expression in her eyes was that of an animal gathering itself together to spring. She was the first to break the silence. "Good Lord, how glum you both look. You look as if you had never seen me before. Have a cigarette, or a drink, or both, and let's be jolly." "Are you sure," said Amboyne, "that you are not overtaxing your strength? I should hardly—" "Oh, for heaven's sake, don't preach at me, Reggie." "I beg your pardon." "Yes, Reggie. Don't you think it's rather nice for a Regius Professor? Much nicer than George. A dull, solemn name, but don't be dull and solemn with me. I've kicked free, and I'm going to have a good time. Be jolly or stop away. If you are going to look at me like that, I prefer Max. He's a sportsman." The interview was a short one. To this day, I don't know how we got through it. She was dreadful. When we got up to go, she did not try to detain us, nor did she ask when we would come again. We got into the street somehow. I found that I could hardly speak above a whisper, but I said, "What is it?" "I don't know, but I think it is a demon." "Amboyne, pull yourself together." "Do it yourself. You are shaking all over. It's difficult, but—" And he stopped dead and looked straight at me. "Didn't you see it, lurking behind the eyes that used to be Cynthia's, watching us to see whether we recognized it?" "Yes, I did, but I was glad the Regius Professor of Medicine had mentioned it first." And this brings us to the morning with which I opened this record, when Cynthia Carline rang up the Regius Professor for fun. He got through the routine of the day, consultations, a lecture at the university, a committee at the Royal Society, and arrived home exhausted with work which had been made painful and difficult by a suppressed emotion of horror. He was just sitting down to the simulacrum of dinner when the telephone rang again. A woman's voice in a flutter of excitement. "Is that Dr. Reginald Burgoyne?" "Amboyne is my name, Sir George Amboyne." "Beg pardon, I didn't know whether to say George or Reginald. You are the doctor?" "Yes." "Please come at once to the hotel. A lady, Mrs. Carline, is calling out for you, something awful." "What has happened?" "I don't know, sir. I'm the manageress. The lady had a gent to tea, and when he had gone, I heard a screech and went in to her. She was in a fit, seemingly, screaming something awful. I got to her bed and called in the doctor. She keeps calling for you, he says. I thought he said the name of Burgoyne. She called out Reggie and George. Will you come, sir? Please do. The doctor says so." "At once," replied Amboyne. In the tawdry sitting room, he met a harassed-looking young practitioner, obviously paralyzed at finding himself face to face with the world-renowned Regius Professor. Epilepsy, I suppose, sir, with submission, but I don't know. I never saw anything like it before. And her language, it is frightful, like sometimes in puerperal fever. Will you see her?" They went in. Cynthia, the old placid Cynthia, save for the short black hair, was lying in bed as the woman of the house had left her. The old tender, half-humorous eyes were open, and as Amboyne leaned over her, she said softly, "It was good of you to come, George. Don't let them take me away again." "Of course not, dear. I'll look after you." "Can you, do you think? I have been in hell." But as she spoke, the demon flashed into her eyes, and she sprang to a sitting position with a wild cry like an animal in pain. The Regius Professor put his arm round her, and she clawed at his face, but only for a moment. Then she sank in his arm, and he laid her gently back upon the bed. That was all. End of section 6. Section 7. Of the Purple Sapphire and Other Posthumous Papers, by Christopher Blayre. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Book. I happened to be in our registrar's room one day, and quite unconsciously I produced an effect. I had some letters in my hand, and when I had finished with Blayre, I referred casually to one of them. I said, "Do you know anything of a man called Max Carlyon?" He sprang to his feet and almost shouted, "Do I? What do you know about him? Ask Amboyne. Where is he?" To this singular confused address I had no direct answer to make. What I said was, "I don't know anything about him. Preserve your capillary decoration against the time when age shall commit indiscretions regarding your bumps. There is a letter from him. He appears to have dropped very unexpectedly into a baronetcy and some books. Whatever may be his views about the baronetcy, it is clear that he does not care a hang about the books. He wants to sell them so as to repair his house, which would appear to be moldy. That's all. Now, you tell me about him." The registrar had seated himself, and looked rather ashamed of his demonstration. He said rather warily, "Oh, nothing in particular, but what a small place the world is. Amboyne and I came across Max Carlyon years ago, under very painful and unpleasant circumstances. Fancy him a baronet. I thought he must have died of alcoholic poisoning by now. I hope he hasn't got any children." "Sir," said I, "you interest and excite me. Shall I ask him to call? You might gather up the threads of what appears to have been a very pleasant acquaintance." "Don't play the fool. It isn't a matter to laugh about. What are you going to do about it?" "Well, I shall put the matter before the council, and then, I hope, I shall go and see the books. He says there are hundreds of volumes of early medicine and science, especially occult science. It sounds like a very interesting lot. Whatever you do, don't have him here. I couldn't stand the sight of him." Thus the registrar, uneasily. To pass over the preliminary and intermediate stages, I went in due course to Clough Ive, in the north of Ireland, where I met the new baronet. I have never learned what were his relations with our registrar and the Regius Professor of Medicine, but I agreed with every word they had not said. He was an appalling beast. Fortunately for me, after the days of my arrival, I saw no more of him. The house was empty, save for the books, and was in rack and ruin. Sir Max Carlyon left next morning for an unknown destination, and I put up at the village inn, which was unpretentious and comfortable. Still more fortunately for me, I found that the pastor of the parish was an old college friend, Fergus MacDermot, of whom I had lost sight for years. I spent my evenings with him, and he told me, in sections, the amazing story which I am going to write down. The library, which was kept partially clean by an old Irishman and his wife who lived in the lodge, was a bookman's paradise. The books were wonderful. I found the Edition Principe of all the rarest works of 16th and 17th century science and medicine. But what made my inspection lengthy and tedious was the remarkable fact that, Though they were all in contemporary bindings, they were all lettered on the backs as theological works, lives of the saints, commentaries, biblical exegesis, and the like, and every volume had to be taken down and examined separately. It puzzled me extremely until I heard the story from MacDermot. I asked him if he knew anything about the beast. "Divil a word," he replied. "I don't want to, but his great-uncle married my great-aunt. You know." Of course I didn't. "My father and grandfather were parsons here, before me. That's how it is I'm here." Mac did not appear to be much impressed by the advantages of his hereditary cure of souls, but he had a friendly parish, an efficient stable, and an excellent cellar. "You know," said he, of course I didn't, "this man is an unexpected arrival from heaven knows where. He wasn't on speaking terms with any of the family. That's why he has only got the place strictly entailed. The Carline title seems never to pass directly from father to son. It spurts about like a firework cracker. You never know whom it will hit next. By the way, you ought to spend the night in that library." "Not for the wealth of the Indies." "Don't interrupt. In that library on the 13th of August. You'd see the family ghost, and, with luck, might have your brains bashed out." "Thanks, no. But tell me about it." And he told me. The following is the gist of it, extracted from Mac under the influence of much tobacco and the generous wine of the country. I seldom had to interrupt him, excepting for the verification of genealogical details, which in his discourse had a tendency to become confused. Way back in the early 19th century, the then Sir Willoughby Carline died without male heirs, and it was ascertained that his brother, Carleton, had died in Rio de Janeiro years before, leaving a son, Errol, who was a briefless barrister in London, and than whom no one was more surprised at his unexpected accession to the title and estate. His father had never addressed speech or letter to his elder brother since. As a lad, he had betaken himself to Brazil. But even if he had remained in England, it is probable that the surviving Carline would have been equally isolated from the rest of his family. This condition of affairs requires some explanation, and the explanation is as follows. When His Majesty King James I instituted the perpetuity of knighthood, by conferring the new title of baronet upon such gentlemen as were willing to aid him in his Irish reforms, one of the first to assume the dignity of the new order was Mr. Carline of Clough-Ivey. The Carlines of Clough-Ivey were said to be the oldest, proudest, and wealthiest of the Catholic families in the north of Ireland. That they were old and proud and wealthy, there is no doubt, but whether they were entitled to the superlative is a question upon which Milesian genealogists have been divided. Anyhow, the Carlines who succeeded one another had one fetish which was embodied in the emblazonment of the family escutcheon, to wit, on a field argent a crucifix proper, supported dexter and sinister by a hand gules bearing a sword, with the motto, "To the faith faithful." From this it may be gathered that the Carlines were Catholic to the backbone, and every tradition of the family was in some way connected with, or the outcome of, their devotion to the Church. Two of the Carlines had been cardinals, and the family tree positively bristled with priors, monsignors, and bishops of the Holy See. More than once the family had been threatened with extinction by the celibacy of these holy men, and had the baronetcy been conferred upon Mr. Carline of Clough-Ivey in fee-tail, it would have become extinct in the third generation. As it was, the succession was unhampered, and fell from generation to generation upon the nearest living male heir of the late baronet. It was thus that one morning Errol Carline woke in his chambers in Lincoln's Inn to find himself entitled to the Red Hand of Ulster upon his armorial bearings, and what was of more importance to a briefless barrister, to the house and estate of Clough-Ivey. It was a complete surprise to him, for, from the day he was born in Rio de Janeiro, he had never held any communication with, and had never seen, his uncle, Sir Willoughby, and for this, to them, all sufficient reason. His father, whilst a lad at Oxford, had fallen in love with a Protestant maiden, the daughter of the dean of his college, and had announced to his brother his intention of marrying the lady. The elder brother had promptly, with the traditional bigotry of the Carlyons, informed his younger brother that, should he disgrace the family by union with the heretic woman, he would be disowned on the spot by all other members of the family. And moreover, he was warned that the lady would never be recognized by them or by the church as his wife. Deeply wounded and boiling with fury, young Carlyon formally cut himself adrift from his brother, who in turn ruled a crimson line through his name on the pedigree that was preserved at Clowevey. Married to his sweet heretic, and in due course father of a baby boy, the image of his mother, it is hardly surprising that Carlyon embraced the Protestant faith, and young Errol was duly baptized a Protestant, in defiance of a last strenuous effort on the part of his uncle and sundry ecclesiastical collaterals to save his young soul from inevitable hellfire. The breach had been complete, and Errol Carlyon had grown to a man's estate, and had been called to the bar, conscious indeed of the fact that he was the nephew of Sir Willoughby Carlyon of Clowevey, but beyond that knowing nothing of his family, save in the remembrance of his mother, who had died when he was a child, and of his father, who had followed her some 10 years later to the grave. One warm spring afternoon, therefore, in the year of grace 18 blank, Sir Errol Carlyon arrived a stranger, and in the eyes of his tenantry, a heretic, at Clowevey, the first avowed Protestant Carlyon who had trodden the ancestral halls. I say the first avowed Protestant, for there dwelt in the memory of Sir Errol a story that had been told him, years ago, by his father, of a great-granduncle Spencer, who had been regarded by the family as having heretical tendencies, and as having in some mysterious way come to a bad end in consequence. So far as he could gather, the details of the story were as follows. Sir Spencer Carlyon had been a student. He lived at Clowevey a solitary life, unbroken by any companionships, save that of his chaplain-confessor, a young priest, distantly connected with the family and noted in the Roman Catholic Church, despite his youth, for his exemplary piety and fanatic austerity. It was not without an object that His Eminence Cardinal Willoughby Carlyon, principal of the Benedictine confraternity at Monte Cassino, had appointed Monsignor Whiston to the chaplaincy of Clowevey. Rumors had reached him in Rome to the effect that the devotion of Sir Spencer Carlyon to the interests of his church left much to be desired, and he hoped that the propinquity and example of Monsignor Whiston would effectually check the tendency that, according to rumor, Sir Spencer betrayed to dabble in the occult sciences, medieval magic, and other studies forbidden to her children by the Church of Rome. It was even whispered that he had leanings towards the doctrines of Luther and Calvin. Accordingly, the young priest had been installed at Clowevey as the custodian of Sir Spencer's orthodoxy, and 2 years later the winter sun shone in upon a ghastly scene in the library. The first servant to enter in the morning was greeted by the spectacle of his master sitting in his accustomed chair, his head lying on the table before him, his brains beaten out. A window behind him was wide open. The shrubs outside were torn and trampled. Beneath the casement a blood-bespattered paperweight was found, which had evidently been the instrument of Sir Spencer's murder. And from that day Monsignor Whiston had never been seen or heard of. Sir Spencer having died a bachelor, the baronetcy descended to his younger brother Carleton, who consequently relinquished his purpose of entering the church. Of all his ancestors, the heretic Sir Spencer was the one whose history interested most deeply the young Sir Errol on his accession to the title. That his great-granduncle had been murdered in a fit of fanatic frenzy by his chaplain he never for one moment doubted. He deeply regretted that he had never been able to discover, indirectly or otherwise, the nature of the studies that had been brought to a close by his ancestor's death. That he had been engrossed in study at the moment of his murder there seemed no doubt, but whatever had been the books or papers that had cumbered the desk at which the corpse was found, either they had been taken away with him by the murderer, or had been destroyed. The library consisted almost entirely of theological works, and no folio, quarto, octavo, duodecimo, or pamphlet on the shelves seemed in any way to savor of the forbidden studies which had led to his ancestors' destruction. Often, late at night, whilst Sir Errol sat in the same chair at the same desk, immersed in his literary work, he would lean back, lost in thought on this subject, his eyes fastened upon the darkness before him, which his single working lamp was powerless to pierce. It was on one of these occasions, a few months after his arrival at Clau-Eve, that he was made the victim of a terrifying and wholly inexplicable incident. Quite suddenly, without the slightest shadow of warning, he was seized with a sensation of deathly sickness and apprehension. He was overwhelmed with a conviction that something stood behind his chair, but, paralyzed with terror, he seemed unable to move. At last, by a strong effort of will, he turned in his chair, and, as he did so, it seemed to him that he caught a momentary glimpse of a tall figure, robed in the black cassock of a Benedictine monk, standing behind his chair. The face of the apparition was deathly white. The eyes, like flaming jet, stood out against its pallor. The right arm was raised above its head in a menacing gesture. That was all he could catch as the figure faded into the shadows of the heavily curtained window behind his desk. To put it mildly, he was severely shaken up, and turning back to the desk, he became aware of a spot of pale light in a far corner of the library. As he watched it, fascinated, and frankly terrified, it moved and appeared to wander up and down the bookcases and along the shelves. He pulled himself together with a violent effort and advanced towards the wandering light. He reached it. There, within a few feet of him, suspended in the air and sharply outlined against the surrounding gloom, was the spectre of a human hand, bearing a taper. The taper was alight, but the whole hand and the taper seemed to be of themselves luminous as they wandered from shelf to shelf, as when one searches for a volume in the dark. His brain reeled. It was dawn when he found himself awaking from unconsciousness in one of the deep chairs of the library, and crept away to bed. Sir Errol Carline was 28, sound in mind and limb, and of exemplary habits of life. The idea of his being frightened by a ghost was preposterous to his daylight senses, yet the impression of the preceding night had been too startlingly vivid for him to pass it by without a further thought. Naturally his mind reverted to the fate of the heretic Sir Spencer, and on the following afternoon he sought the chapel of Clau-Eve, and found the tablet commemorative of Sir Spencer's death. It read simply, "Sacred to the memory of Spencer Willoughby Carline, 7th Baronet, who departed this life on the 13th August, 1787, R.I.P." He started as he read. It was now the 14th August. The preceding night had been the anniversary of his great-granduncle's murder. That night, and on many nights after, he watched in the library for the reappearance of the apparition and of the searching hand. In vain. No supernatural happening disturbed his work, and as days formed weeks and weeks grew into months, the incident became blurred amid later impressions. More completely was it obliterated by the fact that Sir Errol was on the eve of taking to himself a wife, the daughter of the Protestant rector of the neighboring village. "My grandaunt," commented Mac as he paused to refill his pipe and eke his glass. "That was the foundation of the Protestant succession at Clau-Eve." After a moment or two, Mac went on. They were married on the 15th of August that year. On the 13th, Carline was sitting, reading in the library, not thinking at all about the ghost, as you may suppose, when suddenly he felt creeping over him the same sensation that had terrified him a year ago. The date flashed into his mind, and in an instant the whole thing came back to him, and he sprang from his chair, turning as he did so. There, as in the year gone by, stood the apparition, the spectral form of a Romish priest, whose coal-black eyes seemed to burn into his own. Mastering himself with a supreme effort, he sprang forward as the spectre raised his arm. Then he saw that the hand held one of the square leaden paperweights that our forefathers were accustomed to use. As he sprang into the space occupied by the apparition, a sensation of icy coldness and faintness gripped his whole body. In another second he had recovered from the shock, and he was alone. Quickly he turned towards the point where he had seen the hand on the former occasion. There it was, wandering from shelf to shelf. He came close and watched it as it roamed over the bookcases. The books that became visible in turn as the luminosity of the severed hand reached them were all of the most orthodox kind. Carlyle noted some of the titles lettered on the backs. There were the Rationale Divinorum Officiorum of Guillielmus Durandus, printed at Venice in 1559, Ducange's Glossarium, the complete works of the Abbé Fleury, in the edition of 1739, the life of the arch-Romanist Julien de la Rovere, Pope Julius I, who paved the way for Leo X, the Amsterdam 1755 edition of the Testament of Richelieu. All these details he noted as the ghostly taper passed the volumes, and then suddenly, even as he looked, a great folio edition of the Commentaries of Origen disappeared before his eyes. As the volume vanished, the hand holding the taper also disappeared, and Sir Errol, bathed in cold perspiration, was left in absolute darkness in the corner of the library. He had watched too long to be content to abandon his investigation there. He returned to his former place, and, bringing his chair and the lamp into the corner, he deposited the latter upon a stool, and seated himself to watch the empty space in the shelf whence the origin had been rapped by an unseen hand. For an hour he kept his eyes fastened upon the gap, and then, hypnotized by the fixity of his gaze and worn out by the reaction of his nerves, he fell fast asleep. When he awoke it was broad day. The lamp had gone out, and the origin was back in its place. With a stifled exclamation he drew it from the shelves and carried it to the table. There he opened it. It was origin only as to its outer cover. Enclosed in the binding that might once have contained the early Christian commentary was the Perea Naturalia of Albertus Magnus, the cornerstone of medieval magic. This must have been the work in which Sir Spencer Carlyle had been engrossed, when the blow, treacherously delivered from behind, had hurried his unshriven soul into the presence of his Maker. Feverishly he turned its leaves to find whether any papers or notes were concealed within. About halfway through, 2 leaves were stuck together. Cautiously he began to separate them. They adhered to one another with a clotted, sticky brown substance, now dried and hardened by the lapse of time. Sir Errol started back. This had been the page at which his ancestors' studies had been brought to a termination. His brains and blood served the purpose of a ghastly bookmarker to identify the place. Shuddering, the master of Clowavay restored the volume, the silent witness of Sir Spencer's murder, to its place in the dark corner of the library, and stood there wrapped in thought. "Well," concluded Mac, "he married my great-aunt the following day, and my father says she wondered for years why he seemed so grave and grey on that important occasion. But he never told her of his vigil in the library. Until the day of her death, she never knew why. At nightfall on the 13th of August in every year, the library was locked up by her husband, who kept the key himself until he reopened it on the morning of the 14th. We bought the books. I did not think it essential to point out in my report that the majority of them would require to have the backs re-lettered. There was an awful row over the expense of this. Note: reading over this record after the lapse of many years, I think it proper to add here that Sir Max Carlyle died some years after the sale of the library at Clowavay, childless, and as there appeared to be no living representative of the family, the property in a shameful condition of decay escheated to the Crown. C.B. End of section 7. Section 8 of the Purple Sapphire and Other Posthumous Papers by Christopher Blayre. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Cosmic Dust. Many years ago, Mr. Kipling related a remarkable incident in the lives of certain journalists who had what is known in the newspaper world as a scoop. They were present at the capture of a sea serpent, and having written an account of the capture, each according to his lights and personal idiosyncrasies, they agreed that the story was too overwhelming for publication, and by common consent suppressed their narrations and wrote nothing at all. I have found myself in the same position, but I am impelled, after a considerable lapse of time, to set down the following account of the matter. It may be that the time will arrive when what I have to say may be rescued from the scattered archives of dead records and brought to life as an anticipation, like Roger Bacon's and Leonardo da Vinci's adumbration and invention of the aeroplane. There are those still living and at work who will remember the account given by the professor of psychology, not the present occupant of the chair, but his predecessor Chalmers, of the death of Aallila Marquand, and of his commerce with Aallila, which account may see the light contemporaneously with that upon which I am now embarking. It will be remembered that he recorded, without laying any particular stress upon the matter, that on the spot where he caught his momentary glimpse of Aallila, there was a circle of scintillating dust, a small quantity of which he collected and preserved in a tube, which he carried away in his pocket. The scientific instinct which led him to preserve this specimen was the cause of his death, a horrible death. A short time after the incidents which he related, much in the spirit of the present record, he found himself to be suffering from a painful blister on the right breast. As it refused to yield to ordinary treatment, and enlarging, became deeper and more malignant, in point of fact a rodent ulcer, he confided the trouble to his friend, the Regius Professor of Medicine. The Regius Professor took a very grave view of the matter. "Are you sure," said he, "that you have not been exposed to the direct action of radium?" "Not that I am aware of," replied the patient. "Why?" "Because if I know anything about it, this took its origin in a radium burn." My late colleague knew enough to realize the gravity of this pronouncement. "Then this flaky, corn-like granulation of the sore and of the skin round it, you think may be—" and he hesitated. "Yes, I am afraid so," replied the professor of medicine. The early history of the discovery of radium is punctuated with the names of its victims, martyrs to science who, in the dawn of knowledge of this terrible element, and before the methods of protection and their vital necessity were understood, paid with their lives for the knowledge which they gave to the scientific world. Visitors to the gruesome galleries of the Museum of the Royal College of Surgeons in London have been appalled by the exhibits illustrating the progress and results of that unconquerable scourge, exfoliative dermatitis, the gradual and irresistible flaking away of the tissues which precedes a lingering and irresistible death. The professor of psychology was a brave man, but the verdict of the Regius Professor was one to make the bravest man on earth quail. It was sentence of death. It was not till some weeks afterwards, when the disease had reached its maximum force, that my colleague suddenly remembered the tube of scintillating dust which he had tucked into his upper right-hand waistcoat pocket, and had carried there until his return to town, when he transferred it with other relics of Marquand to the case containing his private journal and papers. It was then that I came into the story, for he sent the tube to me with a request that I should give him my views on the contents. It was only recently that I had been appointed professor of chemistry in the University of Cosmopoli, and to tell the truth I had not yet quite settled into the position and got my bearings, either among my colleagues or with the students, and I confess to a feeling of satisfaction which I experienced when this ordinary collector's tube was brought to me by the Regius Professor of Medicine with my dying colleague's message, to which he added his own earnest instance. He brought it to me wrapped in a piece of lead foil out of a tea-chest, late in the short afternoon of a dull December day. After his short explanation of the circumstances, he made no allusion to the death of Professor Marquand. We took the tube into the dark room of the laboratory, and there unwrapped it. The display of scintillations was staggering. Imagine a super-spinthariscope. I hastily wrapped up the tube again, and placed it in the safe where our microscopic store of bromide of radium was kept, and we returned to my study. "How long," said I, "has this deadly thing been in existence, and where has it been kept?"
"Chalmers has had it for months in a writing case, which he has kept in an iron safe in his cellar, but for 2 days he carried it about, naked, in his waistcoat pocket."
"Good God! And Chalmers?"
"He is doomed. Rodent ulcer and exfoliative dermatitis."
And thus it came about that the chemical laboratory of the University of Cosmopoli possesses the largest and purest specimen of the element radium in the world. Whether the dust, which consisted of quite 50% of pure radium, was shed upon the floor of Marquand's observatory in a scintillating circle from the draperies of Aallila, or whether it arrived independently of her during many weeks by radiation pressure, remains an open question. We shall return to this later on. Let me attempt, at least, to marshal the facts as they unfolded themselves in the months that followed, though, like the journalist to whom I referred at the commencement of this record, I can never, nor can the colleagues who took part in their unfolding, publish them. All I can do is to transcribe them from my laboratory notebooks, and leave them for the information of later research workers. After we had, with infinite care and taking every possible, every known, and some new, precautions against radium burns, separated out the pure elements, we had left remaining about 3 cubic centimeters of a pale gray dust. I divided this into 4 parts, one of which I confided to the professor of botany, one to the professor of zoology, one I retained for myself, and the 4th remains as it reached me, in the cabinet of the chemical laboratory. My successors, if they think fit, may repeat our observations. It resisted all known methods of chemical analysis. All that I could show was that it was largely organic. That is to say, I proved by negative methods that it contained no inorganic element, excepting perhaps a trace of iron, and of the mineral olivine. The work of my colleagues, however, was rewarded by results that even now I feel a considerable hesitancy in setting down. The professors of botany and of zoology conducted their researches together and concurrently. The methods they employed are familiar in the textbooks, and to these were added some blind and empirical processes, of which, no doubt, they have preserved records. It is only the results with which I am at this moment concerned. It was after the lapse of some 6 months that I was sent for to the botanical laboratory, where I found my 2 colleagues in a state as nearly approaching excitement as is permitted to a university professor. The dust had yielded no results under ordinary conditions of atmosphere and temperature, and the final cultivation had been made in slightly saline water at a temperature of 100 degrees centigrade, in fact, boiling point. They laid great stress upon this. "May one ask why?" I said. They looked at one another, and then one of them, I forget which, laughed nervously and said, "That would appear to be the temperature on this planet within a very few years of the consolidation of its crust, the consistenture status." I was startled. The reply seemed to open up illimitable fields of conjecture. I stammered, "But the Cambrian period, Azoic rocks?"
"Why, Azoic,"
replied the professor of zoology.
"But you are thinking of the Archean series, Precambrian. With the earliest sedimentary rocks we get life without question, perhaps before."
"My good man," said the professor of botany, watching for my recovery, "we are going to show you some things so entirely inexplicable that the mind flies at once to the only possible explanation, which is an impossible one." "That is rather confusing," I suggested. "Yes, confusion worse confounded, beyond the dreams of Milton. In this pressure chamber you see the culture of your dust actively proceeding. Here are some mounted microscope slides. In balsam you have protozoa, algae, mosses, bacteria. In dry cells you have microscopic shells, baby lamellibranches." "And they came?" I was almost afraid to ask. "From the material you submitted to us." "Then you think—" "We don't think. We dare not think. Here is a tiny thing. We dare not give it a name, but we know it." They showed me their preparations. To the botanist I said, "What are they?" He replied, "These things do not inhabit the earth today, excepting in that boiling tank." To the zoologist I said, "What are they?" He replied, "These things do not inhabit the earth today, unless represented by one little bivalve shell, excepting in that boiling tank." My brain reeled. "What are you going to do next?" The professor of zoology replied, "We are going to call in the professor of geology and paleontology." We made an appointment with him for the following day. My esteemed colleague, the professor of geology, was one of the most remarkable men of his time, or of any other. He presented to the astonished student of human nature the almost unheard-of combination of a distinguished man of science and a prig. In the earlier days of his career, it had been confidently asserted by cosmogonists on the metaphysical side that in the beginning the Almighty created the professor of geology, and that, having rested a while after this stupendous effort, he set about the creation of a world which might, in some respects at least, be a place worthy to be the habitation of the professor of geology. The latter, it may be said at once, was far from convinced that the second effort of the Almighty had been altogether a success. He inspired a wholesome fear and respect, not unmingled with dislike. He duly attended the conference in the botanical laboratory, explaining that the utmost limit of time he could spare was 20 minutes. He remained 2 hours, at the end of which he was visibly annoyed. For the first time in his professional life, he was unable to annihilate his colleagues with a few disagreeably worded ex-cathedral sentences of doom. "I may assume," said he, "that you are not seeking to make me the victim of some futile practical joke. But if you are, I am free to confess that the means you have adopted to that end are utterly beyond me. You tell me that these organisms have been cultivated, bred, from a few cubic centimeters of dust found on the floor of Marquand's observatory, after freeing it from a notable proportion of the element radium." "That is so," replied Cantrell, the zoologist. "That is so," replied Warham, the botanist. "Well, all I can say is that I, Peterson, tell you that we are looking at immature living specimens of Upper and Lower Cambrian flora and fauna. This lamellibranch is Lingulella, indistinguishable from the specimens found in the Lingula flags of Dolgelly. But this is fully represented by a living species. Similarly, these microorganisms are the same foraminifera as have been identified by Chapman in the Upper Cambrian beds of Malvern, Lagina, Nodosauria, Crystalleria, Spirulina, but these genera are represented almost unaltered in modern seas. If it went no farther, I should be inclined to revert to the practical joke theory. But," and he paused for a moment before he went on, "here are juvenile trilobites, paradoxides, agnosticeo. Here burrowing in the mud is the worm Histioderma. Here is the alga oldahemia of Edward Forbes. In any other circumstances, I should say that my brain was affected. But if I know anything at all of Cambrian paleontology, this minute thing swimming about in practically boiling water is the phyllopod crustacean, the shrimp Hymenoceraus." He stopped abruptly, and in the dead silence which followed, we all looked at one another, and from one another to the tanks, and the slides which lay strewn about the microscope. Cantrell was the first to speak. "Then you think," said he, "that the material under examination is—" "I don't think," replied Peterson explosively. "I can't think. I dare not think. But if I allowed myself to think anything, I think the material is cosmic dust." Cosmic dust? Moved by one impulse, we all leapt to our feet and crowded once more together at the laboratory bench. But none of us said a word. All our minds, I undertake to swear, reverted on the spot to a memorable meeting of the Geological Society, at which Professor Peterson had risen to his greatest height, pulverizing the planetesimal theory of Svante Arrhenius. The whole frantic and interminable controversy between the mechanists and the vitalists, almost the dead issue between the catastrophists and the uniformitarians, sprang into our thoughts. That Peterson of all men in the world, should admit the introduction into a scientific discussion, though he had done practically all the talking, as usual, of the mere phrase cosmic dust. It was as if Cantrell had suddenly taken up his parable in defense of the discredited Bathybius. "We will not carry the matter further now," said Peterson, in his best lecture theatre manner. "I will look in from time to time, and watch the development of these observations. You will all of you please meet in my room after 4 this day week." And with that he left us, leaving the door open. True to his word, Peterson haunted the botanical laboratory all that week. And obedient to his summons, we met in his room on the appointed day. We sat round like good little first-year students whilst he lectured us. I will not go back to the theory of Nordenskjöld that by the fall of meteorites and cosmic dust the weight of the Earth is annually increased by at least 10 million tons. I shall advance no new theory of my own. I have here Svante Arrhenius's book, Worlds in the Making. I will merely refer to some passages which I marked for criticism on an occasion which you doubtless all remember. We shared between us the flicker of a faint smile, which seemed to accentuate the portentous gravity of Peterson. I have heard incomplete accounts of the phenomena alleged to have taken place prior to the death of Marquand. I have supposed, pardonably, that Chalmers was temporarily insane. I have reconsidered that opinion. The presence, the person, if you will, which he has recorded, apparently arrived upon this planet from Venus by radiation pressure. The mean temperature of Venus has been calculated at 40 degrees centigrade, a temperature clearly favorable to organic life. The same may be said of Mars. But this time required for particles to reach here from Venus, 40 days, as calculated by Arrhenius, is clearly open to revision. Upon the theory of the organic nature of these particles much has been written. The theory of panspermia, suggested by de Montlivaud, by Richter, by Flammarion, others. I have come to look with respect upon Kelvin's remarkable views on this subject, expressed in his presidential address before the British Association in 1871. I will read you Arrhenius's statement of the theory, which is as follows. It is probable that there are organisms so small that the radiation pressure of a sun would push them out into space, where they might give rise to life on planets, provided they met with favorable conditions for their development. I recall your minds to the culture processes you have severally adopted. He continued to read extracts from the work of Arrhenius. Who shall say that such germs are not continually being carried away from this earth? Most of these spores thus carried away will no doubt meet death in the cold infinite space of the universe, about -220 degrees Celsius. Yet a small number of spores will fall upon some other world, and may thus be able to spread life if the conditions are suitable. You will remember that at the Jenner Institute in London, microorganisms have lived for 24 hours in liquid hydrogen at a temperature of 252 degrees Celsius. It may take 1 million or several millions of years from the age at which a planet could possibly begin to sustain life to the time when the first seed falls upon it and germinates, and when organic life is thus originated. This period is of little significance in comparison with the time during which life will afterwards flourish on this planet. It may be objected that the powerful light from the sun during the transit would kill these germs. The experiments of Roux have shown us that spores that are readily killed by light when the air has access remain alive when the air is excluded. No one can assert with certainty that spores would be killed by the light rays in wandering through infinite space. The germs are propelled by the radiation pressure, attached to grains of dust which serve both as carriers and protectors.
Why have the experiments you have made not been made before? Arrhenius terminates his book with the answer. The number of germs which reach us from other worlds will be extremely limited. Not more, perhaps, than a few within a year all over the Earth's surface. The dust precipitated in Mark I's observatory was a concentrated precipitation. Nothing like it has ever been suggested, much less demonstrated before. Therefore, gentlemen, I am of the opinion, and I express it with a full sense of the responsibility which I incur in expressing it, that the material under consideration is cosmic dust, similar to those which was falling in Cambrian times, 1,000 million years ago, which germinated when the conditions became favorable and produced the Cambrian fauna and flora, exactly as you have produced them in Warham's laboratory. Peterson sat down and dried his forehead with his handkerchief. I was the first to break the silence, and my voice was husky. What shall we do about it? Publish? No! 1,000 times no! Cried Peterson. What is the use? We should be laughed to scorn in every scientific society of the world. We should go down to posterity as hoaxed or mad. There is only one thing to be done. We must destroy all traces of the cultures, and we must hold our tongues. And upon that, we parted. End of section 8. Section 9 of the Purple Sapphire and Other Posthumous Papers by Christopher Blayre. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Cheetah-Girl, Part 1. Deposited by the Professor of Physiology in the University of Cosmopoli. Note of explanation. The note by my publishers on page 211 requires an explanation which circumstances rendered it both difficult and desirable to offer in that place. The 7 published manuscripts were selected by me from among a large number of which I had become custodian, as explained in my Antescript to the Purple Sapphire, and at the same time I brought away with me from the safe in the University Library for perusal the manuscript of the Cheetah-Girl. This manuscript, though setting forth the principles of an inquiry and experiments in a branch of biological research the importance of which it would be impossible to overestimate, contains matters of record of such a nature that it could not possibly be published in a volume destined for public circulation. The table of contents was, however, compiled from the title covers of the manuscripts by my secretary, who, I may mention parenthetically, made the mistake of writing, deposited by the professor of biology instead of physiology. There is no chair of general biology in the University of Cosmopoli. This table went to the printers after my departure from England on a protracted holiday, and was set up with the rest of what is technically called the preliminary matter. When, on my return, my publishers asked for this manuscript, I considered that I was justified in showing it to them in confidence, and they at once agreed with me that it could not be printed. Hence, the note, which reviewers have regarded some in the light of a joke, and some as a touch of intentional sensationalism. Christopher Blayre. The Cheetah-Girl. I have spent a long and very tiring day in London, and I have come home, worn out physically and mentally. But I have settled all my worldly affairs and am, I think, prepared for any eventuality. I am now ready, therefore, to kill my wife on the first opportunity that offers. I have written that deliberately, so as to see and to realize how terrible it looks. Written down to stiffen myself, so to speak, for, if it be possible, I admire my wife even more today than I did when we set out upon our wonderful honeymoon, just over 3 months ago. But, terrible as it is to contemplate, she must die as soon as possible. The welfare of the race demands her death. There is bound to be an inquest, and I dread even now what the post-mortem examination of her beautiful body may reveal. The manner of her death I have thought out and decided upon, and there is not, I believe, the slightest possibility of my being connected in the remotest degree with the tragedy. But I have deemed it expedient to make such arrangements as regards my affairs as may become necessary in the event of my being hung for murder. For I should not offer any defense or explanation of my act.
I owe that to her mother, to my predecessor in the chair of physiology in the university, and to the memory of 3 months of the most passionate happiness which have ever fallen to the lot of man. And even if I did explain my action, would my explanation be believed? Perhaps it might. In the light of proofs I could bring forward, but would life be possible for me among human beings afterwards? 1,000 times no. But I owe it to science to record the circumstances which have led to the step I am henceforth seeking the opportunity to take. I shall deposit this record with the registrar of the university, with precautions that it shall not be read until many years have elapsed after my death. I have no near relations, and I shall not marry again. Therefore, no one living can be hurt. And in any case, the facts I have to record, whilst of paramount importance to the physiologists in the future, can never be given any wide publicity. If, indeed, they can be imparted to anyone at all, excepting under the seat of professional secrecy. Thus much by way of introduction. My record must commence with the year 19 blank, when, having taken my degrees of Doctor of Medicine and Doctor of Science, I was appointed assistant and demonstrator to Professor Paul Barrowdale, F.R.S., Professor of Psychology in the University of Cosmopoli. With our academic duties I am not concerned now, and the records, so far as they could be published of the research work done in the laboratory of that daring and brilliant physiologist, are to be found scattered among pages of the contemporary journals of science. It is with our personal relations that I am constrained to deal. These became, almost from their inception, of the most intimate nature. In our work in the university, I recognized in him a brilliant master. He recognized in me a devoted and assiduous pupil. Outside our professional connection, our tastes, our views, were strangely identical. He was no narrow-minded or ascetic scientist, and away from the university, his appreciation of the pleasures of life, of wine, women, and song, of travel, literature, and art, found a ready response in me, and we became confidential friends and companions, to a degree which is very rare between a professor and his assistant. There was only one subject upon which he never touched, even in our moments of closest intimacy and confidence, and in regard to which I never attempted to break the seal of silence which he had imposed upon himself and tacitly upon me. This subject was Mrs. Clayton. As regards this lady, though the gossip which is indigenous to a university town no doubt from time to time formulated theories, for Barrowdale was a free-living bachelor, was, as such, looked askant upon by many of the professorial staff and their wives. No one would ever come out in the open, so to speak, for the all-sufficient reason that any scandal openly promulgated would have to be rapidly sterilized, should Barrowdale have shown any signs of wanting to marry any daughter of the university, and much will be tacitly ignored in a bachelor professor of more than ample private means. Mrs. Clayton lived in a charming little house about 3 miles out of the town. It was understood that Barrowdale was her trustee, and had charge of her business affairs. There was a child, a girl, whom no one ever saw, but whether the child was born after Mrs. Clayton's arrival in the neighborhood, or before that event, no one was in a position to say. One academic lady, with daughters, had gone so far as to ascertain that the child, whose curious name was Unica, was not registered at birth in the district registry. Beyond this nothing was known. Barrowdale never afforded any intelligence, and if, as was whispered from time to time with bated breath, à 4 yeux, she was his daughter, there was nothing on record to convey the slightest indication or a priori evidence of the fact. I saw her once. I was walking with Barrowdale, and we met Mrs. Clayton and the child, an ugly, sallow, swarthy little thing, who struck me as singularly repellent and uninteresting. Mrs. Clayton was a nervous, faded person, gentle in manner and appearance, but quite unnoticeable. She went nowhere and knew no one. Neither mother nor daughter interested me in the least. Now and then I believed an undergraduate would refer contemptuously to old Barrowdale's woman, but there was no talk in the university sense of the word.
Several years passed by during which our work in the laboratory and schools and our pleasures in companionship grew more and more intimately connected, so much so that I refused the offer of a professorship in a northern university rather than be separated from Barrowdale, for the work we were engaged upon was of the highest physiological importance. He was grateful to me for this, and I know that he never lost an opportunity of impressing upon the authorities that I was his natural and indicated successor in the chair of physiology on his death or retirement. This came about one day with appalling suddenness. Barrowdale had been seedy, nervy, off-color for several days. He had been out more than once to see Mrs. Clayton, as I knew, and one evening came home tired to death and drenched to the skin. The next day he was in a high fever. In the evening, septic pneumonia of a most virulent type set in, and in 24 hours he was dead. I found that he had made me, together with his solicitor, a worthy old man in London, his executor and trustee. He provided an annuity of £600 a year for Mrs. Clayton, which on her death devolved to Unica. The rest of his property, he being apparently alone in the world, was bequeathed to the university. The good woman, who seemed absolutely paralyzed by the death of Barrowdale, came into Cosmopoli to see me whenever her affairs required an interview, always the same nervous, uninteresting creature. I confessed I hoped she would be led on some occasion to speak of Unica's father, but in spite of one or two leads, she never followed, and being really quite uninterested in the matter, I never tried to press the subject. In due course, almost mechanically, I succeeded Barrowdale in the chair of physiology, and I had neither time nor inclination to concern myself about my two sestui que trusten. We come then by effluxion of time to the end of last term. The men were due to go down for the long vacation next day, and I had made all arrangements for a protracted tour down the Loire and through the Midi of France. I may mention that Barrowdale left me by his will the comfortable and comforting legacy of £10,000. Some paper came to me on this memorable day from my co-trustee, connected with a change of investment, which required Mrs. Clayton's signature. There was no time to communicate by post, so I jumped into my two-seater and ran out to her house. I rang the bell, and the door was opened by the most beautiful being that I had ever seen in my life, and I'd seen a good many. "Mrs. Clayton?" I began. "Mother is out," she replied. "You are Professor Magley? Please come in." She held out her hand, which I took, and without letting go of mine, she drew me into their sitting room, a cozy little place furnished with great taste, Barrowdale's taste, and strewn with fur rugs which gave off a warm, sensuous perfume. The touch of the girl's hand was electrical. It sent a thrill of intense desire up my arm to my brain, and when she dropped my hand and stood before me, her lips parted in a smile more provoking than anything of the kind I had ever seen. I was simply struck dumb, and stood looking at her, my heart beating violently. She was a lithe creature of rather more than average stature, draped rather than dressed in a kind of dull red silk wrapper, confined at the waist by a suede leather belt. It folded across her breasts, one of which, perfect in form, almost escaped from the folds, and came down to just below her knees. Her legs were bare, and her feet were shod in fur-lined slippers. I verily believed that, save for this garment, she was naked. Her face was indescribable, a mass of purple-black hair gathered into a loose bunch on the top of her head, thick dark eyebrows shadowing long lazy eyes, which seemed to me to be enormous, her complexion a tawny russet brown, with a suspicion of down on the cheeks, and more than a suspicion of it at the corners of her upper lip. She had let her hands fall by her sides, and as she looked at me with that marvelous smile, the tip of a crimson tongue passed slowly across her lower lip from one side to the other. I was struck, even at that wonderful moment, by the comparative prominence of her little canine teeth, which gave an indescribable and characteristic charm to her smile. Without saying a word, and, I declare, without any conscious volition of my own, I held out my arms, and she stepped forward into them. I crushed her body to me, and our lips joined. I thought until then that I knew what it was to be kissed.
I did not. The lingering passion of Unica's kiss was unlike anything I had ever dreamed of as possible. Her tongue which sought mine was strangely long and firm, and even in the delirium of the moment, it seemed to me that her lingual papillae were accentuated almost to the point of roughness, but the exquisite power of it defies words. Her arms were round me, her legs were twisted into mine, and I think I should have fallen had she not gently disengaged herself, and, still holding me by one arm, she drew me towards a low divan covered with fine skins, from which I had evidently aroused her. As she reached it, she flung herself down upon the skins, and as she fell, one beautifully modeled leg, bare to mid-thigh, escaped from the folds of her wrapper. She raised her arms to me in a gesture of divine invitation, and at that moment the door opened and Mrs. Clayton came in. I do not know what was to be read from my face as I turned towards her, but if it was a reflection of Unica's, Mrs. Clayton must have been blind indeed if she did not take in the situation at a glance. I began very haltingly to utter apologies and to explain my visit. She was obviously very much upset and distressed, but all she said was, in short, disjointed sentences, I see. I could not have expected. No one comes here. I should not have gone out. I never do. Please bring the papers in here." And she led me into the dining room, where there were pens and so on. All this time Unica had not moved or uttered a sound, but just lay curled up luxuriously on the divan, watching me with her huge eyes, and, as it were, swaying her beautiful smile from side to side. I cannot describe it otherwise. The slipper had fallen from the foot of the leg which still lay unconcernedly outside her sarong, and here was the only movement that she made. The toes opened and shut and curled inwards towards the palm of her foot, with a regulated movement which seemed to me to be indicative of extreme and perfect luxury. Mrs. Clayton signed the papers, with a shaky hand, it is true, but said nothing about Unica. The silence becoming oppressive, I thought it obvious and tactful to say, "Your daughter has grown into a very striking young woman." "Yes, very," replied the poor woman nervously. "Very. I never leave her if I can help it, but, expecting no one, I went in next door for something. The servant is out, and so—" She tailed off incoherently, and I saw that I was distressing her, so I took my leave as casually as I could, with my blood boiling in my veins and my heart throbbing. When I got outside, I took a deep breath, but I seemed saturated with the tense, sensuous perfume of Unica's room and of Unica herself, for, whether it was contact with her divan or what, her whole body gave off a perfume for which there was only one word. It was intoxicating, slightly savage. It clung to me all the way back to my rooms, and even afterwards when I'd opened all the windows. I need hardly say that I could not get her out of my thoughts all day, nor did I want to. And I dreamed a dream. Next morning, as I went on with my packing and the college was rapidly emptying of the men off on long vacation, I said to myself, "Look here, my son. You are that girl's guardian. Barrowdale has entrusted her to you. It's a damned good thing that you are off tomorrow for 3 months, and when you get back again, keep clear of it." Thus I apostrophized myself, and knew that I wanted Unica more than anything else in the world. By the afternoon the college was practically empty, and I had finished my packing and was trying to read an abstruse German treatise on cytology. But I couldn't. My senses were on edge, unnaturally keen. Hypertrophied, as it were. I heard a step in the quad. It slithered up my stair. A rap on the door. I knew who it was before the door was flung open. In an instant we were in one another's arms. The long witchery of her kiss, the invitation of her magical tongue, everything was my dream come true. I had in my rooms a divan no less vivid with willing complicity than the one at the cottage. We fell upon it without a word, and, in spite of the fact that Unica was in a physical condition in which it is customary for young women to withhold themselves from active caress, we gave ourselves up to one another naturally, unthinkingly, in a whirlwind orgy of exquisite possession and ecstasy. Presently, when we were able to talk, for until then not a word had been uttered on either side, I asked her how she had got away.
"Mother's had a sleepless night," she said, "and this afternoon she locked the front and back doors and went to bed. I got out of the window. I wanted you so frightfully."
An hour passed in a delirium of sensuous delight which cannot be hinted at, not from motives of reticence, for I am determined to record here the absolute facts as they occurred, without any periphrasis, but because the marvel that was Unica simply beggars and defies description. I thought I had known passion. Fool! I had never even touched its fringe. If Unica was wonderful to behold in her dull red sarong, what was she naked? No painter or sculptor ever imagined, much less reproduced so perfect a body. Her beautiful breasts stood out in perfect proportion, the nipples prominent and surrounded with a silky aureole of tiny purple curls, tender and fascinating. Her auxiliary hair was phenomenally thick, and I speedily found that to be kissed and petted under her arms drove her frantic with delight. I have had reason to remember and be thankful for this, as will be seen later. The whole of her body was covered with the light soft down such as is seen upon many fair women, but upon Unica it was deeper in shade than usual, and it was punctuated here and there with little streaks, and sometimes almost circles of a still deeper tone. From her navel downwards it increased into a glorious mass of pubic hair, which extended from hip to hip, and though so dense was of the most amazingly soft texture, covering the whole of the lower stomach and intercrural space with a veritable fourrure. It was wonderful, and, to repeat the only adjective which describes any of Unica's esoteric attributes, intoxicating. Her forearms and legs were deliciously hirsute, and even up and down her spine a narrow furry band invited one's most ingenious caresses. Whoever gave her the name of Unica knew what he was about, prophetically. We were lying in one another's arms, whispering passionate secrets to one another, I in a silk bathrobe and she clad only in her wonderful skin and hair, when the door, which we had never thought of locking, was flung open, and Mrs. Clayton stood before us, frankly petrified and aghast. I sprang to my feet and burst into words. "Do not misjudge us," I cried. "We love one another as I never dreamed it possible to love. We shall be married at once. I will get a license tomorrow, and next day Unica will be my wife. Forgive us the passion that has made us irresistible to one another. You will understand, I am sure. You are a woman who has loved, and you are her mother. Now you will have a devoted son as well as a daughter." I paused. Mrs. Clayton had not said a word. She had fallen into a chair, and, ashy white, looked back and forth, from me to Unica, who, utterly unconscious of her exquisite nakedness, lay on the divan looking at us, with the same wonderful smile that had overwhelmed and held me, her crimson tongue passing to and fro across her lower lip. Then Mrs. Clayton got up, apparently with an effort, and she said, "No, no, no. It cannot. It can never be. You don't know. Oh, I am a wicked woman. At these times she is not responsible for what she does. And besides, she knows nothing. I never let her out of my sight until the danger is over. Let me take her away." "But, my dear lady," I said, "reflect a moment. We must be married now. We are both, I comparatively, young, and for a university professor I am rich. I will be the best of husbands to her, the best of sons to you. Our old friend Barrowdale would have wished it, I am sure. I was his favorite, his only intimate friend." At Barrowdale's name the poor woman started as if she had been stung. "No, no, no," she cried again. "He would not. He would have killed himself and her, rather. It has all been so sudden. I have not had time. Forgive me, for God's sake, and let me take her away." "Well, then, let us be engaged for a short while," I said ineptly.
"No, never. She must never marry. She can't. Oh, don't torture me."
There was no reasoning with her. She was like a madwoman. Unica stood up in all her glorious statuesque nudity and allowed her mother to dress her with shaking hands, whilst I looked on. I cut a poor figure. When she was dressed, Mrs. Clayton took her away. She went without casting a look in my direction. I was simply stunned. I can give no description of the phantasmagoria of my thoughts for the rest of the afternoon and evening. One thing was certain. I could not leave England without having this matter cleared up and placed upon a proper, the only possible basis. I thought and thought. What mad idea could the woman have? I tried to reason it out. I racked my brains for an explanation, but found none. The girl was alive with passion. She was predestined to fall into the hands of some casual sensualist. What better solution, if her passion was in part or in any way pathological, than to give her to a husband who would look after her? I wearied myself with thoughts and tumbled into bed at midnight. At 3 a.m., I was awakened by a rapping at my door. I started into vivid wakefulness. It could only be Unica. It was. I subsequently learned that she had got past the porter with a statement that her mother had sent with her a message of vital urgency, and with other inducement. "I've got away again, sweet lover of mine," she said, as I took her in my arms. "Mother is mad, I think. Hide me, and take me away with you. Marry me or not, I don't care. I love you and want you so frightfully that I could kill anyone who stood between us." What was I to do? I wanted her just as badly as she wanted me. She wanted to be loved, had, there and then, but I, with that practical good sense which I flatter myself distinguishes me, made coffee and toast and an omelette, and made her eat with me. Then we stole down and got past the heavily bribed porter. Remember, term was over, and he was once more a human being, and I no longer a professor. Reached the garage, carrying my bags, which were already packed, got out the car, and made a beeline for London, where we put up at a quiet West Central hotel. Next day I visited my co-trustee early, whilst Unica went shopping. She had, of course, come away wholly unprovided with any sort of trousseau. I confided the facts and outline to my co-trustee, who was horribly shocked, got a special license at Doctors' Commons, and in the shortest possible time we were married at a registry and fled. Yes, we absolutely fled to Paris. From Paris we both wrote to Mrs. Clayton announcing the inevitable, irredeemable event. But we gave her no address, merely saying that we should be away for at least 3 months, and would send an address for her to write to and forgive us. The only person to whom I confided my whereabouts was the horrified lawyer. I could, in normal circumstances, take a vivid pleasure in recalling and recording the amazement and delight of the most wonderful honeymoon that was ever granted to mortal man. Unica, who, to my surprise, I found had never been further from her home than Cosmopoli, was delighted, not childishly, but wonderingly, with everything she saw. The beauty of nature, of art, of architecture, of antiquity, filled her with deep happiness, which, oddly enough, was merged with her in a deep sensual enjoyment of life. Keenly intelligent and interested in everything she saw, whenever she found herself in surroundings of exceptional beauty, a thrill of passion would come over her which rapidly communicated itself to me. And the wayside scenery of La Vendée and the Bocage, the ruins of departed civilization, 100 spots in western and southern France where we stopped the car to roam at will, come back to my mind as scenes beautified to memory by the most exquisite physical delights. The natural disturbance of her system in which we made our flight from Cosmopoli seemed to ripen her physical and mental faculties to the highest point, but whenever this was past, she displayed a power of response to emotional stimuli which I sometimes almost fear would wear her out. But we were determined not to climb mountains until we reached them, and lived long days and marvelous nights, unimagined by the most poetic and fantastic dreamers of the East. It was at Avignon one morning, as she was lying in my arms watching the sun rise through our open window, that she said with her lips on mine, "Rex, we are going to have a child." It needed but that to complete our happiness, though from that moment the joy we had in one another became more reasonable, perhaps a little less passionate. I could always rouse her to an ecstasy of desire by caressing and playing with the wonderful masses of hair under her arms, and her desire appeased, could always soothe her to sleep by the same means. But her passion for me as a male had to some extent given place in her to a fierce maternity. As soon as she knew that she was pregnant, she never had any doubt about it, she wrote announcing her news to her mother, and we anxiously awaited her reply,
for we felt that this would put the finishing touch to her mother's forgiveness and reconcile her to the marriage she had so strenuously opposed. A week passed by, and then I received a telegram from my co-trustee. It said, "Mrs. Clayton has died suddenly under distressing circumstances. Please return at once." I was horrified and wondered how I should break the news to Unica. We were sitting in the palace of the Caesars, quite alone that afternoon, and I thought it a good opportunity. I began, "Darling, I've had bad news today."
"Have we got to go back? I shan't mind much. I've got my baby."
She always talked of it as if it were already born. "No, darling," I replied. "It's about your mother." She looked at me quite gravely and said,
"Is she dead?"
I could not help feeling a little shocked. She might have been asking if lunch was ready. I began, "You must not take it too much to heart. You've got me."
"And I've got my baby. What does anything else matter? When do we go home?"
I was chilled, but in the circumstances it was better that she should take it like this than that she should suffer paroxysms of grief. She accepted the situation quite calmly. When I told her that she should now have £600 a year of her own, she said,
"I shall not have to spend any of it, shall I? You are quite rich. I shall save it all for my baby."
She never said "our baby." Then she said,
"Do you think Professor Barrowdale was my father?"
This was a blow between the eyes, and I said rather lamely, "Well, I have often wondered about it myself, but he never told me anything about it. Did your mother never say anything about your father?" I was curious that we had never touched upon this subject before.
"No," she answered. "I never asked her but once, and then she seemed dreadfully upset, and said I must never speak to her about my father. She could not bear to think about it."
After a pause, she added,
"I don't think Professor Barrowdale was my father. I never felt like it, and I don't think I should have. If he seemed more interested in me, and how I got on with lessons and things, and how I was growing up, than really fond of me. Sometimes I fancied that he disliked me, that I repugned him."
One of her words.
"But anyhow, he must have been an awfully good man. See how he looked after us?"
"He was a good man," I answered stoutly. "No one ever knew what a lot of fine things he did, especially for women, the sort of women you have never heard of, women who had come to grief and were down and out."
"Do you mean prostitutes?"
I was ceasing to be amazed at my wife's sudden remarks, which from time to time showed an esoteric knowledge of the world. Gathered I am at a loss to know how or whence. "Well," I said, "that is about it."
"I don't wonder he was so good to them. It seems awful for men to be so down upon girls who are what I should have been, and proud of it if you hadn't married me. After all, they are responsible, aren't they?"
"Perhaps."
"And yet, I don't know. I wanted you so frightfully the moment I saw you that you could not have helped having me. No one can say you seduced me."
And thereupon this amazing girl turned to other subjects as if this had been an ordinary dinner-party conversation. But I never loved her more than I did then, or, for that matter, more than I do now. In truth, I could reply when, as she often did, she asked me,
"How much do you love me, Rex?"
A little more than I did yesterday, but not so much as I shall tomorrow. And then by a 3 days' journey, for I was anxious in the circumstances that she should travel easily, we came back to London, and the world crashed into ruins around me, and the light went out of my life forever. Ich hab geliebt und gelebt. We arrived one evening of the late summer, and put up at the same hotel as that which sheltered us when we fled from Cosmopoli. And next morning I called upon my co-trustee, who received me with grave and forbidding formality. It was clear from his manner that he regarded me as a perverter of youth, and incidentally as a murderer. I tried to open the conversation upon conventional lines. "This is a most unfortunate circumstance," I began. He interrupted me. "It is more than unfortunate, it is deeply tragic." "You mean—" "Professor Magley," he replied, "it is not my duty, nor have I the inclination, to sit in judgment upon your actions, or even to express an opinion. Of course, I hold an opinion which I should be loath to express. I will confine myself to the facts. When you eloped, is, I believe, the technical expression, with Mrs. Clayton's daughter, she came up to town and saw me. She was quite dazed, stunned by what she termed the catastrophe. I will admit that she seemed to regard your action with a horror which, bad as it was, appeared to me exaggerated, seeing that you had repaired your fault, as far as it could be repaired by rapid marriage. She bitterly blames herself for having so far relaxed her vigilance as to make the meeting between yourself and our ward possible. But the extraordinary, if I may say so, the indecent rapidity with which these events took place made it impossible for her to do her duty as she expressed it. What may have been that duty and what the views entertained by herself and by the late Professor Barrowdale as to her daughter's future may be, I cannot conjecture, nor did she enlighten me. But I gathered that she had solemnly sworn to prevent her daughter's marriage if it were possible, by the revelation of certain facts known only to herself and the late professor. Of what these may have been, I have no idea, but I gather that they are contained in a written statement, which it becomes my duty to deliver to you. I saw her no more after this interview, but I went down to Cosmopoli to see after her affairs, and to attend the inquest.
The inquest?
Yes. You have not seen the papers this morning?
No. I arrived last night, and came straight here this morning.
It took place yesterday, and her remains were buried in the parish churchyard yesterday afternoon. It was her wish that neither you nor her daughter should see her again. She was right. It was no sight for a young woman who expects to become a mother.
Then you know?
Yes, one moment. I learned from her servant that on a receipt of a letter from our ward in which she announced her condition, Miss Clayton spent 2 days without moving from her chair, refusing to eat or to see such neighbors as she had admitted to a slight acquaintance. On the morning of the 3rd day, the servant, entering the sitting-room, which this unhappy lady had not left, found her lying upon the divan, which was soaked in her blood. She had cut her throat, inexpertly, with a common penknife. She must have bled slowly to death. The windpipe was not severed, and the jugular vein only just sufficiently wounded to allow the blood to escape, comparatively slowly. She had left a letter for me which you had better read.
He handed me a sheet of paper scrawled over with incoherent sentences. It said, I cannot face it. I am a coward. I knew I should be when the time came. I ought to have, but I had no chance. I am going to kill myself. I cannot face Unica. She must never know. I promised Paul B. that when a man wanted to marry her, I would give him the papers. I had no time. If I had had time, I know I could not. Mr. Magley must see them, no one else, not even you. You have them, the packet I gave you when Paul B. died. He will understand. What he will do, I forgive him. It wasn't his fault. It was my fault. He will understand when he reads. God help him and her. It must not be. Ursula Clayton. What does it mean? I asked, in a voice which I hardly recognized as my own.
I do not know, but, Professor Magley, I own that I am terrified, and that I am deeply sorry for you. Paul Barrowdale was a strange man. There were episodes in his earlier life that no one knew about, and what I could guess from collateral evidence and on occasional hint which he dropped appalled me, hardened me as I am by a long professional career to the wilder aberrations of the human mind. Not that Paul Barrowdale was mentally affected. No one was ever more sane, but he indulged what seemed to me to be terrible and morbid curiosities. Though my views as to your conduct remain unaltered, believe me, I am deeply sorry for you. For I fear that the punishment of your crime, I put it as high as that, may be almost more than any human being should be called upon to bear. Mind, I know nothing, I can only guess, and my brain reels when I allow myself to wander into conjecture. I will now give you the packet of papers to which Mrs. Clayton refers in her letter. I had some difficulty in keeping them from the coroner on the grounds of professional confidence, and that the papers were not hers but Barrowdale's, and consequently the property of yourself and me as his executors. And with that, the lawyer handed me a large square envelope, sealed at every flap with Paul Barrowdale's private seal. "If I may add a word of advice," continued he, "I would earnestly beg you not to open this envelope until you and your wife are settled in whatever house you have provided, or will provide, for her. Until that is done, you will require all your presence and concentration of mind. I will not hide from you the fact that these incidents are likely to have a significant influence upon your career and position in the university." My mouth was as dry as a morphinomaniac's. I felt deathly cold to the tips of my fingers and toes. I felt that my world was collapsing and that I was being buried in the wreck and ruin of forces of which I was utterly ignorant. I hardly know how I got back to Unica. Fortunately, she was quite calm and showed no curiosity as to my co-trustee. A few days passed, during which I went down to Cosmopoli and took a small furnished house in the town, and instinctively I engaged the girl who had been in Mrs. Clayton's service to come and attend to us. Whether it was an effect of the nervous tension in which I was living, the sense of impending horror, conscience, if you will, I do not know, but it seemed to me as if the few acquaintances whom I met looked curiously and askant upon me, avoided me, rather. My one object now was to get settled and to know the worst. I brought Unica down to Cosmopoli, where she took to her new abode like a cat to a new and comfortable basket. She never mentioned her mother. My precautionary warning to the servant not to go into details with the ineradicable gusto of her class was unnecessary. Unica did not go out at all. She lay most of the day on the divan which I had installed in conformity with which I knew to be her inclination, and did not appear to notice that in these days passion was utterly dead within me. At night she curled up by my side with her arms and legs wound round me as if I had been a sister to her, and slept peacefully whilst I lay awake listening to the university clocks and praying for daylight. I put off the opening of Paul Barrowdale's envelope from day to day. I was afraid. I told myself that I must get my nerves into stable condition before I undertook the perusal of... what? The time came, however, when I pulled myself together and determined to solve the mystery. And one evening, it was about a month ago, when Unica had gone to bed, I broke the seals. I read. And all the time, continuously it seemed to me, the university clocks cut off and flung into the rag-bag of the past, section after section of my life. End of section 9. Section 10 of the Purple Sapphire and Other Posthumous Papers by Christopher Blayre. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Cheetah-Girl, Part 2. The manuscript of Paul Barrowdale. This must be written. Some day a man may want to marry Unica, and he must know. I am sorry for him, whoever he may be, but he must know. With an introduction setting forth the physiological researches which have led me to the terrible position of affairs here recorded, I will set down the facts in narrative form. The study of the physiological phenomena of gestation and reproduction, and the evolution of genera and species, has occupied my mind almost exclusively during the whole of my career. Closely connected with this question are the remarkable experiments, and their results, upon the artificial fertilization of parthenogenetic, or, to use Lancaster's preferable, impaternate, eggs, carried out by Jacques Loeb, Bataillon, Deslage, and others. The outcome of their researches has seemed to prove incontestably that the function of the male spermatozoon in the fertilization of the female ovum is, in the first place, purely mechanical. They have fertilized and brought up to a pronounced stage of development the larvae, and even to relative maturity, parthenogenetic, impaternate, eggs of echinoderms and batrachians, by means of artificial stimuli, such as hypertonic solutions, pricking with a fine needle, brushing with camel hair brushes, to cite in a generalized form only a few of the methods employed in the laboratories of science. Those who would know more of this are referred to the many papers published on the subject in scientific journals, and of late in the textbooks. We start, therefore, from the conclusion that the action of the spermatozoon is primarily mechanical, It merely perforates and excites the ovum and sets it going, so to speak, and may therefore be replaced by artificial and mechanical means. This being so, we may turn to the theory which deeply occupied the mind of Alphonse Milne Edwards during the later years of his life. The question arises, why should there be any limits to the possibility of miscegenation? We know that, within a genus, allied species can breed together, as for example a horse with a donkey, a tiger with a jaguar, a fox with a dog. Instances might be largely multiplied. But genera cannot breed with genera, as for example a dog with a cat, a horse with a hyena, or an elephant with a rhinoceros. To carry it to the highest point, a man with a mare, a woman with a dog. Why not? If the action of the male spermatozoon is mainly mechanical, why not? This was the problem which occupied the mind of Milne Edwards, and he discussed it with Ray Lankester shortly before his death. And Lancaster has recorded his impressions of the discussion in one of his later volumes of collected scientific essays. I will transcribe here his account of the matter. He says,
He, Milne Edwards, held it to be probable, as many physiologists would agree, that the fertilization of the egg of one species by the sperm of another, even a remotely related one, is ultimately prevented by a chemical incompatibility. Chemical in the sense that the highly complex molecular constitution of such bodies as the antitoxins and serums with which physiologists are beginning to deal is chemical, and that all other and secondary obstacles to fertilization can be overcome or evaded in the course of experiment. He proposed to inject one species with serums extracted from the other, in such a way as seemed most likely to bring the chemical state of their reproductive elements into harmony, that is to say, into a condition in which they should not be actively antagonistic, but admit of fusion and union. He proposed by the exchange of living and highly organized fluids, by means of injection or transfusion, between a male and a female of separate species, to assimilate the chemical constitution of one to that of the other, and thus probably so to affect their reproductive elements that the one tolerate and fertilize the other. In this case, observe that the influence of the male spermatozoon would be more than merely mechanical. The male would transmit his physical characteristics to the zygote, the embrothus called into existence. When the sea urchins, echinus, eggs, to which I have referred above, are pierced, as is done in laboratory experiments, by the sperm filaments of feather star, Comacula, introduced for the purpose in another series of experiments, the sperm filaments pierce the egg coat but contribute no substance to the embryo into which the egg develops. They merely stimulate it and set changes going. But if physiological technique could be perfected to such a point as to harmonize the fluids of the feather star with those of the sea urchin, we should, or might, get a hybrid between Comacula and echinus. To adumbrate is at once an ultimate result to be aimed at. How often we find a splendid young woman married to a physically perfect young man, keenly anxious to have babies and carrying out to the full of their privileges towards that end, but they remain childless. It is clear that their serums are toxic to one another. The man has a passing affair with a servant girl or shop assistant, and she immediately has a baby. The woman gives herself sporadically to a lover and immediately conceives. They have found their natural affinity. There is, in my opinion, a great future in store for the bold surgeon or physiologist who will rectify matters in these sterile marriages by bringing the husband and wife into a condition of mutual equilibrium by injection, inoculation, or transfusion, as suggested by Milne Edwards. How is this to be done, and how are the facts to be established? The answer comes to us from the physiologist's laboratory, and from the clinic. How often one reads in the newspapers, and even in novels, of devoted friends who have offered themselves when a comrade is suffering from severe hemorrhage, and in other circumstances, for transfusion of blood. Sometimes we are told that, in spite of the heroism of the friend, the patient has died. In 9 cases out of 10, it is, or was, because of that heroic gift of the friend. The patient has been killed, as surely as if the operating surgeon had blown out his brains. The war hospitals of 1914 to 1918 afforded us, first examples, then experiments, and at last lessons, which once learned have abolished the grave danger attending transfusion of blood from one human being to another. It has been established that in this matter the human subject is divided into 4 classes, between which phenomena are varied. If a drop of blood from the donor and recipient are mixed upon a microscope slide, the corpuscles either swim about freely together in the mixed serum, in which case the operation may be safely performed, or hemolysis, agglutination, takes place. The corpuscles clot together, and we know that, if the operation is proceeded with, the recipient will be almost immediately killed. Before the dawn of this knowledge, how many patients may have fallen victims to the heroism of a toxic friend? To make this matter clearer, if you are not already familiar with it, I will reproduce here the diagram from Back and Edwards' textbook of surgery, page 79. In the case marked plus, agglutination takes place. In the cases marked O, no agglutination takes place. Thus it will be seen that the blood of group 4 may safely be given to any recipient. They are the universal donors. The serum of group 1 does not agglutinate when mixed with that of any of the others. They are the universal recipients. But give the blood, say, of group 3 to a patient of group 2, and you will kill the patient. In the case of the sterile marriages, a simple blood test of this kind will establish the facts upon which the surgeon may safely proceed. You will wonder, whoever you are, who is destined to read this manuscript, why I have delayed my narrative by this long scientific introduction. It is in the nature of an apologia, in the classical sense of the word, for what follows. As a young man, and beyond that time, I made many experiments to prove the truth of this theory, many of which were entirely successful. I produced hybrids between widely separated genera, which often shocked even myself. I did not dare to publish my researches to the world. The time was not ripe. The scientific outlook was not yet sufficiently broad. Negligent as I was, almost to the point of fearlessness, of public opinion, I shrank from the howls of ignorant rage which would have greeted the publication of my results. The anti-vivisection mania was at its height. Foul libels upon the earnest works at physiological research found ready publication in the press, and it was tacitly understood among physiologists that our experiments must for the most part be kept to ourselves. University authorities looked ever with an anxious eye upon the biological laboratories, ever anticipating the eruption of some sensational scandal or subversive theory, which would rouse a storm of ill-informed invective against the scientific teachings of the universities. But in my private laboratory, which became a veritable zoological garden, I never relaxed my efforts. You will not be surprised, even though you be shocked at what I am going to say next. I looked forward, as the crowning experiment of my career, to the production of a hybrid between one of the higher forms of the animal world and man. You must realize my position. The sexual union of human beings and animals is, no doubt properly, shuddered at, as perhaps the foulest form of unnatural crime. It figures in our books of jurisprudence under the name of bestiality, a felony punishable until comparatively recent years with death, and actually with penal servitude for life. How could a man in my position put himself into the power of a man who would tend himself to so filthy an experiment? The widely varying forms of sodomy were looked upon as aberrations, but were nonetheless punished by long terms of imprisonment. But bestiality was regarded as an even lower and more revolting form of vice. The accomplice would necessarily be of the lowest order of criminal, and one might have laid himself open to everlasting blackmail. The suggestion is obvious that I might have been an active participator in the experiment. I will only say that my whole soul revolted from the idea with shuddering disgust, and I should, to put it on no higher grounds, have been physically impotent in approaching the subject from a personal point of view. I read the horrible treatise on the subject of Dubois de Soult, published in 1705, and my gorge rose at the long catalogue of horrors he had resuscitated from the morgue of forgotten criminal records. Bestiality as a crime dates from the highest antiquity. In the more outspoken early editions of our Bible it is indicated, howled in certa voce, as rife among the Jews both male and female, and the references to it in Exodus and Leviticus are explicit. In mythology it appears as a common ruse among gods, who appear to have found it easier to seduce the daughters of men metamorphosed as animals than clothed in their normal and godlike attributes. The legends of Phoebus and the lesbian Issa, of Pasiphae, of Leda, of Io, are prominent examples among the metamorphoses of Ovid. In the Middle Ages, the devil is constantly taking the form of a goat for the purposes of sexual connection with reputed witches. The work of Boguet upon the sorcerers, 1607, teems with examples, and gives categoric instances of women who have been fecundated by dogs, whilst the laborious compilation of Dubois de Sceaux runs to 450 pages of revolting record. The works of Voltaire bristle with instances on record of the resultant birth of the monsters. In India, sculptures on the temples of Shiva, especially at Orissa, represent continually the sexual conjugation of women with apes, dogs, and other animals. The criminal codes of Prussia, Germany, and the United States recognize the crime. That of Pope John XIII provided for its accommodation, but a fine of 250 livres. The historians Aelian and Athenaeus cite numerous instances as a mere matter of record, and as lately as 1882, La Cassagne has produced a work, La criminalité chez les animaux. As active or passive agents, human beings form a long procession down the records of jurisprudence. And the work upon the subject of Tardieu is well known to pathologists, alienists, and jurists. As a rule, the crime was included under the general heading of sodomy, but the earlier jurists drew a sharp distinction, e.g. A. de la Guarie, who gives the definition sodomia, i.e., cum personae e jusdum sexus, e bestialitas, i.e. concubitus cum bestia. Bestiality as a deliberate inclination is classed by Krafft-Ebing with sadism, flagellation, exhibitionism, necrophilia, and homosexuality under the general heading of paresthesia. And the scientific attitude towards these aberrations may be summed up as follows. Too many different factors concur to produce races for it to be possible to unify, to codify human morality. Heredity, climate, education, social conditions, riches or poverty, each of these contributes a different factor. The human creature is not always master of his functions. His existence depends upon inimical or allied factors against which it is sometimes impossible for him to react. Therefore, in the face of the worst turpitudes of human nature, known to us as crime or vice, the scientist does not protest. He merely seeks for the causes and tabulates the effects. Undoubtedly, the dominating factor is heredity, and Tardieu goes even further than this in ascribing such aberrations to atavism, and we find the records of such factors in every corpus of legend and tradition from the golden ass of Apuleius down to the bestialities of the Arabian Nights, from the references of Nicolas de Venette to those of Montaigne and Balzac, of Armand Charpentier, and others. Among savage races we have the amazing records of Paul de Chaillu, dating from comparatively modern times, with loathsome romances of de Musset, Jamiani, bishops, and of other pornographers we have not to concern ourselves. This rapid historic review has seemed to be necessary as an indication of the lines along which this horrible subject may be pursued and studied, should it be required to do so. There have been many cases recorded of bestiality in which women have been the passive human participants. They, in fact, constitute the majority of recorded instances, obviously by reason of the fact that, in such cases, the reasoning human participant is not called upon for action. These are no less horrifying than the others, but it was clear that to find such a woman, one would have to ply a muckrake among the ranks of the lowest, most abandoned, and depraved members of the prostitute class. One had heard of such things in the brothels of Paris, Berlin, and Naples. I shrank from the bare idea of encountering such creatures. I had experimented successfully in artificial fecundation with the lower animals, but when I considered the possibility of carrying this higher, I found myself confronted with the same insuperable feeling of horror and repulsion. But, nonetheless, theoretically, the thing became an idée fixe in my mind, an ultima ratio probably never destined to get beyond the theoretical stage. This brings me down to a moment, now 14 years ago, which in the success of achievement has cast a shadow over the whole of my remaining life. I had read so far in Barrowdale's manuscript, and at this point I sprang to my feet, overcome with a hideous nausea. I felt that I was fainting from sheer terror and apprehension. What was I going to read? I put down the manuscript, took a stiff dose of brandy, and walked out into the night air to think, to recover my senses, to overcome the horror that was gripping me. I had almost determined to read no further when a fearful thought crossed my mind. It will probably have crossed the reader's. I tried to put it from me in vain. It simply tortured me physically. But I knew I must read on. After an hour I returned home. I crept up to our bedroom. Unica was sleeping peacefully, her delicious smile just parting her perfect lips. I reassured myself for a moment, and then fell back again into my previous mood of terror and consternation. Whatever I was to read, I had brought it upon myself, and I went back to the damned manuscript. The manuscript continued. I used to get the animals which served me for my research work down at the docks, from the successors of the renowned Jamrock. They thought, and I did not undeceive them, that I was an agent of the Zoological Society. One day I visited my purveyor in answer to a note informing me that he had a remarkable splendid specimen of Felis jubata, the Indian hunting leopard or cheetah, an animal I had long desired to possess on account of its curious capacity for being domesticated and kept as a pet. It was a most beautiful beast, a male about a year old which had been bred in captivity and was already as docile and as responsive to caress as any ordinary cat. I bought him and made arrangements for his transfer to my house in the country, where I kept my creatures. The few colleagues who were admitted to a knowledge of my experiments called it my Island of Dr. Moreau, from the late H.G. Wells' dreadful book of that title. Not, however, that my work had anything even remotely in connection with the horrors suggested in that remarkable work. By the use of general and local anesthetics, my animals were never alarmed, or indeed conscious that they were what the anti-vivisectionists would call my martyrs to science. They were a very happy family, and, in point of fact, when they had spent their allotted time with me and had bred the desired hybrid, or failed to do so, in ease and comfort, I transferred them to Regent's Park. No animal ever died under my care or treatment, excepting from pneumonia or some disease incidental to our climate or to the artificial conditions of its existence. I was returning in the late afternoon up Ratcliffe Highway, speculating upon the motley crowd of seafaring folk of all nations that throng that historic thoroughfare, and the degraded types of harlot who ply their wretched trade among them, when one of these, giving my arm a gentle nip as she passed me, said in a half-whisper,
"Do you want a naughty girl?"
I looked at her as I shrugged her off. She was a finely made, bold-looking strumpet, younger in years, and it seemed to me of a higher racial type than the generality of the local consorority. Very fair, neatly though shabbily dressed, with large wistful gray eyes, and teeth that were both clean and regular. Her appearance surprised me. My short scrutiny encouraged her, and she said rapidly,
"I'm the naughtiest girl in the highway, and I like old gentlemen. I'll do anything, show you anything you like. Don't you want to come with me? I'll astonish you."
"Go to the devil," I said brutally, "or I'll give you in charge."
"All right, governor," she replied. "I'm going. Au revoir, mon ami."
And before I could recover from my surprise at her accent, which was perfect, she flung herself on the rails in front of a rapidly approaching tram-car. Deeply shocked and responding to an irresistible instinct, I flung myself after her, caught her by one ankle, and jerked her free of the lines. The driver had applied his brakes, but the front wheels crushed her hat. It was the nearest thing possible. I hauled her onto the pavement, and immediately a dense crowd of loafers, seafarers, and streetwalkers collected round us. She had fainted. "Give us a little room," I said. "I am a doctor. Does anybody know anything about her?" "Know anything?" ejaculated a sailor. "Yes, we all know all there is to know, and that's too much. The dirty bitch."
"Oh, law!"
chimed in a loathsome and pustular female who had forced her way to the center of the crowd.
"The gent's in luck, ain't he? He's got menagerie Sal."
"Whatever she is," I replied hotly, "she can't be left here. Where does she live?"
"Anywhere you like to take her," said another brute. "Here, get up, Sal," and he kicked her in the side. I sprang up and would have collared the beast, but, perhaps fortunately, the invariable and imperturbable policeman appeared among us, and the crowd fell back. What is she?" I asked the man in blue. "Oh, one of the worst, sir. About the worst, I reckon." The woman was coming round. "Here, get up, Sal," continued the constable, "and go home, if you got one, or I'll take you."
I am a doctor, I said quickly, and gave him my card. Whatever she is, I can't leave her alone in this state. Help me to take her in here. There was an eating house just where this occurrence had taken place, and, aided by the constable, I got the woman inside and sat her down in a corner box. The crowd dispersed. As they did so, a draggled harlot called out, "The old gent's in for it, all right. Good luck to him." And the strange sobriquet was bandied from foul mouth to foul mouth. "Menagerie sow, menagerie sow." I sent for some brandy and sat, looking at her as she gradually recovered her self-possession without saying a word. At last, she gave utterance to a short, hoarse laugh and said, "What the hell did you do that for? You told me to go there, and I tried to. You don't want me. What did you stop me for?" "True," I said, "I don't want you. But I couldn't let you kill yourself before my eyes. I'm a man, not a brute."
"All men are brutes,"
she said defiantly. There was a most extraordinary struggle of accents in her speak. She spoke the low Cockney vernacular with fluency and emphasis, but occasional words, intonations, seemed to jar against the vulgarity of the rest of it. "Not at all," I replied. "Myself, for instance. Now look here. I'll turn your own question on you. What did you do it for?"
"What's that to you?"
"It's a good deal. You're too young and healthy to want to die, however beastly your life may be. Whilst there's life, there's hope. You are worth saving."
"Saving? My God! Let me up and out with this. You're a bloody gospeller. That's what you are. You're going to talk about the temple of my body, and God and that. I ain't a temple. It's a cesspool, and there ain't no God. Let me go."
"I am not a gospeller, and I don't want to preach to you. But I am a doctor, and I want to know what it all means."
"It means that I'm down and out. I've stuck it long enough. You heard what they called me. Menagerie sow."
She pronounced menagerie perfectly.
"I'm too low and down for any self-respecting whore to speak to. I can't get a lodging except in Chink's Dive, and I can't get a man unless he's a stranger in these parts. That's why I clawed you. Or right down the utter beast of a heathen."
"You're in a wildly hysterical state, that's evident. Now look here. I've saved your life, and you belong to me until I've done with you." The wretched creature turned on a professional smile. "Don't misunderstand me. I'm not going to have you, but I'm going to make you eat something. Hungry?"
"I don't know. I ought to be. I know I've been empty as a drum for 2 days. I wonder what you're getting at."
"Nothing in particular," I replied. "But you are going to have some food. We can't sit here and do nothing for the good of the house." I ordered some food, which arrived, coarse but plain and good, and she ate sparingly, and with a strange refinement contrasting remarkably with her vocabulary. When she would eat no more, I lit a pipe and gave her a cigarette. She had calmed down. "Now look here," I said again. "Do you feel anything like gratitude to me for what I've done?"
"No, I don't," she replied. "But that doesn't matter. There are other ways. I'll do it when there's no interfering toff around."
"No, you won't. You are going to promise me not to do it again." She looked me straight in the face without speaking, her chin resting on her hand, puffing cigarette smoke quietly so as not to reach me. At last I said, "Well?" She replied,
"Shut up, I'm thinking."
"A penny for your thoughts?"
"I'll take the penny. I want one. You couldn't make it a shilling, I suppose?"
I laid a sovereign on the table. "Will that help you out a bit?" I asked.
"Haven't seen one for years. Tar, governor."
And she deftly slipped the coin into her stocking and resumed her scrutiny of my face. "You haven't told me your thoughts, and I've paid," I suggested. And then I experienced the shock which Balaam must have felt when his ass addressed him. She took her cigarette from her lips and said quite slowly and without a trace of Cockney accent,
"You look like an intelligent man. I should say a scientist of sorts. Not many doctors are scientists down this way. How can you be such an idiot as to ask me to promise you not to do it again? Do you remember what that girl Wade in Little Dorrit said to the champion Ass Clennam?" By the way, I've often wondered if Dickens knew he was describing a lesbian. "You know, about people who are all the time coming to meet us from strange places along strange roads, and what they'll do to us, and we to them will all be done. Whether I do it again or not has nothing to do with me. It depends at the moment upon you, or rather upon the puny little part you happen to be playing in the inexorable progress of inevitable consequences."
I was dumbfounded. It was my turn to sit and gaze at her.
"This way and that, dividing the swift mind."
And she, taking up my case from the table where I had laid it, took took a new cigarette, lit it, said thank you, and resumed her position, her chin on her hands, looking at me. At last I said, "How in God's name have you come to this? You are too good."
"Oh, don't begin that. That's what the missioners to fallen women begin with. And don't bring in God, unless you feel the need of him for conversational emphasis or convenience, like Xerxes at the end of a rhyming alphabet."
"Let's put it on the lowest grounds, then. You are a woman of some education, evidently, and, permit me to say, of some refinement. You are too good for Ratcliffe Highway. If prostitution is your vocation in life, why not practice in the West End? Why not the Empire or the Alhambra?" The promenades at these places had not been closed in those days.
"Never mind when or where I started. That's none of your business. I came to grief on a P&O steamer. I'd had lots of men, some of the best, but coming home once from China, I fell madly in love with a Lascar, a common ship's hand, a bronze god. I wanted him, and I seduced him. It didn't take much doing. I had money then, but I was ashamed. I was capable of it then, to take him up west. I joined him down here. I used to go up west myself sometimes. No one here knew it, when I was just longing for love, real love, a woman."
"A woman?"
"Yes, for a real lover or mistress. Oh, don't look shocked. If you're a doctor, you know women can love a woman better than any man on earth."
"Then, among other things, you are a—"
"Lesbian. Don't be afraid to say it."
"But I don't understand how you—"
"It's easy enough. Men don't hear of the brothels where women can have anything they want and can pay for, from a vicious flapper of 15 to an insatiable Messalina of 50. The only difference between those and the others is that all the staff are amateurs, some shop girls and clerks, but mostly gentlewomen. You've never heard of number 100 Canterbury Square, have you? No, it's kept pretty quiet, but I didn't go there. I preferred to find my own romances."
"Romances?"
"Yes, can't you imagine the delight, after the brutes down here, of meeting eyes in an omnibus? Of a thigh pressed against yours? Of a foot that touches yours as if by accident? Of seeing a pretty shop girl go scarlet when you squeeze her hand as she hands you a parcel? A few ordinary words, a suggestion of meeting again, and then tea together somewhere, and later dinner and a night spent in love that leaves you shattered and sleepy and dreaming for days."
"It seems horrible to me."
"That's because you are a man and don't know what love, really exquisite love, means. Very few men do, but when they do, they're divine."
"But did you not horrify them at first?"
"Never. We know one another in a flash. The most wonderful love I ever had was a girl of 19, the daughter of a peer. Oh, she had been to a good school, a finishing school. It finished her, I can tell you. I got to know her people. Oh, yes, I can be a gentlewoman when I like. And I took her away into the country for a week. I bet you she remembers it as I do. And then back to my brute. He'd have been after me otherwise. He thought I'd gone to get more money. And then there would have been hell and blackmail. So long as my money lasted, we lived in a fairly decent set of rooms, and we had a wonderful time. But, my God, he was a brute. He thrashed me sometimes. I loved it. And vicious. I don't want to make your hair stand on end. I'd read a lot of filthy books here and abroad, and I thought I knew what vice was. The things he did to me, and that he made me do. I tell you, the 5 cities of the plain rolled into one were a Trappist monastery compared to our flat. And his friends that he brought to me, and their animals. You people west of Chancery Lane can't dream what are the vices among the Lascars, Chinamen, Malays, half-breeds, Spanish-Americans, niggers, mulattoes of all kinds. One didn't know at the end of an orgy whether one was a girl or a boy or a beast. Lucky animals can't breed with humans."
A strange, bitter smile flickered over her lips.
"Now, my friend," she continued recklessly, "you know what you've saved. You've heard what they called me. Menagerie Sal."
Literally, my hair did stand on end. At least, I felt a cold contraction of the scalp, and my sight vacillated. "This is too horrible. How could you? Why did you stand it?"
I liked it. What? I don't want you to take home any illusions about a repentant sinner, and I've paid for it. My God, I have paid for it. When my money was gone, I had quite a good deal, and it lasted a longish time. I sank if one could sink below that, but one is always comparatively up when one can pay. I sank lower and lower. The most vicious of scum knew of me all over the world, and came to me like filings to a magnet. It was too late to get away. I was Menagerie Sal, the darling of the beasts, human and otherwise. And that's where I am now. I told you the truth just now when I said that no self-respecting whore would be seen speaking to me. And if any clean white man showed any signs of wanting me, they are all round me and on to him at once, telling him things mostly true. And what's more, none of them would go with a man if they knew he'd been with me. You know, there are grades of respectability, even among harlots. I'm afraid I'm shockingly mal vu in the oldest profession in the world, even as practised in Ratcliffe Highway. It is not often that I have enough to eat. I shouldn't be allowed in here if you hadn't brought me. Now you know why I'm going to kill myself. If I don't, one of the brutes will kill me some day. See this scar?" And she pulled her blouse away upon her shoulder. "That was done by a sort of gorilla. I was trying to get away from him. So I'm going to out it. Don't you think I'm right?"
I could not answer. I was paralyzed with horror, especially by the calm manner with which she spoke of these unspeakable atrocities. I harked back and repeated in an undertone, "You like it?"
"Yes, sometimes. That's the truth. But I'm afraid of the end of it. Afraid."
And she covered her face with her hands and shuddered. I sat looking at her, at last as though she were a curious pathological case in a mental hospital, and then a horrible but irresistible thought came to my mind. The cheetah. I began, my heart beating violently, to feel my way. "What a life," I said, "but I confess you interest me dreadfully."
"Do I?"
she said suddenly, looking up.
"Aren't you disgusted?"
Then she gave a short laugh and said,
"I wonder. Well, I expect you'd be as bad as any of them if you had a chance, if the truth were only known."
"And suppose I were?"
"Oh, I shouldn't mind. I've been through too much. But I am surprised, you with your solemn, learned old air."
I thought rapidly, and then, to my eternal misery, I made up my mind. Such a chance could never occur again. I said, "Supposing I were a worn-out old rake with unnameable curiosities, jaded with all ordinary vices, and supposing I said to you, 'Come away from here, come and live in the country. I'll settle a sum of money upon you which will keep you from want in the event of my death. I am a scientist, a vicious one if you like. I should want to try all kinds of experiments on you. What would you say?'"
"I'd say, as the Yanks do, 'Put her there, governor.' You can't do anything worse to me than I've had done to me already, and I'd love to be away from all this mob. When do we start?"
We talked on for half an hour, and then I left her. She gave me an address to write to at a poste restante. A month later, she was installed in a cottage in the village where I then had my research laboratory. She had no desire to mix with the people of the place, but for the information of the public and the parson, she gave herself out to be a young widow. The name she adopted was Mrs. Clayton. Of course, it was immediately observed that she had come there at my instigation, and that when I was at the laboratory, she was constantly at my house. They drew their own, the inevitable, conclusions, but as I had steadily repelled any attempt on the part of the aborigines to establish social relations with me of any kind, this did not trouble us. Ursula Clayton left behind her in the parlous of the docks every trace of her professional career, accent, vocabulary, and manner. When my solicitor, who with my assistant Rex Magley will be trustee of my will, had proved to her that a certain income was settled upon her in any event, she abandoned all reserve with me. Hitherto our relations had been a trifle strained. She seemed unable to realize that I was determined to act in her permanent interest, and was not merely amusing myself with her for a time. She became a really delightful companion. I was a bachelor and never at any time an anchorite, and the society of Ursula Clayton was interesting, and satisfying in every respect. I gradually came to know her history, which, though it does not concern this narrative, is illuminating as an explanation of her abnormal sexuality. In the 80s of the last century, there are still people old enough to remember a hot wave of what are known as unnatural vices, almost openly and unblushingly practiced, swept over our English society. It was the outcome of the aesthetic craze intimately associated with the name of Oscar Wilde, who ultimately in the 90s paid for everyone and subsequently died overwhelmed with public infamy and the private admiration of the few. It became a matter of ordinary conversation to discuss homosexual love affairs of men and women prominent in society, especially of the latter. In a word, sodomy and lesbianism were, sub rosa, fashionable. Preeminent among the male perverts was a well-known peer of artistic taste and enormous wealth, at whose house in the country homosexualists of both sexes congregated, and where, as was averred, orgies took place that were spoken about with bated breath in the most fashionable boudoirs. Prominent in this society was a very high-born dame indeed, in whose hands or arms no woman was safe, and she formed the center of a lesbian coterie, which spread like a rodent ulcer into almost every class of society. It was in the unnatural order of things that the masculinity of the lady and the femininity of the Lord X should bring them closely together. So closely indeed that, to the astonishment of the inverted world, Lady Z gave birth to a child who was christened Ursula. This child was sent abroad to be brought up in Italy. A respectable sum of money was settled for her maintenance and education, which became hers absolutely on attaining her majority. With such a heredity, it is not surprising that Ursula developed early a sexual precocity and désinvolture, which the settlement made upon her by her parents enabled her to gratify to the fullest extent of her inclination. She told me her early sexual history, which was amazing, but does not concern us, beyond what she told me in Ratcliffe Highway, and which I have already recorded. By the time she came to our village, her fires were burning low, her sexuality was to a great extent satiated, and she showed no trace in her manner or proclivities of the storms which had disturbed her youth. She was a charming companion, an intelligent and well-educated friend, and a charming mistress. And the cheetah? We called him Kumar. He settled down in our 2 houses as a great affectionate domestic pet. Sometimes in passage between the two, led on a chain by Ursula, he terrified the inhabitants of the village, human and animal, but this was very seldom, and the villagers had grown accustomed to what was known as the Professor's Zoo. The attachment between Kumar and Ursula became very close, and indeed I sometimes feared a precipitation of events. But Ursula was too keenly interested in my work to endanger the results by premature action. I conducted my experiment on the lines suggested by Milne Edwards. It was nothing to inoculate Kumar under a local anesthetic. He would never have dreamed of the possibility of being hurt by either of us. The day arrived when the blood tests were wholly satisfactory. The serum of the one accommodated the corpuscles of the other without any trace of hemolysis. And I left the rest to Ursula. I do not know what I expected to be the outcome of this experiment. It was impossible to anticipate. As a practicing surgeon, I was skilled in obstetrics, and had no fear for the result, only an intense curiosity. If I expected anything, it was a queer little monster, which I should allow to live long enough to be perfectly formed, and then prepare as a specimen, explaining its presence as an arrival from a native collector in India. At the end of only 6 months' anticipation, Ursula gave birth to one of the most perfectly formed little female children it has ever been my lot to look upon. She was remarkably furry, but newborn babies are often thus, and as in the case of this child, they lose it in a month or 2. I should mention, though it is not material, that I took a house on the south coast for Ursula to await the event. I delivered her myself, and she brought the child whom we had registered as of illegitimate birth under another name, and had baptized Unica, the only apposite name, it seemed to me, back to our village. There could not be any question of destroying so perfect a little specimen of humanity, and when Ursula returned with her, she explained her, when necessary, as a foundling she had adopted from a workhouse on her travels. I will not try to set down here what were my thoughts as I read this frightful record. They are indescribable. It was all I could do to prevent myself burning the manuscript and taking 5 grains of morphine on the spot. But I dared not do it. I had to read on, though it was now broad daylight.
The child grew in beauty and charm, developing with a rapidity which amazed me. When she was 2 years old, Ursula Clayton left her cottage and came to live in the house near Cosmopoli where she now inhabits. After the birth of Unica, I ceased my physiological experiments in this direction. I had been too successful, and dispersed my collection of animals. I was frankly terrified, and still am, at the success of my culminating effort. Unica is entirely human physically, but I constantly recognize the feline influence in little actions, tastes, in her whole mentality. What will happen when she grows up? When her sexual life begins? When puberty asserts itself? I tremble to think. One thing is abundantly manifest. She must never be allowed to marry. What response would she make to the Mendelian law? Her children? Would they be children? The thought turns me cold. The one thing I can think of is that as soon as she reaches puberty, she must be drastically operated upon. Ovariotomy, hysterectomy, the whole thing. But how explain the necessity? Would any surgeon in the world consent to spay, to sterilize a perfectly healthy, apparently normal and beautiful young girl? I doubt it very much. There is only one course to be pursued, but it is one which will shatter and ruin my life and Ursula's. So long as we two, and we alone, know the awful secret of Unica's birth, our minds may remain easy, and we can face the world with nothing more against us than the tittle-tattle of our neighbors, who may look upon Ursula as the faithful mistress of a faithful bachelor professor. Indeed, I often regret that I did not marry Ursula before I brought her to Cosmopoli. I should then have been able to keep closer watch over Unica, and carry out myself what I now set down. If any man ever desires to marry Unica, he must be told the whole truth. It will be a frightful thing to do, and it might have to be done over and over again. It would end by all coming out. But if, in spite of this stunning revelation, any man is bold enough to persist in his desire to marry her, he must be warned to take every possible and known precaution against having children by her. I may die before this happens, and then, God help her, this awful duty will devolve upon Ursula Clayton. It is with this in view that I have written out this manuscript, in all its revoking details, concealing nothing, glossing over nothing. Ursula shall do all she can to discourage suitors, but should one present himself persistently, he must be told. I have told him. Paul Barrowdale, August 19 blank. Following upon this apparent termination of his manuscript came another entry dated 10 years later. I reopened this record, which I ardently hoped I should never peruse again. But it is imperatively necessary. At the age of 11, Unica has passed the arrival of puberty and is a fully developed and very beautiful girl, having passed through a stage in which, though beautifully formed, she was a sallow, swarthy, repellent little girl. Her whole body is classically perfect, and as far as showing it to her mother and me is concerned, quite unashamed of her perfect nakedness. She is covered with the light peach-bloom down which makes many fair women so intensely attractive, but the down is a light tawny orange color, recalling the coat of poor Kumar, who died by my hand deeply as I regretted the necessity after her birth. The down is punctuated here and there at more or less regular intervals by small imperfect rings of a darker color, that of her normal hair, though not so dark, which to our instructed eyes recall vividly the markings of Kumar's coat. The only idiosyncrasy which she exhibits beyond this is the extraordinary luxuriance of her auxiliary and pubic hair, which is beautifully grown but phenomenal in such a young girl. She has another peculiarity which one cannot but recognize as hereditary. If she is unhappy, which is rare, or annoyed, which is rarer still, or if she is afflicted with any passing fit of childish naughtiness, all that is necessary is to insinuate our fingers into the thick curls under her arms and tickle and caress her like an animal. Her mood becomes serene at once. I hate to use the word, knowing what we do, but she positively purrs with contentment, and if the caress is gently prolonged, she goes fast asleep. The primary object of this postscriptum is, however, to call attention to what is really a very serious matter. It is that, at her times of periodic disturbance, which take place not monthly, but at intervals of 3 to 4 months, she is subject to what may rightly be called oestrum, a frenzy of sexual desire. Though she is technically quite ignorant of sexual matters, it appears in many ways her beauty is greatly enhanced, her eyes become even finer than usual, her lips more crimson, and her nipples are in a constant state of erection and intense sensitiveness.
She is restless and unsatisfied and wants to go out and mix with people for no reason that she is aware of. As a rule, she is self-contained and utterly indifferent to companionship, even to that of her mother. At these times, which are remarkably prolonged, often to a fortnight or 3 weeks, she must be very carefully watched. Above all things, she must not be allowed to get into contact with men. I am convinced, poor child, that it would be disastrous to her, and the terrible results I've hinted at in the record would almost certainly ensue. Ursula Clayton is alive to this, and I can rely upon her never to leave her alone in these circumstances. Her husband, should she ever have one, must also be warned of this danger. I have warned him. Paul Barrowdale, May 19 blank. It is as impossible for you who read this to imagine as it is for me to describe what I felt when I at last terminated the perusal of Barrowdale's manuscript. One amazing fact, one concerning which I had curiously enough evinced no curiosity, was that of her age. Comparing the dates of Barrowdale's record and its postscript, it became clear Unica was only 13 years old. It was broad day when I went up to our bedroom. Unica had not moved. She lay with her head resting on her right arm, which had drawn her nightdress free of her right breast, which stood up, inviting caress. I put my lips to it and closed them in a long kiss. The delicate, intoxicating perfume which I now could explain struck me more persistently than usual. Under my caress she awoke for a moment and said, "Oh, you darling, then it wasn't a dream. Go on," and so fell asleep in my arms, as she rolled over onto me and slept until the servant brought our morning tea. After breakfast, I told her I had worked until morning and must go for a long walk to get the cobwebs out of my head. She said, "All right, so long as you don't ask me to go with you. I shall curl up on the divan and think about my baby." I went out. Her baby. What would it be? Barrowdale and I had carried out a long series of Mendelian experiments. I could not blind myself to the probability, the inheritance of characteristics transmitted through the female line. That she would throw back, I shuddered at the thought, was practically a certainty, a foregone conclusion. There was nothing else for it. Abortion is a hideous word, but this child must not be born. It must be got rid of at once. She was almost 2 months pregnant already. I shuddered at the thought of what even a miscarriage might bring to light. I knew that I had a terrible task before me, but I had to face it. How terrible it was, I fortunately could not foresee, or what an effect my decision was to have upon both of us. I tried to prepare the way by calling upon the doctor whom I had had in mind as our family physician, a good worthy soul and thoroughly conversant, as a result of long practice with his job, which was to see people safely into and out of the world, instill common sense into their mothers in dealing with their childish ailments, and to comfort his adult patients by an assumption of knowledge of their cases which he was far from pretending, in ordinary conversation, to possess. I had been on terms of friendly social intercourse with him ever since my arrival in Cosmopoli, and I thought that I could count upon him to help me deal with my fearful problem with sympathy and tact. This was the one mistake that I have made throughout my trouble, a mistake which has rendered it necessary for me to be prepared for the worst, for scandal, for exposure, and possibly worse. I had not realized and appreciated, though I had perceived unmistakable indications of, the feeling that existed in Cosmopoli with regard to my abduction of Unica and the suicide of Ursula Clayton, which was, in the absence of any possible explanation, the direct result of my action. Dr. Fisher received me with a demeanor which was distant, severe, and almost embarrassed. But though I felt this in my bones, I persuaded myself that my condition of nervous strain led me to exaggerate the peculiar aloofness of his manner. I hastened to put our interview upon a semi-professional basis. "I want to have a word with you," I said, "about my wife." "Yes?" It should have been obvious to me that he was on his guard and had no intention of meeting me halfway. "She is very young, much younger indeed than I had any idea of when I married her. And yet you, as Barrowdale's intimate friend, should have known. How old is she?" I passed this question by and said, "He never spoke to me of his relations with Mrs. Clayton. I only saw the child once before we met accidentally, and fell in love with one another." He shrugged his shoulders slightly and looked away out of the window. I ought to have seen that he did not believe me. "I am not satisfied about her health," I went on blindly. I have reason to suspect an endometrititis. Until this has been dealt with surgically, I feel that she ought not to bear children." He remained quite silent, and I proceeded. "I do not know whether she would readily submit to examination, but I should like you to make it." "You have reason to believe she is pregnant." It was a statement rather than a question. "Yes, and if I am right, I think the pregnancy should be avoided, for this time at least." He rose from his chair and walked to the window, where he remained silent for a moment or so, which seemed to me an eternity, and then turning round but not coming back to his seat, he said, "Professor Magley, I will be quite candid with you. You know, or should know if you do not, that there is a very strong feeling prevalent in this town with regard to your action in taking this young girl away from her mother, a feeling which was greatly exacerbated by the terrible sequel which your action brought about. It is not my intention or inclination to sit in judgment upon you. Your own conscience is probably dealing with the matter, and I do not envy you your reflections. But now you come to me, and in practically so many words you suggest that I should relieve you of immediate consequences and inconvenience by procuring abortion for you. Please understand me once and for all that I absolutely refuse to have any hand in the matter whatever. If your wife consults me, I shall do my utmost to protect her by any means in my power from any attempt of the kind. And before we either of us say anything more, which we might subsequently regret, I think it better that this interview should come to an end. I advise you to forget it, but bear in mind that I shall not." And he moved to the door, which he opened. I can only say that I slunk out. Well, I realized the colossal mistake I had made, and that if anything was to be done, I must depend solely upon myself, and upon Unica. That evening she was lying in my arms on the divan, and by the familiar resource of caressing her amid her wonderful auxiliary hair, I had got her into a condition of luxurious and almost passionate happiness. I opened the subject by saying, "Are you very keen to have this baby of yours?"
"Indeed, yes. How can you ask it? Imagine what it will be."
Alas, my imagination was only too active, too precise and too terrific. I went on. "I've been thinking, darling, that we are so intensely happy with one another that it seems a pity to put a stop to it by having a child at once. Would it not be better for both of us if we waited a little? Say a year, during which we can have one another all to ourselves. I am a little jealous of your baby just at present, though in a year or so—"
"What do you mean?"
she said, drawing a little away from me and looking at me, her beautiful eyes wide open, the pupils fully dilated.
"We haven't waited. The baby is here."
"Well, hardly," I replied, trying to convey an impression that we were merely discussing a possibility of no great importance. "These things are easily rectified, avoided. Remember, I am a surgeon as well as a doctor of medicine and of science. I could put you right without any difficulty or danger, and practically without discomfort or disturbance to yourself." She sprang to her feet.
"What do you mean?"
she repeated. "Oh, a very simple matter. A drug, perhaps, a very slight operation, and we should be as we were before, and could take our own time about having a child. This one, if it can be called a child yet, is, as it were, an unexpected, a premature accident." She stood looking at me, with an expression of savage loathing and horror. Her breasts heaved tumultuously, her lips parted, not in a smile, tumultuously, but in a ghastly rictus, showing her prominent little canine teeth in an evil, indescribable grin. Her fingers clawed at the joining of her wrapper, which she pulled free from her breast, as if to give herself air, and then she said in a voice I had never heard before, a kind of hissing growl, "You propose to me to kill my baby?" "Oh, don't put it like that. I only mean—"
You mean! Oh, you brute! You beast! You devil!"
"Darling!" I sprang up and advanced towards her. She flung out her hands, catching me on the chest with such force that I lost my balance and fell back on the divan. She took a step forward and stood over me.
"Don't touch me! Don't come near me! Never again, you murderer!"
And she fled from the room. I sprang up and followed her, but I was too late. She had gained our bedroom, slammed the door and locked it, and I heard her rush to the door of my dressing room and lock that also. "Darling, listen," I said as loud as I dared, on account of the servants, through the door. "It's all right. I didn't mean it. I promise not to speak of it again. Only come out, or let me in. I must speak to you. You have misunderstood me." I was in agony. After a few minutes, during which I implored her to open the door, I heard her say, still in the raucous voice which had filled me with horror downstairs,
"If I open the door for a moment and say something, will you promise me upon your honor as a man not to force your way into the room?"
There was no help for it. I promised. Then she opened the door. She had flung off her wrapper and stood, holding the door, clad only in a short crêpe de chine chemise, which had slipped down to her waist on one side, being held on the other by a shoulder ribbon. I'd never seen her look so superb, and she said, hardly above a whisper,
"If you force your way in here tonight, I will tear you with my nails. I will bite you. Some way or other I will kill you. Perhaps tomorrow I may be able to bear to look at you. Now I must think. Leave me alone with my baby."
And she closed the door again and locked it. I went downstairs. The whole horror of the situation burst upon me. Unica had reverted to type. She was no longer a girl. She was a cheetah. The animal instinct, fiercely awakened in defense of her young, was aroused to its highest point. I did not attempt to blind myself to the fact. She had become dangerous. I foresaw a condition of things fraught with all the possibilities of appalling tragedy. To protect her unborn offspring, she was capable of anything, even of killing me. For a moment I wished she would. It would be a happy release for me. But afterwards, regard being had to her parentage, it was impossible to tell how long she would carry her young within her. Would the period of gestation be human or feline? It depended, I felt, upon what was to be born. My scalp contracted with horror at the thought. One thing, and one thing only, was clear to me. I must not allow the monster I anticipated to see the light. I must be no party to the perpetuation of a race of hybrid monsters that might be frightful. And it came to this. I must take precautions that she did not kill me. I must kill her. And I loved her as no man has ever loved a woman before. Utterly, blindly, and even at that supremely awful moment I desired her beautiful body. I was thirsty to caress, to have her. I tried to sleep on the divan, worn out as I was, but sleep would not come. I tossed about all night, sometimes going out into the summer night to cool the fever which raged in every limb. I drank. I thought for a moment again of a hypodermic injection of morphia to dull my tortured senses, to forget for a while, but I feared what Unica might do if she found me insensible in her present mood. No, I must go through with it and keep my brain clear, my presence of mind at its highest pitch. Next day, Unica came down after lunchtime. She recoiled when I would have taken her in my arms.
"Sit down," she
said, fortunately in her natural low musical voice.
"I have something to say to you."
I sat down and waited. She paced up and down the room with a curious, soft, padding step. The cheetah was dominant. After a while, she said,
"I have thought all night. I know what is in your mind. It's no use to try and reassure me. I have a new instinct, like an animal, a new knowledge, and I can protect myself and my baby. Until it is born, perhaps for always, I will never let you touch me or sleep with me again. I will never be off my guard in your presence. I will take no food which you have had the remotest chance of touching. I will live with you in broad daylight, unless I find it impossible. If I do, I will go away and live upon my annuity where you shall never find me. But you shall have your work to do here, and I don't want to ruin your career." Poor child. She little knew how utterly it was ruined already. I hardly knew myself. It was no use protesting. Her instinct was infallible. For her, I was the enemy, seeking to destroy her and her baby. And it was true. Some weeks have passed since that awful night. As to my own position, I know that my university career is ended. I have only anticipated matters by intimating to the authorities that I retire from the professorship of physiology at the end of this term, and already they are looking for my successor. There are moments when a wave of her old love for me comes over her, and she allows me to caress her lightly, in broad daylight.
At the slightest attempt on my part to become demonstratively affectionate, she withdraws herself, as cats do when they are bored with the attention of their human companions. I sleep in my dressing room, where I have added interior bolts to the doors. It is a period of armed strain. But there are times when she allows me to raise one of her arms, and plays as of yore with her auxiliary curls. And at these times she is almost off her guard. If my hands wander to her lovely body, she comes to herself and flings me off. But it has given me the clue to the ultimate solution. Time is getting on, and I must act. I have a hypodermic filled with aconitine. One day, when she is hypnotized by the only caress she allows me, I shall thrust the needle among the roots of the hair under her arm. It will be instantaneous and undiscoverable. There will be a post-mortem, of course. If the opening of the uterus reveals what I fear, professional etiquette will keep knowledge of the discovery from the world. What I shall do then remains to be seen. I now know that Paul Barrowdale was... I cannot call him a coward, for I know what he bore through the long years, but I know that he inoculated himself with the pure culture of septic pneumonia, and died an apparently natural death. The scientific importance of the facts which have led to these multiple tragedies is too great for them to be utterly lost to future physiologists. I shall deposit this record with Blayre, our registrar, sealed up with instructions that it is not to be opened until 25 years after my death, when a new generation will have forgotten Rex Magley and the scandals which surrounded the closing months of his life. Note: more than 25, nearly 30, in fact, years have elapsed since Rex Magley deposited this manuscript with me. It was obvious when he deposited it that he was suffering from severe mental strain. I knew, of course, of the scandal which was busy with his name, and could not but approve of his determination to resign his chair in the university. He told me that he was shortly taking his wife abroad, and would look out for some place in the south or west of France, where they had spent their honeymoon, to settle down in. Within a week, returning from a dinner of one of the university societies, where he had ceased to be a welcome companion, he found his wife dead upon the divan in their sitting-room. At the inquest he informed the coroner that he had left her in apparently good health and spirits when he left the house early in the morning. 2 days later he was himself taken seriously ill. A virulent form of septic double pneumonia set in almost at once, and in 36 hours he was dead. All these tragic happenings formed the almost exclusive topic of conversation in the town and university for a few weeks, and then Magley, his wife, and Mrs. Clayton were forgotten. I have pondered deeply whether or not I should destroy this manuscript, and have more than once been on the point of doing so, but at the critical moment it has seemed to me that I have no right to destroy so astounding a record of research work in a most obscure field of knowledge. What I think I shall do will be to seal it up again, to be opened long after my death. One thing alone is fortunate, and that is that neither Paul Barrowdale nor Rex Magley left any ascertainable relations behind them. Barrowdale's fortune reverted under his will to the university. Magley's was escheated to the crown. Christopher Blayre. End of Section 10, and end of The Purple Sapphire and Other Posthumous Papers by Christopher Blayre. Read by Ben Tucker.